Dear all participants, thank you so much for joining us on Zoom. The second CIS Islamic Banking and Finance Forum will be start in a few minutes. Thank you for your time.
몸에 일어나는 게 너무 나는 뭐 나는 내가 뭐 이렇게 시키면 무슨 아니 없듯이 그거 어떤 거? hozir birinchi o'nda kelishlari kerak. Я дизайнер, да. Это менеджером я слышу. Обожаю. Виктор, обожаю. Видео не отправил? Burası.
For guests, we would like to start in a few minutes. To have your seats. With the enjoying
Assalomu alaykum. Xush kelibsiz.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome. It's a great honor for us to open the first session of second CIS Islamic Banking and Finance Forum 2021 in Tashkent.
We would like to start the inaugural session with the recitation from the Holy Quran, which is the key for all goodnesses. The recitation of Holy Quran will be recited by the Mr. Habibullah Abdurazakov, Imam Khatib of the Hazrat Imam Mosque.
Видео не работает.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إن الذين قالوا ربنا الله ثم استقاموا تتنزل عليهم الملائكة ألا تخافوا ولا تحزنوا وأبشروا بالجنة التي كنتم توعدون. نحن أولياؤكم في الحياة الدنيا وفي الآخرة ولكم فيها ما تشتهي أنفسكم ولكم فيها ما تدعون. نزلا من غفور رحيم. ومن أحسن قولا ممن دعا إلى الله وعمل صالحا وقال إنني من المسلمين. صدق الله العظيم.
Thank you very much. And now, dear guests, we would like to invite our honorable guest to the stage. His Excellency Saeed Ali Asad Gilani, Ambassador of Pakistan in Tashkent, Uzbekistan.
Mr. Rahmatullah Saifuddinov, Chief Imam Khatib of Tashkent, Uzbekistan.
Professor Dato Hasbi Omar, President and Chief Executive Officer, International Center for Education in Islamic Finance, Malaysia.
Mr. Tahir Baba Muradov, Deputy Generator Director.
Mr. Zafar Mustafayev, Chairman, Leasing Association, Uzbekistan.
Mr. Bahram Numanov, Chairman of Islamic Finance and the Kafil Association.
His Excellency Aziz Voita, First Deputy Minister, Investment and Foreign Trade, Uzbekistan. Al-Huda, Center of Islamic Banking and Economic Association, was established in 2005, and Mr. Zubair Mikhal is its Chief Executive Officer. Al-Huda has been accredited as a distinguished service in the sphere of Islamic finance, and we want to improve this sphere not only in Central Asia, but also in Europe, Middle East, and Africa.
Al-Huda Center of Islamic Banking and Economics has a progressive vision for Uzbek market for the development of Uzbekistan's banking system. We are working with banks, insurance, and leasing companies to provide advice and consultancy.
As you know, that Islamic banking is growing, and its total value is $2.9 trillion. And we have evidence that Islamic finance is the best option for Uzbekistan.
We are confident that by having Islamic banking and finance in Uzbekistan, we will have a lot of advantages. Our people will dig a new dimension of Islamic banking according to their religion, and we believe that the economic prosperity of the country will be raised.
And we, as an Al-Huda, give a strong commitment to the people of Uzbekistan for all support for the development of Islamic banking, Islamic finance, takaful, and other Islamic distributions. To facilitate Islamic finance in CIS countries, Al-Huda site is ready to design different capacity buildings and programs in Russia and Uzbek languages.
Al-Huda site is bringing a dedication of 50 banking, finance, insurance, and leasing professionals to Istanbul, Turkey for a week for a practical training and industry visit so that Uzbek professionals can learn Islamic finance in a practical way. Details are available at reception for any interest.
We would like to invite our guests for a short speech.
Before speech, we have a special video from Ayman Amin Sejni, Chief Executive Officer of ICD, Islamic Development Bank.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Ladies and gentlemen, السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. On behalf of the Islamic Corporation of the Development of the Private Sector, it is both an honor and privilege to join you at the second CIS Islamic Bank and Financial Forum. I'd like to sincerely thank the organizers for granting me the opportunity to say a few words. Before I proceed, I'd like to congratulate the Al-Huda Center for their outstanding efforts in organizing this event with much success. Honorable guests, with its emphasis on transparency and fairness, Islamic finance had much to offer to any economic and alternative type of funding. Islamic finance and its inherent characteristics lend themselves well to facilitate and promote sustainable development, such as the risk-sharing modes of financing that promotes assets and enterprises and the close link with the real economy. Complemented with redistributive instruments such as zakat, sadaqah, qard al-hasan, and waqf, Islamic finance can create an enabling environment for economic and social development, which bodes well for overall growth in the region, especially post-COVID-19. I truly believe that the efficient mobilization of all available resources will ensure the economic success of CIS country. Positively, Islamic finance is now not only confined to Muslim majority countries. Beyond its traditional sphere, the industry has found firm footing in new jurisdictions, such as in Europe, the US, the Far East, and more recently in CIS countries, serving both sovereign and corporate clients. Throughout this period, Islamic finance institutions have exhibited the aptitude and willingness to innovate its products and services offering. This increasing its relevance across many economic sectors with different finance needs and demonstrating its viability as an engine of growth. Ladies and gentlemen, the business model of banking are changing rapidly.
Now we would like to invite Muhammad Zubair Mukhal for the speech.
नबदू नसलीला रसूल करीम अमाबाद फौज बिल्लाहि मिनश शैतानिर रजीम बिस्मिल्लाहिर रहमानिर रहीम Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. I would like to welcome our honorable chief guest, His Excellency Mr. Gilani, the Ambassador of Pakistan in Uzbekistan, our guest of honor, the Chief Imam of Tashkent, Professor Dato Azmi Umar, the Chief Executive Officer in Chief Malaysia. He will join us online. Mr. Iman Sajini, the CEO, ICT Islamic Development Bank, who opened the opening speech by a video link. Mr. Zafar, Chairman, Leasing Association of Uzbekistan. Mr. Baghrom, the Chairman of Islamic Finance and Takaful Association of Uzbekistan. Ladies and gentlemen and honorable speaker, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of Al Huda Center for Islamic Banking and Economics, I would like to welcome all the participants and honorable chief guest and guest of honors. Briefly, Al Huda Center for Islamic Banking and Economics is working from last 16 years for the development of Islamic banking and finance in different countries. We have been involved in Asia, Africa, Europe, America, Australia, but Central Asia is the new destination for us. As you probably know, the total size of Islamic banking and finance is about $2.9 trillion. And we have evidence that in more than 120 countries, Islamic banking or Islamic financial institutions are working over there. We can see that Islamic finance have a different component. Islamic finance, one of the component of Islamic finance is Islamic banking, then Sukuk, Islamic capital market, Takaful, Islamic indices, and etc. And I'm sure that when Uzbekistan and other CIS countries will have such type of Islamic financial product, it will increase definitely the economic prosperity. It will increase to attract foreign direct investment. It will also increase the government resources to attract the international fund through Sukuks and other instruments. And if you see globally, Islamic banking is not only in the Muslim countries. Many non-Muslim countries have a very good experience of Islamic finance, including Russia, UK, France, South Korea, US, and many other countries. So we should promote Islamic finance as a system. Yes, that is ideal for Muslims as it is according to their religious beliefs. But for non-Muslims, it is a very good system for banking and finance. I would like to appreciate the vision of the current government for the development of Islamic finance in Uzbekistan. I was in Islamic Development Bank annual meeting last month in Tashkent, and I saw a lot of development between multilateral organization and government of Uzbekistan for the development of this industry in the country. And I believe that Islamic financial product will be good for the poverty alleviation as well through Islamic microfinance. So unfortunately, due to the COVID, this time we organized this conference in two tracks. At the physical, the people who are over here, but the people who cannot join us through physical format, we have a live streaming of this event through YouTube, Facebook, and Zoom. So I also would like to welcome our participants who joined us through electronic format. And in today's session, we have about 15 speakers from US, from Canada, from Africa, from Europe, from Asia. And I'm sure that it will be a very good learning tribe for the participants who are over here and the participants who joined us through Zoom and other electronic channel. And day after tomorrow and day after tomorrow, we have a specialized technical workshop on Islamic banking and takaful, and which will take place at the Uzbekistan Banking Association building. And I'm thankful to you for your kind support always to provide your premises for the development of this industry in Uzbekistan. And I also would like to thank Brother Zafar, the chairman of Leasing Association, to be here. And I'm very much pleased to announce that in 10th November, in next month, Brother Zafar is leading one delegate, the 50 people delegate of the Uzbekistan in Turkey. We selected about 50 professionals from leasing industry, insurance industry, banking industry, and we are hosting them in Turkey for a practical exposure visit. We will associate them with the practical organization to understand that how Islamic banking, leasing, ijara, and takaful is going on in international market. And similarly, in future, we have a similar program for Pakistan as well. And I hope so, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Pakistan will also share the same thing, that how Pakistan can facilitate to the Uzbekistan for the development of Islamic banking and finance. At the end, I am also again would like to thank to our sponsor, supporters, and media partner. And I also would like to thank Brother Samir, Brother Kosan from Islamic Development Bank, who always help out us for such type of activity. Thank you very much. Uzbekistan Zindabad.
Now, it is a great honor for us to have a short speech from the Ambassador of Pakistan in Tashkent, His Excellency, Syed Ali Asad Gilani.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, congratulations to the organizers of this second CIS Islamic Banking and Finance Forum. I congratulate Al Huda Foundation for this. And I have seen their work for past couple of years, and I think they are making a lot of progress in Islamic financing all over the world. Islamic financing and banking, I think it is a very active and fast growing industry, and its scope all over the world is increasing. As it was just mentioned by the CEO, Mr. Zubair, that it is going above $2 trillion. we see this industry growing because it is closely related to the Islamic ideology. And more Muslim countries or the Muslim people are getting attracted towards the Islamic financing. But of course, it is not restricted to the Muslim countries only. Even in the other countries as well, Islamic financing is growing, and it's growing very fast. We see that there is a lot of potential for that. In Pakistan, the Islamic financing and the Islamic banking, it has grown over years, and it holds about 20% of our banking deposits. And it is an area which is fast attracting attention of more and more people in the country. So like Pakistan, I'm sure I was just talking to the ambassador of Bangladesh, that it is something which is growing. And there is, from the business point of view, I see there is a lot of market potential for growth in this area. Coming to Uzbekistan, we feel that Uzbekistan, being the most populous country in the Central Asia, it has a very important role, or it would soon be the central fulcrum for expansion of Islamic banking in Central Asia, within Uzbekistan, and all over Central Asia. So we see that there is a lot of potential for growth for Uzbekistan as well. What Pakistan can do in this regard, I think Pakistan can share all its expertise. Pakistan has a lot of manpower who has developed expertise in this area. There are more than 20 universities who have picked up this as a subject, which they are teaching their students. So there is a lot of scope for collaboration and joint ventures in this area. Overall, as the ambassador of Pakistan, I think it is also important to highlight the current or the present trend in Pakistan-Uzbekistan relations. I think the two countries are moving towards stronger and stronger relationship in future. We have recently signed a strategic partnership agreement when the Prime Minister of Pakistan was here. We hope that inshallah, after the elections are over, the Uzbek president would also be visiting Pakistan in the coming few months. So I see a lot of cooperation and collaboration increasing between Pakistan and Uzbekistan in very, very diverse sectors, in trade, in economics, in logistics. So a lot of things are coming up. And banking sector and Islamic banking would also be one of those areas. So I see a lot of area for cooperation and collaboration between the two countries, as well as the role of Uzbekistan in the Central Asian market and overall Islamic banking market in the world. So I wish you all very substantive discussions in the coming hours and days. And I think it would be a great learning experience. And finally, I once again want to congratulate the organizers of this forum to have organized this very productive, futuristic, and innovative approach to the banking. And I think there is a lot of scope. There is a lot of potential of growth from the business and market point of view in this area. So my best wishes to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Said Ali Asad Gilani, for such informative speech. And now we would like to invite Mr. Rahmatullah Saifuddinov.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على رسوله محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين أما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Muhtaram seminar ishtirokchilari, aziz mehmonlar, avvalambor jannat makon vatanimiz O'zbekistonga xush kelibsiz. O'zbekistonimiz dunyo hamjamiyat bilan bab-barobar o'z oldiga qo'ygan maqsadlari sari yurib borar ekan, moliyaviy munosabatlarda ham o'zining ochiq va adolatlik rejalarini taqdim qilgan. Ayniqsa bu moliyaviy muomalalar orasida oxirgi yillarda O'zbekistonda islomiy banklar istilohining ishlatilishi, halol moliyaviy muomalalarning tartibotlari sekin-sekin xalqimizning qulog'iga islom banklarini qanday muomala qilishligi haqidagi ma'lumotlarning yetkazilishi, bu albatta yurtimizda oxirgi yillarda olib borilayotgan islohotlarning bir amaliy ko'rinishi desak mubolag'a bo'lmaydi. Xo'p, dinimiz islom moliyaviy muomalalar bo'yicha bu bank muomalalari bo'ladimi? Boshqa aqdlar bo'ladimi? Eng avvalambor shaxsning iymon e'tiqodiga e'tibor qaratadi. Banda moliyaviy muomala qilishdan avval o'sha moliyaviy muomalaga o'zining aqidasini, munosabatini bildirishi albatta lozim. Ana shugina insonni ertaga moliyaviy muomalada boshqa bir insonning haqqiga tajovuz qilishdan, moliyaviy jinoyatlar qilishdan saqlaydigan yagona yo'l shu hisoblanadi. Alloh taolo Qur'oni Karimda shunday marhamat qilgan. A'udhu billahi minash shaytonir rojim. Bismillahir rohmanir rohim. Va ma min dabbatin fil ardi illa alallohi rizquha. Yer yuzida o'rmalagan jonzot borki, uning rizqi Allohning zimmasida deyiladi. Bu oyat insonlarga hech qachon rizqsiz qolib ketmasligi tushunchasini beradi. Hatto o'rmalagan jonzotni rizqini Alloh zimmasiga olibdiki, insonni hech qachon ochdan o'ldirib qo'ymaydi. Ahli sunna va jamoa ulamolari rizqning ta'rifiga manfaat so'zini shart qilib qo'yganlar. Ya'ni rizq deb inson o'zi manfaat oladigan narsa bo'lishi lozim. Shundan kelib chiqib aytamizki, cho'ntagimizdagi pullar, hisob raqamimizdagi pullar, kartochkalarimizdagi pullar hali bizning rizqimiz bo'lmaydi. Biz ishlatgan narsagina u bizning rizqimiz bo'ladi. Umumiy molga nisbatan munosabat shuki, molni egasi aslida Alloh taolo va uni vaqtincha insonga tasarrufga berdi. Mana shu tasarrufda inson halol bo'lishi lozim. Shuning uchun islom banklari bugun dunyoga islomning moliyaviy adolatini bayon qilmoqda. Va bu adolatga qarang. Musulmon dini, islom dini qanday shartlarni ustuvor qilib qo'ygan? Birinchi shart Rasululloh sallallohu alayhi vasallamning hadislaridan kelib chiqqan bir qoida bor. La darara va la dirara fil islam, ya'ni zarar berish ham yo'q, zarar yetkazish ham yo'q. Mana shu qonunning ustida, shu qarorning ustiga inson amal qilar ekan, doim ikki qanotni o'zini yo'lini belgilash uchun qo'yib qo'yadi. Jalbul manfa'a va daf'ud darar. Foydani jalb qilish, zarardan qochish. Shu ikkalasini orasida inson moliyaviy muomalalarni qiladi. Foydani jalb qilib zarardan qochar ekan, hech qachon haq bermaydiki insonga boshqa bir insonni haqqini poymol qilishlikni. Albatta, o'zi ham zarar ko'rmaydi, boshqalarga ham zarar bermaydi. Buning uchun dinimiz qo'ygan ikkinchi shart bu shaffoflik, aniqlik. Agar qo'lingizga Kitobul Bay', fiqhimizdagi Kitobul Bay' yoki tarjimalar tushib qolsa, u yerda keltirilgan har bir aqdni yoritar ekan, zamirda bitta shart yotadi. Masalan, muzorabani mana bu shaklda qiling deydi. Yoki muzoraa buna bo'ladi. Sherikchilik, shirkatlik bu tarzda bo'ladi. Bitta zamirda shart yotadi. Nima uchun? Ertaga oraga nizo tushmasin, urush chiqmasin, janjallashib qolmasin, norizochilik paydo bo'lmasin. Hamma tijoriy, moliyaviy aqdlar mana shu shartning ustiga yotadi. Ertaga ikki tomon urushib qolmasin, shuning uchun aqd shaffof bo'lsin. Tomonlar xabardor bo'lsin. U aqd shaxs va bank orasida bo'ladimi? Ikki shaxs orasida bo'ladimi? Yo bir musulmon shaxs bilan g'ayrimusulmon shaxsning orasida bo'ladimi? Yoki bir musulmon shaxs bilan g'ayrimusulmon bankning orasida bo'ladimi? Farqi yo'q. Dini islom adolatni birinchi o'ringa qo'yadi. Biz bilamizki, albatta rizqimiz adashib ketmaydi. Faqat rizqimiz biroz kech qoladi. rizqning kech qolishi bandalarni uni harom yo'ldan talab qilishga olib borib qo'ymasa bo'ldi. Asosiy talab qilingan shart shu. Islomiy bank tizimlarini o'rgansangiz, men aytgan hozirgi gaplar yotadi. Zarar bermaslik, shaffoflik. Chunki birodarlarim, moliyaviy haqlar Alloh aralashmaydigan haqlardir. Bu insonlar orasidagi haqlardir. Agar inson buni o'zi yechmasa, buni halol bajarmasa, ertaga Alloh taolo ikki inson orasidagi bu buzilgan aqdga aralashmaydi. Ya'ni uning uzri Alloh taolo tomonidan bo'lmaydi. Shuning uchun biz musulmon kishi o'laroq, bir inson o'laroq moliyaviy munosabatlarimizni to'g'rilab olishimiz, halollab olishimiz, adolatning, sadoqatning, rostgo'ylikning ustiga qo'yishimiz shart bo'ladi. Bu borada islomiy banklar bugun dunyo hamjamiyatiga asli halol bo'lgan moliyaviy muomalalar qanaqa bo'lishini bayon qilyapti. Shuning uchun biz yurtimiz mo'min musulmonlari, xususan musulmonlar idorasi, uning raisi, muftiy hazrat va barcha diniy idora vakillari sizlarning bu seminaringizni islomiy banklar, moliyaviy muomalalar asosida o'tkaziladigan bu mu'tamar al-maliyani qo'llab-quvvatlaymiz. Sizlarga Alloh subhanahu va taolodan kuch-quvvat tilaymiz. Mamlakatimizda qilayotgan bu ishlaringiz, jarayonlarning bizning xalqimiz uchun, bizning mamlakatimiz uchun, ertangi kunimiz uchun naqadar ahamiyatli ekanligini biz yaxshi tushunib turibmiz. Shuning uchun haqqingizga duo qilamiz. Xush kelibsiz O'zbekistonga. Mamlakatning chiroyli madaniyati, musulmonchilik go'zal ko'rinishlardan zavq oling va xalqimizning shu kunlarda albatta gaplashasiz. Ertaga ko'cha-ko'y yuragingizda bu xalqning naqadar halol, naqadar sodda, naqadar mehmondo'st bir xalq ekanligini va shu xalqning bir vakili sifatida mehmonlarimizni, bu mu'tamar ishtirokchilarini xush keldingiz deb qolaman. Va axiru da'wana alhamdulillahi robbil alamin. Ahlan va sahlan. Marhaba bikum. Assalomu alaykum va rahmatullohi va barakatuh. Muhtaram raisdan va ishtirokchilardan uzr so'raymiz. Bizning ikkinchi bir tadbirimiz bo'lgani uchun menga ruxsat berasizlar. Inshaalloh Alloh ishlaringizga rivoj bersin. Allohga omonat bo'ling. Allohning panohida bo'ling. Assalomu alaykum.
Now, one of our honorable guests, Professor Dato Azmi Omar, President and Chief Executive Officer of International Center for Education in Islamic Finance from Malaysia, who contributed to the education of Islamic finance, is waiting us from Zoom.
Thank you very much, Sister. His Excellency Said Ali Asad Gilani, Ambassador of Pakistan in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, Mr. Rahmatullah Saifuddin, Mr. Bakhtiar Hamidov, the General Director, Uzbekistan Banking Association, Mr. Zafar Mustafa, Chairman Leasing Association of Uzbekistan, Mr. Muhammad Zubair Mughal from the Al-Huda, distinguished speakers, guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh, and a good morning to all of you. I would like to begin by extending my appreciation to Al-Huda Center for inviting me to participate and share my thoughts at this inaugural session of second CIS Islamic Banking and Finance Forum. I'm also honored and delighted to see so many distinguished speakers at this prestigious event. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned also earlier by previous speakers, the Islamic finance has been growing very fast. And according to the Refinitiv Islamic Finance Development Report 2020, the global Islamic finance industry has been growing at a double-digit growth rate since the last 10 years. And its assets are expected to grow to $3.7 trillion by 2024, around the corner in the next few years. The components, as mentioned earlier on, of Islamic finance include Islamic banking, Suku, other Islamic financial institutions such as leasing companies, development banks, agriculture banks, microfinance institutions, Islamic funds, and takaful companies. Of the 5 components, Islamic banking and sukuk are the largest, while the smallest is takaful. Indeed, if we look at Islamic finance today, it can be found in almost every continent, from Africa, Middle East, Central Asia, Russia, South and Southeast Asia, and including in the Americas. Today, we even have an Islamic bank in Suriname, in South America. Ladies and gentlemen, if we investigate further into the reasons for the continued growth of Islamic finance, we can identify at least 4 factors. The first one is demographics of Muslim population. The global Muslim population has an average age of 24 years old. Most of them are religiously inclined and are looking to adopt Islamic financial solutions. In addition, Muslim as a group has a higher growth rate and are expected to comprise more than 26% of the global population by 2030. Indonesia and Pakistan, the 2 OIC countries with the largest Muslim population today, will have its population grown to 238 and 258 million respectively by 2030. So the first factor, ladies and gentlemen, is demographics of Muslim population, where we have large young population. The second factor for the growth of Islamic finance is the financial inclusion agenda, which is also part of the UN Sustainable Development Goals as being promoted by United Nations. And this is implemented across all OIC countries. Some are very rigorously implemented, some are, are not so. However, financial inclusion is measured by the access to financial services by all sectors of society at an affordable cost. So these financial services, here we focus on Islamic financial services, encompass bank accounts, affordable credit, insurance or takaful, payments and trade transactions. So according to the Global Findex report, the latest we have until now is 2017, high-income economies have a higher bank ownership at 94%. This, if we look at, ladies and gentlemen, to developing countries, it is only 37%. So developing countries have only 37% bank account ownership, and this includes the OIC countries. So if we do a thorough analysis, we'll find that a significant percentage of the world's unbanked population are located in OIC countries. Hence, there is a big room or large room for expansion for Islamic finance. The third factor that drives Islamic finance is the halal economy. Many OIC countries are promoting halal economy as a new source of growth. They have developed many types of trade facilitation initiatives to support the growth of micro and SMEs for both domestic and international trade. So in parallel to this growth of halal economy is the emphasis to have end-to-end value chain for halal trade, which means not only to support halal trade, but also the support of halal trade for micro and SMEs is through Sharia compliant financing. Hence, again, the demand for Islamic finance to support the halal economy and halal trade. The final factor for the growth of Islamic finance is the demand for ethical or sustainable finance. Islamic finance is part of the ethical, sustainable finance. As Islamic finance, we all know, is not involved in gambling activities, excessive speculative activities. Islamic finance provides a strong link to the real economy, and Islamic finance promotes a risk-sharing economy. Hence, as the world gets more increasingly affected by climate change, increasing poverty, income and wealth inequality, there are opportunities for Islamic finance to provide those solutions. Already we are seeing, for example, in Malaysia, Islamic financial institutions are implementing value-based intermediation and value-based takaful to incorporate the sustainability agenda in their decision makings. And value-based intermediation and value-based takaful are part and parcel of what we call Maqasid al-Sharia. We want Islamic banks and Islamic financial institutions in their provision of services, product and services to incorporate Maqasid al-Sharia. They should be looking beyond profit. They should be looking at the impact towards community, the impacts towards governance, the impacts towards environment in their decision making. So this is a very important aspect that needs to be looked at. So ladies and gentlemen, I think one of the tools to increase Islamic finance penetration in a country like Uzbekistan is, I would recommend looking at Islamic fintech. Why? Because if you look at the development of Islamic fintech today, both in Africa, in GCC countries, in South Asia, Southeast Asia, and of course here in Central Asia, we see a lot of promising proposition to increase the financial inclusion aspect within Uzbekistan and in Central Asia. Islamic fintechs are offered in many verticals, from payment, digital banking, crowdfunding, both for equity and debt-based murabaha financing for trade and working capital, takaful tech, Islamic social finance, fintechs for zakat, sadaqah, and wakaf, and also robo-advisory for investment, to name a few. We have also seen several Islamic fintech firms supporting the financing and investment of micro and small and medium enterprises in many parts of the OIC countries. However, to ensure that the success of Islamic fintechs, we have to consider 4 important components. One, to me, is to have the right regulatory and supervisory framework and policies. So which means that countries need to have a minimum regulatory and supervisory framework for Islamic finance to thrive. And when we talk about regulatory and supervisory framework, we also need to have the right policies to be put in place to support the growth of Islamic fintech. Second is to have the existence of supporting institutions, such as developing or having accelerators and digital labs to support startups in the OIC countries, including Uzbekistan. The third factor to me that's very important for the success of Islamic fintech in Uzbekistan is the availability of funding and the different types of funding for startups, because startups again require different kind of support. So different kind of funding will be required to support the growth of startups in Uzbekistan, as an example. And finally, the fourth important component that needs to be considered is the human capital and talent development. Universities, training centers, and different government entities, including private entities, both local as well as external, like Al Huda and so on, would need to be supporting the growth of fintech, which means that providing the right capital, human capital, training, qualification, talent development to support the growth of fintechs in Uzbekistan. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, Islamic fintech as well as Islamic finance as part of as the umbrella for Islamic fintech will grow and will continue to grow in the future due to the above demands, as I mentioned earlier on. Islamic fintech will be a key player to increase the size and growth of Islamic finance in years to come, not only in Uzbekistan, but also in many OIC countries, as well as countries that have significant Muslim populations, such as in UK and in Europe. I do believe that events such as this will discuss key issues on how we can go about increasing Islamic finance apart from the traditional banking, takaful, funds, leasing companies. But we have to go beyond that. We have to look at Islamic fintech as the enabler to support the growth of Islamic finance in a country, in a region, as well as globally. So again, I thank you and congratulate Al Huda for organizing this event. And I wish everyone a good and productive forum. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you.
We thank Professor Dato Azmi Omar for such an informative speech. And now we would like to invite Mr. Zafar Mustafayev, who is a chairman, Leasing Association of Uzbekistan, who has a deep backgrounding in the sphere of business cooperation between Uzbekistan and Malaysia.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear brothers and sisters, first of all, thank you. Many thanks to Brother Zubair and to his company, to Al-Huda, who arranged this good event, beautiful event. If you will see, for the last 2 years, I personally participate in several Islamic finance seminars, conference, even Islamic Development Bank arranged here annual meeting in the beginning of September. What it means? It means the interesting on Islamic finance, on halal Islamic product is increasing in our country. I'm working with the Uzbek leasing company for the last 20 years. Within the last 2-3 years, we are receiving so many applications from the customer who are asking, please give us halal product. Please give us real halal product and our business will be much more better and successfully. Really, the demand from the financial market is coming from not only from the big companies and same time from the small and medium enterprises. These events definitely giving additional chance to us to receive more information about the Islamic finance, about the halal product. And same time, we will definitely inform our customers how this Islamic finance is working. Even 3 years ago, we received from the Muslim Board of Uzbekistan that financial leasing is Sharia complying Islamic product. And we already adjust our leasing contracts as an Islamic leasing, Islamic financial ijara. I would like to inform you also from the Leasing Association, we arranged several seminars to lessors and to lessees. And same time, in the beginning of this November, actually in 10, 11, and 12 of November, we are participating in next Islamic finance training, which will be arranged by Al-Huda and Lessors Association of Uzbekistan in Istanbul, in Turkey. I would like to invite everybody to participate on these seminars, on this conference as well, on this training as well. From Leasing Association, we invited not only lessors and lessees, we also invite other participants of leasing market, insurance companies, lessees, suppliers, which should be and could be quite interesting and very fruitful for everybody. Thank you very much for participating. It is a big honor for me to participate on this big event. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli xonimlar va janoblar. Avvalambor so'zimni boshida mehmonlarga xush kelibsizlar deb, xuddi shunday Al-Huda kompaniyasiga o'z minnatdorchiligimni leasing uyushmasining nomidan, o'zimni hamkasblarim nomidan bildirmoqchiman. Oxirgi 1-2 yil ichida e'tibor bersalaringiz, islomiy moliya, halol moliya mahsulotlariga juda talab oshyapti. Shu bilan birga ko'p seminarlar, ko'p konferensiyalar, ko'p treninglar tashkil qilinyapti. Bu albatta bizning mijozlarimiz tomonidan shunaqangi halol moliya mahsulotiga, halol moliya xizmatiga talabni oshayotgani. Biz o'zimiz leasing kompaniyasida ishlab kelyapmiz. Oxirgi 3-4 yil ichida 3 ta mijozdan bittasi bizga shunaqangi mahsulotni beringki, biz ertaga javobini halol mahsulot bilan chiqarayotganligimizni javobini to'g'ri beraylik. Albatta, bu yana aytishimiz kerak, Islom taraqqiyot bankini bu yerdagi o'tgan sentyabr oyidagi yig'ilishi ham yana bir bor tasdiqlaydiki, albatta qonunchiligimizda ozginagina kechikishlar bor, lekin biz bu tomondan o'zimizni tayyorlab, professionallar shu islomiy moliya bo'yicha o'zimizni tayyorlab borsak, qonunchilik ham yaqin o'rtada chiqadi degan umiddamiz albatta. Bunga biz hammamiz tayyor bo'lishimiz kerak. Bugungi o'tayotgan mana shu konferensiyamiz ham, ya'ni Al-Huda tomonidan, barchamiz tomonidan ishtirok etilayotgan bu seminarimiz, konferensiyamiz ham o'shanaqangi yo'nalishda to'g'ri olib borilayotgan ishlardan bittasi deb ishonaman. E'tiborlaringiz uchun rahmat. Assalomu alaykum va rahmatullohi va barakatuh.
Thank you for your interesting and informative speech, Mr. Zafar. And now we are honored to give a turn to the Chairman of the Board of Directors at Apex Insurance, Member of Board of Directors at Investment Finance Bank, Chairman of Islamic Finance and Takaful Association, Mr. Bahram Nomanov.
Assalomu alaykum va rahmatullohi va barakatuh. Hurmatli yig'ilish qatnashchilari, Islom moliyasi va takafful uyushmasi rais sifatida hammangizga xush kelibsiz deyman. Janob Zubayrga va u boshchiligidagi Al-Huda markaziga juda ham katta minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. Shu kabi seminarlar o'tkazib, konferensiyalar o'tkazib, O'zbekistonni, mamlakatimizda islom moliyasi rivojiga o'z hissalarini qo'shib kelayotganlariga rahmat etamiz. Biz tarixga nazar tashlaydigan bo'lsak, xalqimiz azaldan islom dini an'analariga muvofiq madaniyatimiz juda ham bu din bilan uzviy bog'liq bo'lganligi va bundan tashqari Buyuk Ipak yo'li markazida joylashganligi, bu orqali islom moliyasini azaldan xalqimizning qon-qoniga singganligi va xalqimiz islom moliyasini adolat mezoni deb bilganligini bir o'zimiz uchun bilamiz va hozirgi davrda mana ko'rib turibmiz, oxirgi 5 yillik desak bo'ladi, 5 yillikda shu islom moliyasiga bo'lgan qiziqish juda ham ortib boradi. Buni sababi sifatida hurmatli prezidentimiz tomonidan iqtisodiy, ijtimoiy sohadagi islohotlar va bundan kelib chiqqan holda o'sha diniy erkinlikka qaratilgan siyosatni sabab deb bilishimiz mumkin. Buni mana BMT tomonidan, boshqa rivojlangan mamlakatlar tomonidan diniy erkinlikda qilinayotgan qator ishlarni tan olinishi va ayrim ruscha aytgan spiskadan chiqarib tashlanilishiga ham bir sabab deb bilaman. Xo'p, biz assotsiatsiyamizni tashkil qilinishi tarixiga ozgina to'xtalib o'tadigan bo'lsak, asosiy bizni sponsorlarimiz deymiz, Apex Insurance, Apexlar va Apex guruh kompaniya guruhi tomonidan tashkil etilgan bu assotsiatsiya tarixi bizni takafful, ya'ni Apex Insurance tomonidan sug'urta kompaniyalari ichida birinchi bo'lib takafful xizmatini joriy qilinganligi va shu yilni 3-mart kuni biz bu xizmat turini prezentatsiyasini o'tkazdik va shu prezentatsiya yakunida men so'zga chiqib shu assotsiatsiyani ochish istagi borligini, niyatimiz borligini bildirgan edim. Avval boshida bu assotsiatsiya nomi takafful uyushmasi sifatida bir niyat qilgan edik. Keyinchalik buni o'ylab ko'rib, takafful bu qo'shimcha xizmat, ya'ni islom moliyasini qo'shimcha xizmat sifatidaligi va islom moliyasini boshqa instrumentlarini rivojlantirmasdan turib takaffulni rivojlantirib bo'lmasligini anglagan holda uyushmamizni islom moliyasi va takafful uyushmasi deb nomladik. 28-may kuni biz shu assotsiatsiyani ochishga guvohnomani qo'limizga oldik. Assotsiatsiya hozirgi kunda o'z faoliyatini boshladi. Nimaga biz unaqa nima desa bo'ladi, agressivniy bir nima ishlar qilmaymiz? Chunki hozir bir ikkita loyihalar ustida ish olib boryapmiz. Islom moliyasini rivojlantirishda O'zbekistondagi asosiy muammolardan bittasi resurs masalasi. Mana hozirgi kunda Islom taraqqiyot banki tomonidan ajratilayotgan kredit liniyalari bu sohaga juda ham katta yordam beryapti, lekin mustaqil resurslar, ya'ni investitsiyalarni jalb qilish bu alohida o'ringa ega. Biz hozir bu o'zimizning komandamiz bilan bu ustida ish olib boryapmiz. Chet ellik hamkorlar bilan investitsiya loyihalarini, ya'ni O'zbekistonga aynan islom moliyasi yo'nalishida instrumentlarni rivojlantirishga qaratilgan investitsiyalarni jalb qilish ustida ish olib boryapmiz. Xudo xohlasa yaqin kunlarda bir bu ishni taqdim qilamiz. Xudo xohlasa assotsiatsiyamiz orqali o'zimizni hamkorlarimizga, uchastniklarga, члены assotsiatsiya deydi ruschasiga, shu assotsiatsiya a'zolariga Xudo xohlasa shunaqa yo'llarni ochib berish ustida ish olib boramiz. Hop, islom moliyasini rivojlantirishga yana bir turtki bo'lgan narsa 2020-yilda dekabr oyida hurmatli prezidentimizni Oliy Majlis palatalariga murojaatlarida bir ta'kidlab o'tgandilarki, islom moliyasini mamlakatimizda rivojlantirish, ya'ni islom moliyasi xizmatlarini huquqiy bazasini yaratish payti keldi. Bu ishda Islom taraqqiyot banki va boshqa xalqaro tashkilot ekspertlarini jalb qilish kerak degan bir biz uchun chaqiruv deb qabul qildik va islom moliyasini rivojlantirishga o'z hissamizni qo'shishni oldimizga maqsad qilib qo'ydik. Xudo xohlasa shu assotsiatsiya orqali boshqa turdagi takaffuldan tashqari, hozir o'zimiz takaffulni shunisi orqali yo'lga qo'ygan bo'lsak, boshqa islom moliyasi instrumentlarini ishlatishda o'z hissamizni qo'shamiz va bozor ishtirokchilariga, xalqimizga shu yo'nalishda yordam berib, islom moliyasini rivojlantirishda bir katta o'zgarishlar qilishni o'z oldimizga maqsad qilib qo'yganmiz. Rahmat kattakon, e'tiboringiz uchun. Assalomu alaykum va rahmatullohi va barakatuh.
We thank Mr. Bahram Nomonov, and now we would like to invite Said Ali Asad Gilani for the token of appreciation, as well as Mr. Muhammad Zubar Mukhail as a company. Please.
The token of appreciation will be given to the Mr. Zafar Mustafayev, Chairman of Leasing Association of Uzbekistan.
The token of appreciation will be given to Mr. Bahram Nomonov, Chairman, Islamic Finance and Tafakkur Association, Uzbekistan.
The token of association will be given to the representative of the First Deputy Minister from Investments and Foreign Trade.
The token of appreciation will be given to Mr. Zahangir Alam, Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Ambassador, Bangladesh Embassy, Uzbekistan.
The token of appreciation will be given to the Mr. Tahir Babamuradov, the Deputy General Director of Uzbekistan Banking Association. Dear guests, you may take the translation equipment from the corner of the hall. Yes, and dear guests, we would like to invite you on the stage to have a group photo. Dear guests, we would like to invite you on the stage to have a group photo.
Hurmatli ishtirokchilar, barchadan sahnaga chiqishlarini so'rab qolamiz. Umumiy guruh fotosini olmoqchimiz. Iltimos, barchangizni sahnaga taklif qilamiz.
Dear guests, CIS Islamic Banking and Finance Awards will be held at the end of the conference at 4:30 p.m.
And now we have a tea break.
Honorable guests, we are going to start in a few minutes. We will request you to take your seats, please. Iltimos, ishtirokchilar, o'z joyingizni egallagan holingizda tez orada ikkinchi sessiyamizni boshlaymiz. Honorable guests, we kindly ask you to take your seats, please. Hurmatli mehmonlar, iltimos o'z joyingizni egallang. Hurmatli mehmonlar, iltimos joyingizni egallang. Dear guests, please take your seats. It's a great honor for us to start the second session, which will be based on Islamic banking, finance, fintech, and financial inclusion.
It is a great honor to invite Mr. Jahangir Elam, extraordinary and plenipotentiary ambassador from Bangladesh Embassy.
Dr. Amjad Saqib, who will be online, the founder of Akhuwat Pakistan.
We would like to invite Mr. Paul Nielsen, the commercial director of Code-Based Technology from South Africa, on the stage.
Ms. Nargis Dusmatova, managing director Uzbekistan, CIS countries, financial technology, FinExtra, Uzbekistan.
Mr. Ali Cihan Kestir, Chief Executive Officer of Turkey and MEA region, Chaos Holding, Switzerland.
Mr. Farukh Ziaev, General Manager, Uzkart, Uzbekistan.
Mr. Olimjan Zakirov, Deputy General Manager.
And now, we'd like to give the first presentation, which will be online for Dr. Ahmad Saqib on the topic of Islamic microfinance, Qars Ihansa, a success story of Pakistan.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about a very unique organization which provides interest-free loans to the poor people to come out of poverty. Let me first congratulate and thank the organizers, Al-Huda, CIBE UAE, for this second CIS Islamic Banking and Finance Forum. I've been told that a good number of participants are gathered to know more about microfinance, its significance, its impact, and how different models of microfinance can be shared amongst the professionals, and then how can we benefit and indigenize these different concepts, ideas, systems, procedures, and programs in our local context. So it's a great honor and pleasure to be talking to the brothers and sisters in Uzbekistan and from rest of the world and share the story of Akhuwat. Quite recently, only on 30th of August this year, Akhuwat has been honored with a unique distinction, and we were given the most significant and premier award of Asia, the Rahman Magsaysay Award, for its uniqueness of the model and helping the poor people to come out of poverty. So on that occasion, I recorded a very comprehensive description of the whole program. And with your permission, I will be happy to share that 15 minutes video recorded message. So that will explain all about Hoover's philosophy, its contribution, its unique features, how is it different from the conventional microfinance, because we don't charge any kind of markup, and we call it Qarz Hasan, or the benevolent loan. It is just like a loan which we give to our brothers and sisters without adding any markup. So there will be some, information about a reference about the Magsaysay Award, but otherwise the whole video is absolutely in consonance with today's discussion. So once that video is played, I will be happy to answer your questions. So now I request the organizers to run the video which we have already sent to them. Thank you very much. And I truly appreciate the presence of His Excellency, the Ambassador of Bangladesh, because for all microfinance related discussions, Bangladesh, Grameen, BRAC, ASA, they are, extremely important. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your informative speech. Now it is a great honor for us. Now it is a great honor for us to give a turn to Mr. Paul Nelson, who's a commercial director at the Code-Based Technologies from South Africa, on topic digital as an enabler to expand Islamic reach.
Right. Well, while they load it, I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity to be in your lovely country. We've had nothing but warm welcomes from when we climbed off the aeroplane onto the bus, everybody welcoming us, asking us to please come again and bring our friends. So things are changing, and everything changing for the best, because I woke up this morning, opened my curtain, and there's a big, massive screen displaying a little kid going to his mom, and his mom gives him a book, and he looks at the picture in the book and he's trying to widen it with his fingers, which means the little kids are used to using tablets and phones, which gives everybody the sort of baseline of what I'm going to be talking about. When people talk about banking, everybody immediately gets bored because it's people in suits sitting on stages, looking down at customers asking for money. You've got to know your bank manager, you've got to have a relationship with him. That is no longer there. I'm going to take you through a couple of screens, and I'm going to show you the different generations. We all know them. We all know we're talking about Generation Z. We all know that we talk about the baby boomers. And I want you to look at that and put yourself in one of those segments. Figure out where you fit in the generational gap, or not generational gap, but where you fit in which generation, and think to yourself how technologically advanced you are, how technologically advanced your children are, and how technologically advanced your friends are. So just a little bit of background. As soon as the clicker works. There we go. So just a little background about code-based technology. We're basically born out of Pakistan, very much in the Islamic banking space. So unlike a lot of our competitors, we started in the Islamic side and then moved into the conventional side. So all our products are thus Sharia compliant. So we can take any of our products and we can move them across to either one. And I'll explain a bit in more detail now. Basically, in 2016, 17, everybody started talking about open banking. And I'm sure all of you know open banking, API, you might have heard of super apps. How do you talk to your customers? How do you remain relevant with your customers? And how do you get your customers to remain with you, not go anywhere else? We rewrote our entire stack on open API technology. And we went out and we started digitally transforming legacy banks, full-fledged neobanks, and fintechs that wanted to provide lending applications, remittance, everything in a digital realm. So the banks have been watching mobile network operators steal their money all these years because everybody uses mobile applications and they go crazy with it. They do all these transactions. But only COVID is something that woke all the banks up and said, whoa, people aren't coming into the banking hall. How can I talk to them? So just a couple of examples. Zandbank, the UAE's first fully fledged digital and corporate, digital retail and corporate bank. We deployed them in 4.5 months. They're probably going to be going live on the corporate side in the next month. And then early next year, they're going to load their retail side. Definitely someone to watch, fully backed by the royal family of Abu Dhabi. So a lot of digital banks around the world are watching them to see what's going to happen, especially since they're in the corporate space where the money is. Kuwait Finance House in Bahrain, they're running a legacy core system. I'm sure there are so many of you in Uzbekistan with the same problem. You're running legacy core systems that are like bricks. And I wonder how many customers of yours have ever asked you what core banking system you're running. Customers don't care. Customers want to know how you talk to them, how you remain relevant for them. Kuwait Finance House in Bahrain said to us, we don't want to change our core system because shareholders and board members go, no, that's too much money, it's going to take too long. But we want a digital arm. We launched a digital arm for them in 3 months called Jazeel. Their conversion rate is sitting at 84%. 84% of people that start the journey to join Kuwait Finance House digitally across the GCC region actually finish the onboarding process and deposit money. Capital Bank, a recent one that we won in Jordan and Iraq, reaching 40 million people across Jordan and Iraq. What is the first step in financial inclusion? Everybody, when you talk about financial inclusion, the one word everybody uses, but the minute you say it, everybody thinks, we need to talk about corporate social responsibility. It's got nothing to do with corporate social responsibility. It's got to do with how do you reach the customer? Digital onboarding. Onboard anybody, anywhere, anytime is the first step to financial inclusion. That is how you bring people in. And that brings me to the last one, which is Dubai Islamic Bank in Pakistan. The government said, let's start Roshan Digital. They came to us, they said, we don't want to change our mobile application, but we want to be able to onboard any Pakistani across the world, anytime, anywhere. We deployed it for them in 22 days. Their conversion rate is 89%. With that, Visa has now partnered with us to go across the GCC region to try and help their issuers and card management systems to try and increase their onboarding as well, because Visa obviously is losing out with cards. So some statistics. This is where I want you to have a look. And you got your baby boomers, your Gen X, your Gen Ys, and your Gen Zs. Now, the Gen Zs are the guys that are the youngsters now, so up to 24 years old. Those are the people, it's the instant gratification. I want it now. My son comes to me and says, Dad, I want to open up another bank account because I want to save. Which is the best bank to go to? I said, well, you can go to this one, you can go to that one, just go to the bank tomorrow, go speak to them. I don't want to speak to them. I want to open it up right now. You can do it digitally. Well, there's that one or that one. Okay, guess which bank won his business? The one that he can sit in his room and open up a bank account and transact with. You got your Gen Ys. That's everybody up to 40 years old. Everybody up to 40 years old is using technology. Those are your customers today. That is 65% of the population of Africa. If you equate that back into, and I think this might be an African presentation, this is not the CIS statistics that I drew up. I do apologize for that, but I'll share the proper one with you later. So everybody to 40 years old is using technology. Those are the customers you're talking to today. If you're not talking to them digitally, there is a problem, especially when they're not coming into your banking halls. And then you get the Gen Xs, which are up to 56 years old. Those people are still using technology. So if you're not, and you're in the baby boomers from 57 to 75, those are your customers that are moving away from the banking. They are the ones going into retirement. They are the ones that are just going to sit on their couch and relax. Those are not the customers you need to be talking to. Gen Zs are the ones you need to start concentrating on. Here's the CIS statistics, around 245 million people that you can reach in the region. Two statistics that are brought out: population growth and mobile penetration. Mobile penetration is a very, very key statistic. Uzbekistan is sitting at the bottom, where 62%. That is still massive compared to other continents like Africa, where it is so widely used in the M-Pesas, the Safarikoms of the world, that have stolen so much business from the banks because they use a digital device. 62%, the entire region is averaged 81%. But if you look at population growth, Uzbekistan is sitting in third place. So population is growing, mobile penetration is there, no reason not to go digital. Now, looking at the Gen Zs, statistically, it takes an average attention span of a Gen Z is 8 seconds. How are you going to grab a customer in 8 seconds? Because those are the new customers you're looking at. From COVID, 60% increase in banking app downloads since the pandemic started. I can't go to the bank. How am I going to do banking? 60% increase in mobile app downloads. 90% reduction in customer acquisition costs if you go digital onboarding. And then millennials, now remember the millennials were higher than the Gen Zs on the generations. They're 2.5 times more likely to switch banks because of digital. So these are the statistics that you need to think about. You need to remember this is where you're going. So what does code-based technology bring into it? Through our experience of digital banks and digitizing and moving people into the digital realm, we help you with your technology roadmap. We plan and execute it. We deliver on your vision, and then we continuously use best practices that we've learned from across the region on what you can do to continuously enhance your products to talk to your customers, moving you away from the traditional bank as an access into being a bank as an advisor. I know I might be running out of time, but people first is where you need to go. As I said, nobody asks you what core banking system you're running, but if they look at their mobile device and they can see you, that's what interests them. How do you talk to your customers? How do you remain relevant for them? There's two things that happened in the pandemic. The one affected the banks. The banks cannot onboard people if they don't come to the bank. So you need digital onboarding. The second aspect is your customers. How many people know somebody that was negatively affected financially because of the pandemic? They lost their job, their income was reduced, all those aspects. What are the banks doing to help those people? Lending. Mitigate your risks, decision-making, scoring systems on your front end so that you can instantly provide lending to the people that need it. And financial inclusion, instant lending, instant onboarding, and instant issuance of cards if you want. Deliver to the promise of your customers, not the promise of a mobile network operator that they're delivering. Focus on what your unique selling proposition is to your customers and enhance your products to deliver that promise, not somebody else's promise. Don't just give another, don't be a follower. The banks traditionally follow every single bank. He's got a debit card, I'm going to do a debit card. He's got a student loan card, I'm going to do a student loan card. Differentiate yourself. You can either go on price or you can go on unique selling proposition. And then frictionless integration. We're an open API technology provider. If you want to do an integration, think of something like a Roshan Digital. It's 22 days to go live. Not months, not years, it's now days. The technology is there to enable you to go to market a lot quicker and start making money. And then any technology you look at, make sure that it is cloud enabled, because we're moving towards the cloud. Central banks are a lot more open to it. Make sure that your technology can be cloud native and cloud agnostic. So anytime you want to move, you can move. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, thank you so much. I've really enjoyed my time here and talking to you. I'm going to be around for the next couple of days, so please feel free to speak to myself or my colleague David Soreles, who's also here, and I look forward to engaging further. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We express gratitude to Mr. Paul Nelson for this interesting topic. And now, dear guests, we would like to have your attention on the screen. We have a video from Dr. Amjad Saqib, of the founder of Al Kuwait, Pakistan, on the topic Islamic microfinance.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first thank and appreciate Rahman Magsaysay Foundation for bestowing this coveted and unique award. I am highly honored and humbled to receive this honor, which I truly believe belongs to the great people of Pakistan. Today, for this lecture, the topic that I have been assigned is Faith-Inspired Giving, Ukhuwat's Journey in Changing Lives. Before talking about Ukhuwat and giving its detail, let me narrate you a story. It is a story of a woman who met me in 2001. I was sitting in my office. Suddenly there is a knock at the door. The door opens and enters a lady with tears in her eyes. She was in a distressful condition, but she managed to sit on a chair in front of me. I asked her, "What can I do for you?" She said that she had lost her husband a few days ago. "I have 4 children," she said, "and now I am worried about their future. We have nothing to feed them at the night." Despite this, she said that I'm not a beggar. I don't believe in charity. I'm here to seek your help, but I won't take any money free. Would you give me a loan? A loan of 10,000 rupees, which was at that point of time around $100. I will buy 2 sewing machines with this loan, work hard, and then out of the income of these machines, I will be able to sustain my family. I'm poor, but I have self-respect. This was very unique for me, that somebody in such a difficult condition still believes not in taking charity or doles, but in her hard work. We managed to gather $100, presented to her. She went away with a promise that she will return this money after 6 months. Though she promised, but I didn't believe her. So soon, I forgot this story. But that great lady didn't forget it. Exactly after 6 months, she was again back. Knocking at the door, opening the door, enters again, but this time there were no tears in her eyes. She was brimming with hope and confidence. She was smiling. She sat on the same chair in front of me and said that you might be thinking that I won't come back, but I'm here. I'm a trustworthy woman. I believe in hard work. Then she told me that out of the $100 which I gave to her, she purchased, as per her promise, 2 sewing machines, worked so hard that she was able to earn a lot of money and sustain her family. And she was able to send her 2 kids to school as well. And she was also able to marry one of her daughters out of the income from those sewing machines. This story was so inspiring. She put her wallet on my table, opened it, and then took out $100 out of it, returned it to me. While returning, she gave me a message, a very humbling and a unique message. She said that this $100 is a blessed money. It has changed my life. Don't put this money back into your pocket. Give it to somebody else. I'm sure whomsoever you will give this money will undergo the same spiritual experience. He will be out of poverty and he will one day return this money back to you. So this was a unique message, a unique moment. I was bewildered. And then I thought that if we have many such $100, we can support many such families who are poor but are trustworthy, who are poor but have self-respect, who are poor but who believe in hard work and moving ahead in life. This was the story which inspired us to adopt the path of Akhuwat. This is the beginning. The story inspired us to design a program of interest-free lending. We studied the current models in vogue and found many of issues and challenges. If you allow me to narrate, first of all, high cost. The conventional microfinance, no doubt, provides loans to the poor people to start their businesses, but it has service charges which range from 20%, 30%, 40%, or even 60 to 70% in some cases. The next issue was religious reasons. Majority of the people in Pakistan are Muslims, and they don't prefer to indulge in riba or interest. So as this money is riba or interest, so this was contrary to their faith and they wanted to avoid it. The third challenge which came to our knowledge was the exclusive focus on women and group lending. There is no harm. Women should be preferred, but why not the men should be deprived of this opportunity? And why only group lending is needed? Why can't we give these loans on an individual basis? The fourth challenge was this whole paradigm of microfinance was initiated by non-government organizations, but gradually this was termed as an industry, as a business, and was taken over by the banks. So the compassionate dimension was eliminated and a business-like approach emerged. No doubt people continue to get small loans to come out of poverty and start their businesses, but with heavy charges and with heavy markup. So this was another thing that the whole concept which was designed on helping people gradually turned over into business. The next thing we noticed that once a borrower remained always a borrower. We wanted that a borrower must come out of poverty and must be able to help somebody else. So this is the whole philosophy, which I will slightly explain, that this Akhuwat means brotherhood, and a brotherhood which establishes a bond of relationship between haves and have-nots. The haves provide loans to the have-nots. Have-nots use those loans and give back. And in this journey or giving back this amount, they also donate something more than that, something over and above the loan. So we wanted people to become donors once they are coming out of poverty. And the next issue for us was that poverty is not only economic. Poverty is a multidimensional concept. It is social, it is political, it is educational. Anybody who doesn't have self-respect, anybody who doesn't enjoy equal political rights, anybody who doesn't have a roof on his or her head. So we wanted to design a program which not only gives loans, but also addresses other dimensions of poverty. So these were different issues and challenges which helped us to design a different program. Hence, an institution is born, which is named as Akhuwat, with a vision of a poverty-free society built on the principles of compassion and equity. Our mission is to alleviate poverty by empowering socially and economically marginalized segments of society through interest-free microfinance and education. What are our distinguishing features? How are we different from conventional microfinance? And how does faith plays its role in poverty alleviation? Number one, Qarz Hasan or benevolent loan. The interest-free loan which we give to the poor, in our language we called it Qarz Hasan. And in English, if it is translated, it is a benevolent loan, a loan which is given free of any markup or any interest. The next feature is intermediation through religious places, using religious spaces such as mosques, churches, and temples for the disbursement of loan and providing social guidance to the poor people. Why religious places? Because as a student of international development, I believe that we can't achieve the objectives of development unless we utilize indigenous places. So the religious places offer transparency, participation, accountability. Hence, we utilize these places where people come together, sit together, talk together, and there was a efficiency in the program, there was less cost, and there was more sacredness. The third principle which we adopted, we name it spirit of volunteerism. In fact, through this program, not only providing financial access, we wanted to develop a culture of volunteerism so that we can minimize our operational cost. Currently, we have more than 3,500 employees, but there are equally good number of volunteers who don't charge anything, who work with us, who train our employees, who train our borrowers, who work for the promotion of this concept. So this is a blend of necessary compensation and volunteerism. The fourth distinguishing feature is converting our borrowers into donors. When we give a loan to somebody, we tell him that, look, today you are taking a loan. But in you, we see somebody who is giving loans to others one day. So this is how we help him to restore his dignity and promote reciprocity. So 60% of our borrowers which take loan from us, they are now donors as well. So in this way, this has not been confined only to a microfinance program, but it is an effort to build the society through mutual support and reciprocity. Fifth principle is non-discrimination. We derive inspiration from the Islamic spirit of solidarity or mawakhat, but we work for the whole mankind. There is absolute no discrimination on the basis of caste, color, creed, or faith. We work in mosques, we work in churches, we work in temples. So we are absolutely not bothered that which faith or which political affiliation or which creed one belongs to, as long as he is willing to come out of poverty, as long as he is not compromising his self-respect, and as long as he is committing to return the money back so that it could be revolved, we will serve him. Next feature is the inclusive approach. Inclusive in the sense that the most marginalized are usually ignored. The people living in periphery, they are usually ignored. The transgenders, the scheduled castes, the people living in far-flung rural areas. So we try to begin social inclusion, political inclusion, and financial inclusion. And the last point is creation of a virtuous cycle. reciprocity. You know, there exists a vicious cycle, but we would like to create parallel, a virtuous cycle, so that if somebody does good with me, I should do something good with somebody else, and he would do something good with somebody else. So hence, this will be a cycle of virtue. So if there is a vicious cycle, we cannot change the society, you cannot eliminate poverty, we cannot eliminate exploitation until and unless we are able to create simultaneous virtuous cycle. So ladies and gentlemen, these are the four fundamental distinguishing features which helped us to create this program. And all these features we built by learning the issues and the challenges which I have mentioned earlier. So let me slightly explain how does this whole model works. We have created a pool of money through donations. Every civil society organization or individual donor or public sector or private sector or corporate sector who believes in sharing their resources, they give us donations. 10% of these donations are shifted to the operational pool and 90% is utilized for putting it into revolving fund, which is used to give loans to the poor people. So the basic thing is this assumption that there is large number of people who are willing to give and donate, and that money, partial of that amount, which is 10%, is utilized to meet the operational expenses, and 90% it becomes the part of revolving fund, which is used to give loans to the poor people. So they return back this amount, because since last 21 years, our recovery percentage is 99.9%. So this is again a virtuous cycle which I have been mentioned. They give it back and we find new borrowers. What have been we able to do so far? 4.9 million loans, approximately 4 million families, which means more than 20 million people. The amount which we have disbursed is more than 150 billion Pakistani rupees. The recovery percentage is 99.9. We work through 827 branches throughout Pakistan. 58% of our borrowers are male and 42% of our borrowers are female. In fact, we give loan to a family and then allow the family with that money. Currently, we have 800,000 plus active loans and 21 billion rupees is outstanding. And as I mentioned earlier, 3,500 most committed staff who believe in the spirit of giving, who believe in the spirit of sharing, and who believe in the spirit of establishing a bond of solidarity with the have-nots. They don't go and they don't tell people that we are here to give you loans. They tell people that we are here to establish a bond of brotherhood or sisterhood with you. You are now part of our family, and we will give you loan, you will do business, and so you will be able to share your resources with others as well. Besides microfinance, we have also adopted microfinance plus approach. We have educational services. We have established the biggest clothes bank of the country. We have health services. We have a program for the rehabilitation of most marginalized transgenders. And we have also a food bank through which we serve the extreme poor with good quality food. But most important of these is Ukhuwat Educational Services, where we have establishing a university which will not charge any fee. This will be a long-term benevolent loan. The students will take their education today. They will not pay anything, but they will pay their fee after 10 years or 20 years so that somebody else could benefit and study. So this is a long-term Qarz-e-Hasan. Our previous program was a short-term Qarz-e-Hasan, a short-term benevolent loan to start an enterprise or a business. But this is to get higher education, get education today, and pay tomorrow. This is our slogan. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being so attentive. Let me conclude by saying that we follow the philosophy of brotherhood as taught by our holy prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and all other religions and all other ethical and moral philosophies. We serve by using interest-free or benevolent loan as a tool. We are creating, in fact, a bond of solidarity between the haves and have-nots, assuring the poor that they are not alone in their struggle to come out of poverty. Let me reiterate that we, along with many other people, have a different dream. We are endeavoring to create a new world, a world where we share our resources, a world where we care for the less advantaged. And in this way, we are creating and nurturing a better world based on mutual support system, a world which provides opportunity and happiness to everyone, irrespective of caste, color, or creed. Thank you very much.
We thank Dr. Amjad Saqib for such informative speech. And now we would like to invite Nargis Dusmatova to deliver a talk on topic Islamic digital transformation. Nargis Dusmatova has more than 15 years of experience in the sphere of IT and finance, not only in Uzbekistan, but also in Europe, United Kingdom, and Middle East countries.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for inviting us here. And everybody who is not from here, you're welcome in Uzbekistan. So let me introduce myself. I probably will be speaking in Russian, but my slides are pretty much self-descriptive in English. So just to relate a little bit to the local issues from the fintech perspective, I would like to raise some of them here. Can I have, okay. Итак, сегодня, коллеги, спасибо еще раз за то, что пригласили нас как команду, как компанию, представляющую здесь финансовые технологии, нацеленные на развитие все-таки, да, вот исламских финансов в нашей стране. Сегодня я бы хотела поговорить больше о цифровизации. Мы говорили несколько, скажем так, наверное, хороший год был посвящен тому, что мы обсуждали все-таки необходимость таких трансформаций, необходимость введения исламского финансирования в Узбекистане из-за того, что есть требования, есть рынок и есть, скажем так, потенциал этого развития. Думаю, что все уже это понимают, были обозначены определенные цифры, аналитика в начале, да, нашей сессии, поэтому я больше бы хотела обсудить или, скажем так, рассказать о инструментах, которые могут позволить банкам, финансовым компаниям, страховым компаниям адаптировать такие услуги и выводить продукты быстрее. То есть позвольте мне немножко рассказать о себе. Я являюсь партнером глобальной финтех-компании в мире, которая называется Finastra, и чей продукт сегодня я бы хотела уже вот обсуждать, так сказать, обсудить немножко детальнее. То есть мы как компания нацелены не просто на адаптацию каких-то финтех-систем. Наша цель – создать экосистему, которая могла бы функционировать во благо общества. То есть мы как компания Finextra работаем с довольно-таки большим количеством участников. Это и финтех глобальный, и локальные компании крупные, которые вот сегодня будут уже говорить о потенциале, да, скажем так, индустрии. То есть наша цель – это как раз-таки захватить всех участников. Мы как компания нацелены на внесение новых технологий технологий, которые апробировали себя успешно в других регионах, в других странах, чтобы не создавать колесо заново. То есть мы как компания сегодня предоставляем 38 продуктов, нацеленные на финансовый сектор. У нас довольно-таки гибкие решения в плане по core-системам, да, исламским и традиционным. Также есть отличный риск-менеджмент, который мы внедряем в Узбекистане с крупными государственными банками здесь. Также огромная идет просто работа в работе по дата-аналитике и работе с данными. Мы также представляем системы по торговому финансированию. Одной из самых крупных и самых лучших систем – это TI+. И, естественно, есть казначейские системы и ТКФУ. То есть это не все решения, которые мы представляем, просто в силу того, что у нас мало времени, ограниченный формат, я бы просто хотела бы сфокусироваться на основных тезисах. Немножко о нашем партнере, который я сегодня представляю, это компания Finastra. Finastra, если неизвестно кому-то, она является третьей по величине финтех-компанией в мире. Ранее была известна как компания Mysys. Естественно, компания является огромным, просто, скажем так, хабом или инноватором в финансовом секторе. Это не просто продукт, это уже сегодня мировая экосистема, которая захватывает и финтеки, и банковский сектор. То есть как компания вы можете представить масштаб, около 6% ежедневных транзакций в мире проходит через эту систему. 90 из 100 компаний, топ-компаний банков в мире являются клиентами Finastra. Естественно, здесь некая аналитика по ежедневным FX-транзакциям, syndication loans и так далее. Но очень важный аспект, что есть некий такой анекдот по компании, что если, не дай бог, компания рухнет, то весь банковский сектор в мире также рухнет вместе с этой компанией. Но не будем пугать, потому что компания очень стабильная, так как ничего не делая, компания уже на ровном месте зарабатывает около $2 миллиардов. То есть это только на своих услугах и сабскрипшенах. То есть мы говорим о том, что игрок очень стабильный, и это является одним из также главных критериев при выборе поставщика, скажем, для банковской или финансовой услуги. Здесь некоторые из главных клиентской базы компании, то есть, как вы видите, присутствие компании везде, но здесь отмечено как раз-таки присутствие по исламскому финансированию, начиная от Европы, заканчивая до Asia Pacific. И, наверное, я уже вначале говорила о том, зачем нужна трансформация по исламскому банку или по исламским финансам. Об этом мы говорили, но мы видим, что рынок сейчас диктует. Да, у нас все еще есть фрагментальная, скажем так, ситуация со стороны регулятора, но не совсем адаптированная нормативная база, скажем так. Но у нас есть драйверы, которые требуют этой адаптации. У нас есть, естественно, банки все больше и больше стремятся быть первыми для того, чтобы охватить этот рынок, потому что все больше и больше населения требует таких халяльных продуктов. Естественно, есть определенная проблема технологического характера, да, то есть очень многие банки сегодня очень сильно зависят от систем, монолитных систем, которые присутствуют в Узбекистане. Естественно, нужна какая-то быстрая адаптация на рынок, и, естественно, нужны какие-то системы, которые бы позволили выводить продукты и выводить продукты для обслуги клиентов. Ну, естественно, мы говорим о том, какой был опыт у Finastra. Finastra или продукт у Finastra, она довольно-таки приконфигурирована. Имеется концепция такого плана, как Model Bank. Model Bank – это некая такая коробка уже с текущими параметрами, с текущими правилами. То есть не нужно изобретать колесо. Все уже существует в системе и просто адаптируется под регион. Так как компания работает не только в Узбекистане, но и по всему миру, то есть этот опыт уже налажен. То есть открытость – это еще один из компонентов, это то, что наш рынок очень долгое время ждал. Все меньше и меньше требуется зависимости от технологий и вендоров. все больше и больше хотят открытости, гибкости и, естественно, меньше зависимости от технологий. Ну, естественно, что сегодня, опять-таки, да, вот какие есть проблемы с цифровизацией исламского финансирования. На самом деле мы говорим, вот опыт, я слышала, что один из спикеров говорил о том, что мало ресурсов. Да, действительно мало ресурсов, мало компетенций по выводу продуктов по исламскому финансированию. Опять-таки здесь частично могут помочь технологии, которые уже приконфигурированы. И мы понимаем, что некоторые, ну вот мы очень активно общаемся с сектором, и кто-то понимает, что вывод исламского банка – это то же самое, что смена курс-системы. Частично да, но а также нет, потому что все-таки вывод исламских продуктов, оно немножко более сложнее, потому что там идет как раз-таки адаптация, скажем так, под регион, под стандарты по шариату. И также есть, естественно, для того, чтобы выводить конкретный продукт, нужно пройти больше бюрократии, то есть одобрение от совета директоров, которые соответствуют по шариату. Дальше, естественно, некоторые регионы понимают интерпретацию по шариату немножко по-другому. Естественно, здесь нужно будет как бы единая составляющая, опять-таки нормативная база, документации, которые очень важны. Я знаю, что есть уже компании, в том числе и Аль-Худа, и ЭКРЧС, которые работают в этом направлении, и мы очень рады этому. Все-таки также есть сложность, то есть это другой бизнес-процесс, по сути, не похожий на традиционную курс-систему. Естественно, все это занимает довольно-таки большое время и непонимание, когда идет полная цифровизация этих продуктов. Здесь мы говорим о том, что есть уже банки, есть уже опыт. Да? Мы знаем также, вот, по-моему, присутствуют здесь и коллеги из Таджикистана, которые прошли этот путь. Мы очень активно наблюдаем за нашими соседними странами, да? Те, которые уже набили шишки, те, чей опыт нам очень интересен в плане и двойного налогообложения, и продуктов, которые они выводили. То есть весь этот опыт является для нас довольно-таки интересным, и мы будем рады обсуждать их и с банками, как преодолеть те или иные какие-то пункты. Да? То есть здесь мы говорим про в глобальном масштабе, кто уже внедрил эти технологии в исламском финансировании. Вот коллега с ЮАРа также говорил о том, что они работают в этом секторе и также могут, в принципе, рассказать свой опыт. Естественно, здесь некоторые из лозунгов того, как проходили проекты с Финастрой по внедрению исламского финансирования. Естественно, есть лозунг от CIO, это главный информационный офицер, да, глава по информационным технологиям с Qatar International Islamic Bank. Есть и другие лозунги, довольно-таки хорошие. Ну и, естественно, я бы хотела показать верхнеуровнево архитектуру системы, преднастроенной для банковского сектора, у нас в Узбекистане. То есть какой продукт мы сегодня представляем? Это продукт, который называется Fusion Essence Islamic Banking. Продукт, который сегодня не только является core-системой или преднастроенной коробкой. Продукт, который сегодня уже также доступен на платформе, на клауд-платформе, облачность. Облачность, рано или поздно мы, как страна, с этим тоже столкнемся. Облачные решения являются уже сегодня, а не завтра. Да, у нас есть все еще какие-то моменты с правилами игры, которые недоступны, но мы как компания ищем варианты, которые помогли бы банкам выводить продукты не в традиционном характере, купи систему и адаптируй, поставь его в банке, в стенах, да, а дальше уже создавая вот эту вот огромную инфраструктуру под содержание всей этой инфраструктуры. Мы говорим именно о другой модели. Модель, которая позволит банкам фокусироваться на активности и на бизнесе, а технологию закрепить все-таки на вендорах, которые этим занимаются. То есть мы даем гибкость, то есть не нужно внедрять или создавать полную армию айтишников, которые бы потом поддерживали эту инфраструктуру. Опять-таки, повторюсь, что система, она это front-to-back, то есть от начала до конца, то есть это и бэк-офис, и мид-офис, и фронтовка, позволяющие адаптироваться и для исламского, и для традиционного банка. Здесь мы видим о том, что система уже себя проявила как главный поставщик исламского финансирования. Здесь есть аналитика от Форестера, которая отмечает систему Финастра как одних из лидеров в сегменте исламского финансирования. Опять-таки, я говорила немножко о модульности банка, да, вот, которую мы предоставляем. Здесь мы говорим о том, что мы нацелены на бизнес, мы помогаем бизнесам выстраивать продукцию. Ну и здесь верхнеуровневые те модули, которые предлагаются в самой системе. Она состоит, опять-таки, полная открытая система, она состоит от модульности. Да, модули можно внедрять как самостоятельно, так и как, ну, или все вместе. Позвольте, вот, наверное, акцентировать на тех фактах, что есть уже встроенный digital, да, branch, то есть это все-таки филиальность более цифровизированная, который взаимодействует с клиентами. Также есть открытость, то есть мы говорим через коннекторы FusionFabric.cloud. Можно внедрить любые другие технологии, текущие в банке, или же те системы, которые банк планирует внедрить в дальнейшем. То есть здесь не говорится о том, что нужно внедрять или выбирать только из продукции систем Финастра. Мы говорим о том, что также в модуле входит один из самых лучших в своем роде TI, то есть торговое финансирование, также есть казначейство, и внизу мы говорим о том, что как их поддерживать. Есть специальные правила преднастроенные, есть специальные, естественно, бизнес-процессы, которые идут вместе с этой системой. Ну, в принципе, здесь коротко о нас, о системе. Мы будем еще здесь, наверное, пару часов. Мы также хотели бы, вот я не буду акцентировать в моей речи о экосистеме, которую мы выстраиваем за рамки традиционной системы, да, вот предложения софтов. Мы также, вот, позволю нашим партнерам, сидящим здесь у Скарду, также рассказать немного о экосистеме. Спасибо большое и хорошего вам всем дня.
We thank Ms. Nargis for such interesting and informative topic. And we would like to mention that the presentation should be delivered no more than 15 minutes as we have a time limit. So now, dear guests, we would like to have your attention. We would like to invite one of the youngest CEOs of Turkey, Mr. Ali Cihan Kaster, whose contribution in blockchain market has been remarked since 2017.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure to be in this lovely country, and we are honored to be part of this valuable project. So I would like to talk about our company, the view, what we are thinking, what we are planning to do. Because as far as I know, in this room, most of you are from centralized finance. But I would like to inform you about the centralized finance, that how we can put some values to Islamic finance together. So our company name is Jais Holding AG, and we are based in Switzerland. Let's talk about the meaning of I'm sorry, there's something about the presentation, I guess. So I would like to talk about the meaning of Jais. Jais, I'm calling like Jais, most of the English people are calling Kais, but I'm using like Jais because it's coming from Arabic language, Jais, and which means permissible, legal. And while we are building this company, because so many of the Islamic people are having some fears about decentralized finance, if it's halal to invest, if it's jais to invest, or be part of it, is it halal? We would like to help them to go through this way together. I mean, while we are building this company, we are putting focus department, every investment that we are doing, every step that we are doing, they are checking and they are approving. And if they don't approve, we are changing regarding to their view. So everything that we do is compliant with Islam, with this company. If it's ready, the presentation. Yeah, thank you. So let's start with how we begin. Is this working? Okay. As I told you, JAIS Holding AG, based in Switzerland and founded in the latest part of 2020. So we can say like JAIS Holding AG is mother of JAIS brands. So I would like to show you some of the brandings that we have that we can affect the decentralized finance. JAIS chain is our own mainnet, our own blockchain. JAIS DeFi that we are producing for the decentralized finance. JAIS Scan that you can scan, watch your transactions. JAIS Care is JAIS Care is something special for me because with JAIS Care in decentralized finance, while you are investing, you are able to donate the communities who is in need. And my favorite was, of course, JAIS Coin. So even we founded in the latest part of 2020, in 10 months, we are right now in 10 countries. Our headquarters is in Cham, Switzerland. We are in Heidelberg, Germany, Istanbul, Moscow, Cairo, Islamabad, Delhi, Tagum, Varna, Vilnius. Because being in crypto is needing so much effort because it's working 7/24. And you can have the best project, but also the marketing strategies are important. You have to touch the hearts. And when they have some needs, you need to reach them. So to make it available, we separated in the whole world and we are still going further and we will be more in the future to reach the people as much as we can. JAIS Coin, the first ever decentralized Islam compliant cryptocurrency. I would like to talk about who we are, what we are doing. JAIS Coin is the first Islam compliant blockchain technology that nobody ever think of. JAIS Coin cost efficient international money transfers, financial freedom to everyone. I would like to touch this point because as you all know, in Islamic countries, we are facing with hard times when we are sending international money transfers. I mean, we don't have that much opportunity like the European countries have. I mean, when I want to send money to Nigeria, as a Turkish, I'm paying crazy fees. And to solve it, we would like to empower the system with blockchain to give financial freedom to everyone. So the main aim of JAIS Coin is providing money transfer between people all around the world with Islamic financial laws. We care about you, the features that make JAIS the one and only. So our own mainnet, JAIS chain, this is the first Islam compliant blockchain in the world. Our transaction speeds, yes, you can be Islam compliant, you can be regulated, but also the important thing is you have to have the best technology. You cannot just give the service. You also efficient. You also has to be fast transaction speed and low fees. So JAIS Coin, in 3 seconds, you can transfer your money all over the world with low fees. Islam compliant network, I mentioned it before that we have Focus department. So every investment that we are doing, it's getting checked by the Focus department. Maximum security. With our wallet and our blockchain, we are providing maximum security to our customers and investors. And donations, JAIS Care, supports of social welfare and helps the less privileged. But it's something beautiful while you are doing your investment, you are helping in need. the bridge. So normally, people think that decentralized system finance is a monster for centralized finance. But as Jais Coin, we are friendly to banking sector. We would like to be the bridge. We would like to invite them to the game, because it's something big, it's the future, it's moving. So we present you with a banking solution in today's active crypto space, which is unique. Jais Coin creates perfect solution that makes connection between decentralized and centralized finance. So the reason that we would like to be the bridge is because while you are in the crypto sector, it's not also easy to cash out in Islamic finance, because there are so many stories about laundries and stuff, money laundries and stuff. But with good, great regulations, we can fix it, because this is our proficiency. We are proficient in the tax issues, we are proficient in banking solutions together, in the digital banking. So we would like to share our experiences with you. We would like to do the best partnerships together. Jais, always the fastest, self-governing, and secure. I would like to talk about ecosystem, because without ecosystem, you cannot provide the DeFi. So we designed our blockchain regarding this system. We have our Jais token, Jais API, Jais wallet, Jais bank, and digital banking partners. So let's start with Jais token. Jais tokens are built on Islamic compliant blockchain and serve as wallet means of payment and provide a wide range of use cases through partnership with vendors, NGOs, payment partners, and other institutions. As you can see, there are a lot of nines here, 9 numbers. It's coming from 99 name of Allah. But I am calling shortly 1 minus from billion. Our token's name is Jais Coin. Right now, we haven't launched our blockchain yet. In Q1, we are going to launch it. Right now, we are in Ethereum blockchain. And you can check your transactions from Etherscan. Jais Coin API is extremely intuitive and helps an easy flow of user interaction with the system. So with Jais API, our ecosystem provides an API that easy to and effective integration with third-party applications. Jais wallet. Hyper-secure wallet supported that ensures maximum security. With this wallet, if you are not familiar with blockchain technology, with this wallet, you are able to save your investments, like Jais tokens. Jais wallets don't hold any digital cash, allow users to view the history and current state of the Jais ledger and to sign and submit transactions. All Anchor's user transactions are done through a wallet. Jais Coin providing you 3 kinds of wallets, which are Jais Coin wallet, Jais stable wallet, Jais Gold. So that means we are also publishing to the public that we are going to have stable coins too. Jais stable and Jais Gold. So Jais Bank, I would like to start with it. We also haven't published it to the public, but it's an honor to share it with you. Jais Bank is a bank which is only created only for decentralized finance to support it. So with Jais Bank, people will be able to cash in, cash out, and while they are enjoying in the decentralized finance, they will be able to enjoy the benefits of central finance. They can send money and other things. And also, yes, we have Jais Bank, but we would like to also work with other banking partners. We will work with banking partners to provide fully digital banking solutions that allows users to manage and use their funds and obtain financing under Islamic financial standards. So feel free to come visit us. We would like to have these partnerships together in future for now, because we want to give the best service to Islamic communities. So in simplest way, I'm going to share our roadmap for the closest future. So for the Q1 of this year, we expansion of research and development team, development and testing phase. And for 8 months, we are in pre-sale. But like everything beautiful, it's also gonna has end. And we are also publishing that before 2022, we are gonna be in global exchanges. And in Q1 is gonna be fun quarter for us. We are gonna launch our own mainnet, JAIS chain. We are gonna launch JAIS Scan, JAIS Wallet, and JAIS Care. Here are our touchstones, JAIS Chain, JAIS Scan, and JAIS Care. So there are some blockchain terms, if you're not familiar. I can easily shorten it for you. So with JAIS Chain, you are able to do your transaction within 3 seconds. Your transactions will cost low fees, and everything you do is Islam compliant. So our features are security, lower fees, speed, network, JAIS Chain Core, and JAIS Connect. So JAIS Scan is a scam website that offers maximum transparency to users and helps them view all their transactions. JAIS Scan is the portal to JAIS Chain data to see real-time data transaction, validated accounts, and other on-chain activity. It means when you do a transaction, you're going to be able to watch the status of the transaction and other real-time data. And JAIS Care. This is the first in crypto business. This is something that we can touch lives. Because we have in the investment business, we are losing money, we are earning money, but we never be able to donate to people who is in need. So with JAIS Care, we are providing it. And not only this, after your donations, we are going to also support in some percentages with you. So that means how much you do donations, we are going to also put from ourselves in percentage and help the people in need, children growth, forest growth, digging water well in Africa, animals. You are going to choose the side. You are going to decide, I want to help animals, I want to help nature, I want to help children grow, and we are going to be with you in this road. So believe in caring and making the world a better place to live. Here are some photos from our social media when we were about JAIS Care, that we were in Gaza, and we were in Manila, also Gaza orphan sponsorship we done, and Gaza Amput projects. So JAIS Coin will transform the notion of cryptocurrency on the foundation of goodness and faithfulness. So what I'm saying is, in shortly, decentralized finance is something beautiful, deep sea, that we can touch lives all together, and that we can enjoy the benefits from it. Thank you for listening. We will be here for 2-3 more days. Please don't be shy to visit us. I'm wishing you a great day. Assalamu alaikum.
We thank Ali Chan Kester, and now we'd like to invite Mr. Farukh Ziaev, who is a member of USCART in Uzbekistan, and the topic will be based on introduction on USCART ecosystem and Islamic finance.
Ассаламу алейкум, добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, гости. Мы рады сегодня приветствовать на таком мероприятии. USCART как компания, которая уже на рынке функционирует с 2004 года, мы тоже смотрим через призму экономики и в исламский мир, и в этом направлении видим большой потенциал. И как приземлять сейчас инновации, то по этому направлению очень тесно работаем с локальными игроками и также с международными игроками. Компания Ускарт, она функционирует с инфраструктурой существующей всех локальных банков. Это 32 банка, это более 47 агрегаторов и с инфраструктурой после эквайринга там больше 240 тысяч презентаций. Я думаю, без презентации сегодня расскажем, а презентацию по экосистеме детально покажем. У нас эквайринговая система 240 тысяч постов составляет и больше 12 миллионов пользователей. Естественно, для того, чтобы формировать инновации, мы создали при Ускарде экосистему. В этом направлении сейчас детально мы продемонстрируем презентации. Я думаю, здесь Алим Закиров, мой коллега, сейчас все вам детально расскажет. Вкратце все. Спасибо, коллеги.
Thank you. And now we would like to invite Mr. Alimjan Zakirov, who is the Deputy General Manager of Ускарт, Uzbekistan. Topic: Ecosystem and usage of Islamic finance in the ecosystem.
Ассаламу алейкум, уважаемые участники форума, гости. Позвольте выразить благодарность компании Аль-Худа за организацию данного мероприятия. Меня зовут Алимджан Закиров. Я вот хотел бы презентовать по финтех-экосистеме, что делает Ускарт по созданию некой новой цифровой среды, которая позволяет обеспечить взаимодействие для всех участников финтех-рынка. Сейчас мы что-то тут предыдущую презентацию вывели. Ну, давайте тогда эту тоже пару слов расскажем. Да, покажите, раз, да. То есть о компании Ускарт, то есть локальные у нас участники, возможно, знакомые. То есть мы бы хотели сказать пару слов о компании, кто мы и что мы делаем на рынке. Ускарт является единым процессингом, который обеспечивает взаимодействие между всеми 32 банками и платежными организациями на рынке Узбекистана. Основной целью платежной системы Ускарт является обеспечение проведения в едином времени всех банковских операций с использованием банковских пластиковых карт у всех мерчантов, в торговых точках, независимо от того, в каком банке они обслуживаются. На сегодняшний день в нашей компании работает порядка 450 человек по всей республике. Охват деятельности процессинг электронных платежей через виртуальные терминалы, через посттерминалы, обработка информации по произведенным платежам через инфокиоски, обеспечение P2P транзакций, перевод с карты на карты между физлицами, обработка информации выдачи наличных денег через ATM, банкоматы, подключение, значит, посттерминалов. На сегодняшний день попрошу вас обратить на статистику. В Ускарте обслуживается порядка 3000 банкоматов, ATM, порядка 2800 инфокиосков, почти 180 тысяч мерчантов, 230 тысяч посттерминалов, ближе к 10 тысячам e-посттерминалов и все 12 миллионов карт, которые в обороте генерят почти 7 миллионов транзакций ежедневно. Коротко о тарифах, которые мы предоставляем нашим партнерам, то есть по обработке e-com транзакций, по обработке P2P транзакций. Все, спасибо за внимание. Если можно, будет вторую презентацию. Давайте, пока открывается, тогда я коротко расскажу. Финтех-экосистема, которую сейчас Ускард создает, это некая цифровая среда, которая обеспечивает взаимодействие всех участников финтех-рынка. Экосистема выполняет роль некого маркетплейса сервисов с полным циклом технологических инструментов. Экосистема называется Universal Platform, создана при компании Ускард. Основной целью данной организации является создание и развитие в республике единой цифровой экосистемы. Основные задачи экосистемы у нас интеграция в повседневную жизнь людей, деятельность предприятий, онлайн-услуг, цифровых продуктов для всех сфер экономики. Организация доступа для юридических и физических лиц, прежде всего из отдаленных районов республики, к цифровым услугам, качественным цифровым продуктам. А также создание специальной платформы для агентской сети с интеграцией к платформам государственных, банковских, страховых, а также финансовых услуг. Посредством экосистемы на сегодняшний день предоставляется ряд сервисов платежной системы Ускард для участников платежной системы, то есть это для банков и для платежных организаций. Дальше вот мы бы хотели презентовать немного об архитектуре и о комплексных инструментах взаимодействия экосистемы. То есть для этого нам уже потребуется презентация. Можно будет попросить открыть? Да, если можно, откройте третий слайд. Третий до этого. Экосистема охватывает взаимодействие участников, то есть это вендора, которые предоставляют АБС, биллинг, процессинг, клауд-системы, объединяет, значит, поставщиков услуг, это коммерческие банки, платежные организации, госорганизации, вендора, финтех-стартапы. И все это работает под регламентами и правилами экосистемы, которые разработаны в соответствии с международными стандартами, это PSD2, GDPR, ISO-стандарты PCI DSS, EMV. То есть взаимодействие участников происходит через экосистему, то есть экосистема имеет каналы продаж как онлайн, посредством веб-сайта, мобильного приложения, а также офлайн через партнерскую и агентскую сети. Услуги будут доступны для потребителей в сегменте B2C, B2B, B2G, а также в других сегментах. Можем быть следующий. Значит, экосистема предоставляет комплексные решения по инструментам, которые позволяют предоставлять все сервисы вендоров через единую систему API Gateway. Также мы предоставляем инструменты по нотификации, по биллингу, системы тарификации, модули сверки, а также модуль продуктового каталога. То есть обработка всех данных проходит по единой шине, и то есть любой вендор, поставщик какого-то решения может сервис software as a service разместить свое решение на нашей технологической площадке, то есть на наших клауд-серверах, и предоставлять свои услуги посредством данной экосистемы. Следующий слайд можем? Не переключается. Может, PDF, поэтому. На сегодняшний день в экосистему присоединились более 30 участников. Это коммерческие банки, это платежные организации, операторы электронных счетов фактур, а также кредитные союзы и компании, которые занимаются скорингом картодержателей. Спасибо за внимание. Еще раз хотелось бы подчеркнуть, что исламское финансирование на этапе развития, становления в нашей республике, и мы готовы оказать полностью технологическую поддержку, предоставить свою инфраструктуру для размещения решений вендоров и всех решений по исламскому финансированию. Спасибо за внимание.
We thank Mr. Olamjan Zakirov for such informative speech. And now we are pleased to invite Mr. Zahangir Alam for the concluding remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished participants on the dais, the speakers, and the participants who are sitting in front of me. Assalamu alaikum. Really, it was a very interesting session. You know that Islamic financing nowadays is a much talked about issue, not only in the Islamic world, also in Europe and America also. So the important topics which were discussed, really it was fruitful, and we heard the important aspects of the problems, challenges, and also opportunities from our speakers, particularly the speakers from the Uzbekistan. They vividly and very clearly pointed out the problems, the challenges the system is coming across. Particularly, I can refer to the situation in Bangladesh, my home country. Islamic banking system is improving rapidly in this country, and we have established Islamic banking system in our country in the year 1983. It is the first in the South Asian countries, amongst all South Asian countries. So we have also a training institute, very renowned training institutes. So what our Uzbek speakers were telling that we need a good monitoring system, patronizing systems, and how to tackle, how to spread the essence of this Islamic microfinancing. Islamic financing, not only within the Islamic world, but beyond the periphery of Islamic world. So this institution of Bangladesh, and also I have heard this from the speaker from Pakistan, they have very good institutions in their country, and also in Malaysia, we have heard, and these institutions can help each other to promote, to face the challenges of the Islamic financing we are facing now. Second one, our speaker was telling that the opportunities, our Pakistan participants speaker, he was telling about the opportunities. Definitely, we need to spread the essence of the opportunities every nook and corner of the world. It is a good news that the Islamic financing is now spreading, and now people are using this system for their day-to-day activities in case of banking. So what I want to say that this system should be easy, affordable, and so that the people from all spheres of our life, they can easily accept this type of systems. If the system is complicated, if the system is a bit troublesome, the people will not accept it. So the speakers, they clearly expressed some easy systems, some good systems, or some system that can be used in our banking system and Islamic financing system. So that should be followed, and that should be noted down, and for our future activities, for our future references, this can be used. And number three, this Islamic, particularly I want to say that microfinancing, as you know that Bangladesh is a pioneering country in the microfinancing. The Grameen Bank, which has achieved Nobel Prize for microfinancing in Bangladesh. So nowadays, Islamic financing, microfinancing is overpowering that system. So this has a very bright future, I see. So this type of conference or meetings, what we say that will be helpful to share our experiences, particularly our microfinancing in Pakistan, microfinancing and in Malaysia, and also Central Asian perspectives. All Muslim countries should come together under the umbrella of Islamic microfinance. So we need to cooperate each other, and we will be able to get to the target. I just appreciate that Al Huda Islamic financing, they are doing the best thing to spread the essence of Islamic financing, and it is a matter of happiness that they have already achieved the world recognition, and they will go a long way in future. I do believe it. I think that we will fully get benefited, and we will be enjoying the benefits of Islamic financing in the days to come. And I think that the day may not be today or may not be tomorrow, but the day is not far away. Thank you all.
We express our gratitude to all of our speakers. It was really interesting and informative. And now, with your we would like to invite Mr. Jahangir Alam to the front to distribute our tokens of appreciation to our honorable speakers, and as a company, Mr. Mohammed Zubair.
Mr. Paul Linson, Commercial Director, Code-Based Technologies, South Africa.
Ms. Nargis Dusmatova, Managing Director of Uzbekistan, CIS countries, financial technology.
Mr. Ali Chand Kester, CEO of Turkey and EMEA region, Chase Holding, Switzerland.
The token of appreciation will be given to Mr. Farrukh Ziyayev, General Manager of Uzcard, Uzbekistan.
Mr. Olimjon Zakirov, Deputy General Manager, Uzcard, Uzbekistan.
And now we will have a group photo with panelists.
Honorable guests, we are so pleased to start our third session, which is based on Takaful, Ijara, or Islamic insurance, and WAF.
We would like to invite the speakers and the session chair of the third session, Dr. Abu Ubaidah Kemin, founder and president of Waqf International, SGN BHG, Malaysia.
Mr. Samir Takhir, head of CIS and Europe region, Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector.
Mr. Mirakilov Khurshid, Sharia board member, Tajikistan.
Mr. Muhammad Salman Anjum, chief executive in VoiceMate and BCF Blockchain, Manalet, Dubai.
Now, Mr. Samir Takhir will open the third session with the presentation on topic ICD's activities in CIS countries.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, I want to thank to my brother Zubair for hosting this great event and his great team for inviting us to this important event. There is not much going on in terms of Islamic finance in CIS region. So I'm very happy that my brother Zubair is doing his best efforts to bring all the players together. Today in agenda, I have 20 minutes, but I know we are delayed on the program. So I will be using between 7-10 minutes in order to give a floor to other brothers in order to align to our program today. ICD is established more than 20 years, and we work in Uzbekistan almost more than 15 years. And during these 15 years, we provided line of finance of more than $347 million to 16 banks and plus 2 leasing companies. One of the leasing companies, which we own 100%, CEO is here, my friend Raza Bahadur is here. We own 100% of this Taiba leasing company. We also provided direct financing to our customers. I want to use this opportunity and to give information to our participants here and also online, and also later on in the video they will have access to these speeches. I just want to spend for last 5 minutes what ICD can do for Uzbekistan and for CIS in coming years. We have a line of finance product which we support SMEs during this challenging time. We have a under COVID package. We are supporting our SMEs, including in Uzbekistan. We have our advisory services, which we provide Islamic window advisory services for more than 9 banks, and we have more than 4 banks in pipeline. And we are hoping government of Uzbekistan will help us to implementation of Islamic windows operations in growing Uzbekistan. We are hoping for this. We have also advisory service for Sukuk. We advise corporations and governments to issue Sukuk. So I am with my Sukuk team members from Jeddah. We are active dialogue, more than 3-4 companies, state-owned corporate companies from Uzbekistan to issue Sukuk. For this, we need a Sukuk law. For Sukuk law, Minister of Finance, they got the resources from our bank. And I'm hoping that by end of this year, Sukuk law will be adopted, and it will help private sector of Uzbekistan to issue Sukuk in local currency, also in euro and dollars in global markets, which will help them to tap global markets, which is Sharia compliant, and the resources they will attract also will be under Sharia principles, which will help them to face their growing financing demand. As ICD, we know the future is fintech, the future is solution is financial technology. So we established Bridge platform, which we combined all our partners from 56 countries under one roof. We call it the Bridge, where you can contact with all of them and do the business. And we are, as ICD, we are spending so much resources on adapting fintech in our daily operations, and also with our customers, with our strategic partners in the region. In summary, I would like to tell you that as ICD, as ISDB Group, my colleague Braza Kusan also will speak today after lunch. We are supporting Uzbekistan. We're supporting implementation of Islamic finance in Uzbekistan, alternative financing. Actually, I don't use Islamic finance word, I use alternative financing. So we see Islamic finance as alternative financing for infrastructure financing in Uzbekistan, PPP financing in Uzbekistan. I know Uzbekistan has done great work for the last 3 years in terms of PPPs. As ICD, as ICDB group, we are ready to support on infrastructure financing, PPP financing in this great country. Again, I would like to thank all of you. I am here today. And if you need anything to discuss with me, I will be happy to discuss. I want to thank to everybody. And I'm asking my fellow speakers to be also online with time in order not to lose your time from lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samir Takshiyev. And now we would like to invite Mr. Marakilov Khurshid, who is a Sheriff Board member, OEJCS, Tawhid Bank, Tajikistan, on the topic of integration of Islamic finance in Tajikistan. Mr. Mirakilov also active in financial and banking sphere since 2006.
Можно, да, презентацию? Ассаламу алейкум ва рахматуллахи ва баракатуху. Ну, прежде всего, я хотел бы поблагодарить. Можно на русском? I can explain it in English if you have any question. If you have translation, okay. This is very important issue message which I would like to send to all of these participants. And if possible, can we switch to my presentation, please? Okay. First of all, let me a little bit introduce about our history of adaptation of Islamic finance, Islamic banking in Tajikistan. And in red color, I have mentioned about our main steps, which we could reach to a good result in our mission during 10 years. So, не знаю, как удобнее вам на русском объяснять все или ну, давайте на русском будем, да? Ну, как вы видите из слайда, первая инициатива у нас началась с 2009-2010 году. Совместная работа была проведена с Центральным банком, прежде всего. И в рамках проекта GIZ, Германское общество по международному сотрудничеству, мы поддерживали инициативу внедрения исламских финансов, исламского банкинга в Таджикистане. Второй этап уже была адаптация нормативно-правовой базы 2013-2014 год. Это подготовка закона об исламском банковском деле. Но в некоторых странах, центральноазиатских странах, была адаптация одной главы именно в действующее законодательство об conventional banking, простом банкинге. И в 2014 году у нас был одобрен закон об исламском банковском деле. И далее уже 2015-2019 год, это был долгий путь, было предложение внедрить отдельную главу в действующее законодательство или сделать отдельный закон об исламском банковском деле. И руководство решило одобрить отдельный отраслевой закон об исламском банковском деле. Вот. В итоге его одобрили, и 2015 по 2019 год это было внедрение регулятивной базы. Это очень важные моменты, которые, я думаю, для Узбекистана сейчас этот процесс проходит. Потому что самое главное, это на законодательном уровне чтобы вопрос был внедрен, и потом уже вопрос регулирования. И здесь, видите, было одобрено в нашей национальной стратегии среднесрочной и долгосрочной о адаптации исламского банкинга. То есть эти вещи, они были одобрены на уровне национальной стратегии развития страны. Первая выдача лицензии была Тафит банку выдана в 2019 году в сентябре. И в последующем уже в 2020 году у нас выдали лицензию для исламских банковских окон. По поводу окон тоже очень важный момент. В некоторых странах внедрялись законодательства, где есть возможность работать только на уровне full-fledged банков, полноценных исламских банков. Но чтобы развивалась индустрия исламского финансирования, нужно также дать возможность работать и окнам, чтобы появилась больше индустрия исламских финансовых банков. Можно следующий слайд? Да, очень важный момент, когда мы адаптировали исламские финансовые услуги, мы проводили исследования. То есть там были различные вопросы, я не хочу зацикливаться сейчас на каких именно исследованиях мы концентрировались, но здесь проводились исследования, можно где-то... Да, здесь исследования, слышали ли вы об исламских финансовых услугах, социальный статус этих людей, респондентов, которых мы опрашивали. И выяснилось, что 7%, около 80% населения не в курсе было, да, о каких именно продуктах идет речь. То есть люди не знали, что это такое, как им воспользоваться этими услугами и так далее. Дальше у нас идет хотят получить информацию об исламских услугах. Это опрос был среди населения и предпринимателей. Да? Здесь речь шла о каких хотят ли получить информацию. Как мы видим, 86% были заинтересованы, что это им интересно. И в итоге потребность в исламских финансовых услугах, да, она есть. И как мы видим из слайда, здесь 10% затруднялись ответить, что это им нужно, 7% отвечали, что нет, это нам не нужно. Ну, то есть это было, опять-таки, исследование, видите, там разбивка идет среди предпринимателей, клиенты финансового сектора, 84%, да, клиенты финансового сектора заинтересованы были. То есть это действующие уже были. Это работает? Финансовый сектор. Финансовый сектор. Что ожидает от исламских финансовых услуг, да? То есть какие ожидания идут? Возможность получения беспроцентного финансирования Мурабаха, но это не значит, что это банки, они благотворительные, как бы имеют характер, там есть наценка, там есть соответствующий бизнес-процессы. Здесь идет разбивка по продуктам. Мудараба, Мурабаха, Мушарака, Иджара, Салам, то есть какие продукты, существующие в исламском банкинге, будут пользоваться наибольшим спросом. И, как выяснилось, Салам, так как у нас страна агросектор имеет большую, как сказать, востребованность в использовании аграрного сельхозпродукции, бизнеса, связанного с агропромышленностью. Иджара также есть большой спрос, Мурабаха и так далее. Но что бы я хотел отметить, это Мурабаха вообще 86% всего на глобальном уровне продукты используются на Мурабаха. То есть если в дальнейшем исламские банки или окна, которые будут развиваться, они должны учитывать то, что есть такая вещь, как востребованность на продукт Мурабаха. Он простой в использовании, он удобный, и потребность, он очень гибкий. То есть можно сделать субпродукты под Мурабаха. То есть продукты для потребительского финансирования, продукты по бизнесу, продукты по все что угодно. Там субпродуктов очень много. Это зависит от банка, который будет заниматься внедрением исламских финансовых продуктов. Ну, в чем преимущество исламских финансовых принципов? Здесь, как вы видите, 36% равномерно идет участие института в сделках, отношение банка клиента с основными участниками. Прозрачность очень важна, да? Когда людям объясняешь, что существует прозрачность в исламских финансах, то они больше и заинтересованы в этом. Участие в сделках с реальными активами, да, это очень важно. То есть мы не просто даем деньги, да, там, и непонятно на самом деле, куда используются финансовые ресурсы, но мы понимаем, что конкретную вещь покупаем и даем через Мурабаха. Так, как можно использовать исламские принципы финансирования в нашей системе? В виде исламских окон. Вот видите, у нас тоже было такой момент, что в самом начале мы, когда проводили опрос, то среди участников финансового сектора, то есть менеджмент среднего звена, да, у нас была востребованность в исламских окнах. То есть не полноценный банк, а именно для окон была востребованность. Необходимые меры для развития исламских финансов в Таджикистане – это, видите, наличие правовой базы, регламентирующей правомощность исламских финансов. То есть первое, что это нужно, 60% все понимали, что нужно регулятивная правовая база. Без этого ничего не будет внедрено. Никакие IT-решения, никакие вопросы, ничего. Мы можем проводить многочисленные тренинги, семинары, но если не будет вот этот вопрос решен на уровне Центробанка, все это, ну, как бы, если нет разрешения, это будет тяжело внедрять. Да, конечно, нужно работать, нужно адаптироваться, готовиться, но этот момент очень важен. Немножко о корпоративном управлении. В чем отличается исламский банкинг, да, от традиционного? Здесь идет на уровне корпоративного управления, контроль, комплайнс. То есть традиционный банкинг, все мы знаем, есть совет директоров, и здесь дополнение идет, к нему же идет дополнение шариатский комитет, у нас называется комитет по исламским финансовым услугам, и подразделение отдел внутреннего контроля шария-аудит, внешний шария-обзор, к комплайнсу относится внутренний internal шария комплайнс идет, и соответствие по шариату. Это специальные отделы, которые должны быть сформированы из разницы и для окон, и для исламских банков, которые работают полноценно. Здесь немножко деталей по корпоративному управлению. Что должно быть? Надзор, подотчетность, шариатский совет, кому подчиняется. Это то, что у нас в законодательстве. Как минимум, сколько должно быть человек в шариатском комитете, да, это 3 человека. Кем он утверждается. Дальше идет квалификация, кто должен соответствовать, кто может быть членом шариатского комитета. То есть это все информация, это стандарты, которые существуют, стандарты АОФИ, стандарты IFSB. Стандарты АОФИ больше касаются исламского финансирования, исламского банкинга для частного сектора, который, как сказать, банки, финансовые институты. IFSB стандарты, они касаются больше центральных банков, которые должен придерживаться любой центральный банк Ну, там рекомендательный характер, конечно, имеется. У каждой страны своя специфика, но там есть вещи, которые прописаны, как должен проводить регулирование центральный банк той или иной страны. Это про Тахидбанк, наши процессы, когда мы начали, да, вот в 2017 году, подписали соглашение с ICD, поддержка была консультативная, потом у нас в апреле пошло уже внедрение, организации необходимые тренинги, то есть эти все процессы, которые мы прошли вплоть до получения лицензии со стороны Центрального банка. Эти моменты, которые, наверное, будут касаться любого банка, любой финансовой организации, которая будет намерена внедрять у себя исламские финансовые услуги. Сложности, которые существуют. Сейчас про них скажу, и все. Сложности, которые существуют у нас, это механизм налогообложения, да, то есть существует в любой стране двойное налогообложение. Параллельно с законодательными вопросами, которые должны решать Центральный банк совместно с ассоциациями, с ассоциацией банков, ассоциацией микрофинансовых, то есть Industry Association, они все тоже должны участвовать и предлагать со стороны банков, что банки хотят видеть, предложения давать. Центральный банк это все дело формирует, предоставляет парламенту. Парламент утверждает все это на законодательном уровне. Это механизм, который уже во многих странах центральноазиатских он был внедрен. Другой дефицит специалистов, да, в исламском финансировании. Другие административные барьеры – это вещи, которые занимают время. Сложности формирования базовых документов, включая контракты с клиентами и так далее. Все контракты, которые существуют, они должны быть одобрены со стороны шариатского совета, включая IT-технологии. IT-вещи, которые вы будете внедрять, вы должны получить одобрение со стороны шариатского совета. То есть бывает такое, что в некоторых банках, где у меня была возможность работать, мы одобрили механизм, все вопросы отрегулированы, согласованы, мы даем добро, они начинают работать, но потом вдруг выясняется, что в интересах бизнеса они выходят за рамки того, что было одобрено. Чтобы этого не было, должен быть постоянный мониторинг со стороны шариатского комитета. Четвертое – это аналитическая база, пятое, для формирования процессов и внедрения и адаптации. То есть после того, как одобрили, еще идет процесс адаптации. У каждой страны есть своя специфика ведения бизнеса, своя правовая культура и так далее. На уровне Центральноазиатского региона у нас одна правовая база и одна бизнес-культура. То есть то, что вы можете внедрить в Англии, в Малайзии, оно может не работать здесь, потому что у нас своя специфика. Это постсоветские страны, где существует правовая база. Это специфики, которые должны учитываться во время формирования правовой и регулятивной базы со стороны Центрального банка. И последнее – это нехватка знаний, опыта и навыков внедрения бизнеса. И в условиях отсутствия индустрии исламских финансовых услуг. То есть нету не с кем, как сказать, да, не с кем адаптировать все эти процессы. Поэтому можно будет на уровне пилотных каких-то банков, пилотных финансовых институтов дать возможность начать работать. Все, что я хотел. Если есть вопросы, пожалуйста, обращайтесь. Я еще здесь, пока буду рад помочь в трансформации, не знаю, в любых вопросах. Салам алейкум.
Thank you, Mr. Rashid. And now we are delighted to invite our next speaker, Mr. Mohammed Salman Anjum, Chief Executive of Invoice Maiden BSV, Blockchain MENA Lead, Dubai, who is named as a top 100 blockchain leader in the world. Topic, Islamic banking and finance in blockchain era.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah Tashkent, and thank you for having us. And it's going to be a good journey. I think next couple of days I'm here. And if we have our presentation. So meanwhile, they put on the presentation, I'll just build up on, I just have a title of blockchain era. So indeed, we had era of technology, then we had era of internet, and now certainly we are initiating in the era of blockchain. And it has implications in all sectors of life, including Islamic banking and finance. In fact, this is probably I think like one of the best use cases of blockchain. So it's a blessing to have blockchain as a technology to bring value or to give more power to Islamic banking and finance. And I think it's a missing link, what we had in Islamic banking and finance. So I'm just waiting for the presentation to go up, and there it is. By the way, it's me, not my elder brother. So just a few months back, COVID. So let's begin. My topic, as I said, is Islamic banking finance in the blockchain era. And what we will not be discussing, what I'll not be bringing in, is that I'll not going to talk about cryptocurrencies, because normally people associate blockchain with the cryptocurrencies, and that's not just the use case of blockchain. There are plenty more to that. And then also, I'm not going to dig you deep into the nuts and bolts of the technology side. Blockchain has more strategic value than just the technology, and that's where we will be focusing on. So now this will be what's in it for us. I'll be speaking about the implications of blockchain in Islamic banking and finance. And this is how, since we are going to talk about blockchain, and this is how my chain of discussion will be. So we'll see some orientation about how blockchain is getting adopted, what is the orientation about the Islamic finance. Then we will see some implications, use cases, and how strategically we as Islamic banks, financial institutions, our individuals can bring blockchain in our operations. First of all, let's see about the blockchain adoption at the moment. For sure, like if we see the whole blockchain journey started from back in 2009, and now we are in 2021. Initially, of course, through cryptocurrencies, in between, a lot of other things happened, but now fairly and surely, we are in the era of blockchain for digital transformation. It's a big enabler and bringing a lot of value. So there are other technologies as well as blockchain, which is enabling the digital transformation initiative in the industrial era 4.0. The numbers are keep on increasing, 67.43% annual aggregate of the adoption for blockchain, and it's keep on moving forward. So we can certainly safely say that it is a new wave of change. Now, we will see some orientation about Islamic banking and finance. It is based on the revealed knowledge from Quran and Sunnah, and it is like one layer on top of the conventional banking compliance. And that compliance comes from the Sharia side, or from the Quran and Sunnah, the revelations. And it's based on the 5 principles, and mainly like it's riba free and gharar free, and other things are also there, like Sharia compliant activities has to be followed in the economy of the Islamic side. So we will be just again seeing the side of the application of blockchain in all these areas. By the way, it's a $2.5 trillion market. So it's not just the faith side we have like an opportunity for. At the same time, it's a big commercial opportunity to tap into the Islamic banking and finance through the technology like blockchain. One very important thing, people associate Islamic banking and finance as a little bit behind the conventional one. By the way, the check instrument has been invented by the Muslims in 9th century, when they were using it as an instrument to carry with them in their long journeys instead of money, to avoid any kind of looting and other issues. So this is one of the things which Muslims bring in Islamic banking and finance. And this is something, again, we can carry forward that with the help of the blockchain technology in the future conventional banking as well. Now we'll see some of the implications of blockchain in Islamic banking and finance. The first and foremost about the technology itself. Every technology has some value. For example, AI brings in productivity and efficiency of hundreds and sometimes thousands of hours in a single second. Then comes the big data. It helps us for the decision making. Then comes the IoT, Internet of Things, that helps us in the connectivity. With blockchain, the core value is trust. And it's a big platform of trust. And that's what its core value is. And it is not just the trust it brings in. There are other features like, for example, connectivity, resilience, integrity, and traceability. Aren't we need all of these in our banking and financial activities? Yes, it's a perfect match for that matter. And this is why one of the major reasons why financial institutions are going forward to adopt blockchain day by day. Initially, when blockchain came out, there was a thinking that blockchain will make financial institutions and banks as dinosaurs. We don't see that happen. In fact, it is the opposite. And now we are seeing almost 2/3 of the banks and financial institutions already adopting blockchain in some form or another. Tangible benefits of for the Islamic banking and finance for the blockchain are these. Like, it's a next generation automation. We all are moving for the next. Legacy technologies are no more available, like applicable in this era. So we need to move on with the new technologies, and blockchain is one to bring up the next generation automation, authentic data-driven decision making. New payment systems or new revenue models come up with the blockchain adoption. And very importantly, it is a very fraud resilient kind of a technology. It helps us to resolve, to bring the resilience to the frauds happening in the banking sector. Now I bring up some of the use cases for Islamic banking and finance when it comes to the blockchain. First of all banks are Islamic financial institutions. They have some operations, back-end operations. They have some functions like accounting, HR, and then of course the banking back-end operation with that quality assurance and similarly compliance factors. All these have like use cases from blockchain to make them more efficient, to make them more trusted, because again, we are dealing with the data that is of a very sensitive nature and of critical nature. So this will all helpful if we do it through blockchain. Then comes the products of blockchain, products of Islamic banking through blockchain. Again, verticals, all kind of Islamic bank and finance can have benefit from the blockchain. We also know there is a problem with inclusion overall, but it's a bigger problem when it comes to the Muslims. So 72% Muslims globally are unbanked. Blockchain enabled banking or Islamic finance can bring those 72% Muslims here in as an inclusive to the new products available. By the way, I was just having a chat in the morning about Uzbekistan. It's like hard to understand that there is no single Islamic banking and financial institution here, but blockchain brings that opportunity. Now, it's not that difficult to bring in financial institution through blockchain, and we can do that very quickly and efficiently. One big benefit of blockchain or use cases in Islamic banking and finance is to avoid gharar. Gharar is again a lot of again concern when it comes to the Islamic banking and finance. It takes a lot of time, efforts of the auditors, board members of the Sharia compliance. So this can be automated and can be done on blockchain without much of the involvement of the human side, and it can be automated as well. Another feature of blockchain, it can bring halal currency to the world. We certainly can debate on current fiat currencies, that what the nature of them are halal or not at the moment. And for the reason, because when there was a dissolution of a Bretton Woods agreement in mid-70s, now there is no currency backed by any tangible commodities. So now you need to have more on the trust on the government for any value of the currency. So the core technology of blockchain can enable to bring back the value of the cryptocurrency or any kind of a digital currency, and that can bring the halal currency back into the usage. So this is another use case of blockchain for Islamic banking and finance. We move on. Our first speaker in this panel mentioned about the sukuks. They do this, and again, for sukuks, it's a big application. It brings in the trust part, and all the stakeholders can have the transparency, and the movement of assets, movement of the whole transactions can be seen through the blockchain, which will be helpful for the more efficient sukuks. Blockchain is a big governance enabler, and we have to govern the zakat and waqf activities when it comes to the Islamic economy. There is a lot of trust issues across the Muslim world when it happens to the governance issues. Blockchain can bring that trust back. And we as donors, we as, in fact, sometimes like as receivers, can see every activity, who is donating what and where it is going on. So this is only possible again through blockchain with a trusted mean. Another very important Islamic economic concept is halal economy and halal products. Provenance of assessing the halal products is very difficult without blockchain. And blockchain, from the moment it leaves, any meat leaves from the butcher house to the time it comes on your plate, can have the whole journey, and it will not be tamperable. So you can be sure that the meat you are having at that time, the product you are consuming at that time, is coming through a halal channel and halal means. Moving forward, smart contract in Surah Baqarah, there is like mentioning that if you are entering into, two Muslims are entering into some agreement, they should be putting it into a contract or written form. Blockchain is again with the smart contract feature, gives it immutability. Again, no one can tamper that contract, and it can be self-executed as well. So there's an automation layer to it. Further to it, there is a lot of compliance we have to do, extra compliance we have to do based on the Sharia principles in Islamic banking and finance. Blockchain can automate that through smart contracts. So it's basically an automation of the entire process, the workflow of Islamic transactions. So you can have the minimal involvement of human resources, which are very scarce. One of the reasons why Islamic banking and finance is not flourishing is that not many experts are there. So you need to use technology to back them. And this is one of the great tools now we have. That's why I'm keep on mentioning that blockchain and Islamic banking and finance is a perfect fit. So smart contracts will help the Sharia compliant boards to put together some principles, and those smart contracts will then itself execute the principles or the transaction matters. And then we have another product known as like Takaful in the Islamic insurance side. That also can be performed very well and efficiently, trustworthily, if we are doing it through blockchain. Credit cards are big issues with Islamic banks or in financial institutions. Most of them, they don't release them or bring them as a product because they are not sure what type of a product transaction is happening through their credit card. If you have a blockchain powered credit card, you can be sure that there will be a good smart contract layer, and the transactions happening through those credit cards and in fact debit cards as well will be fully controlled for with the Islamic principles. Moving forward with another use case, that is the Islamic financing side. Financing is again a big opportunity for Islamic banks and financial institutions, and that is also can be powered through blockchain and can bring new means of financing through blockchain. I'll share one of my own project for Islamic financing, how we are trying to bring this thing. But before that, I'll also bring some other trailblazers who are doing the Islamic banking and financing on blockchain. I'm coming from Dubai, so we have bank Emirates Islamic. They are coming up with the check chain, which is basically all of their checks issued are through blockchain. So no one can tamper any check there in their banking system. So they're using it for their backend operation. Then there is like Islamic Development Bank with the help of settlement and Islamic Research and Training Institute. They are trying to bring Islamic products, Sharia compliant products on blockchain. We have also Al Halal Bank there. They are doing their sakuks on blockchain. We have another player, Islamic Development Group, is doing with the Tunis-based fintech solution. They are doing Islamic products on blockchain. And Fintera is doing the Waqf on blockchain. So this is, again, these are some of the examples. I bring you to my own project, which will give you more clarity how new initiatives can be taken with the blockchain for Islamic banking and finance. So it's basically a bridge connecting conventional business with Islamic invoice financing. Invoice financing is world's third largest financing mean. And when it comes to the Islamic invoice financing, unfortunately, there are not many opportunities, and Muslim traders, Muslim business people have to go for the conventional invoice financing mean. So we can do a lot, and we need new channels, and blockchain is one of those enablers to bring those channels to provide Islamic community for Islamic invoice financing of for effective cash flows of their businesses. This is the model. Basically, we are invoice automation software first, and then we are enabling the payment channels, existing one, and the financial institution, existing ones, who are doing Islamic invoice financing. So two types of due diligence Islamic invoice financing institutions have to do. One is about the payee's capability that they can get from the credit ranking scores, other agencies. But the main problem or main due diligence is about the authenticity of the invoice. Generally, it takes like 3 weeks sometimes to just assess whether the invoice is not fake, the transaction is authentic, it's not undervalued, it's not overvalued, it's not duplicated. Like one client can take two different institutions and get financing on that invoice. All these are pain points of Islamic invoice financing institutions, and they are like having to do it a rigorous like work for the tedious work for the due diligence on authenticity of invoice. With the help of InvoiceMate, they can be sure of that this is happening on automated basis, on real-time basis. They have the complete audit trail of the transaction of invoice, from the creation of invoice to the processing, to the reviews, approvals, and then if in case there is a partial payment, or what is the schedule of the payment. So this whole visibility they are getting through blockchain, and that's through the software named as InvoiceMate, and it integrates basically the ecosystem. We are not trying to do all on our own. We are basically partnering with existing financial institutions which are already doing the invoice financing, and they will have extra layer of comfort, extra layer of efficiency and automation if they will be using InvoiceMate, which is a blockchain-powered invoice management system. The system is already rolled out in for three different clients. We have not launched it yet. We are planning to launch it in January, but before even our launch, we have already secured 3 clients. Another layer of for the InvoiceMate is basically the DeFi side. Probably this will be a new concept here for some of the conventional bankers and financial service providers. DeFi is decentralized finance. Normally, we are very much known to the centralized finance side, but that is not enough in this time of the world. We are people with the smartphones, we are people with the reach, and now we need more reach for our financial means and our banking needs. So decentralized finance is a peer-to-peer financial mean. You can lend money, you can receive money from peers. Peer doesn't mean only individual to individual. It can be a corporate to corporate without like the involvement of central entities. So this is the world now. We are very much connected, and with the DeFi effect, you can bring it lot more inclusion, because CeFi institutions are limited in their scope. They have their premises to take care, they have their geographic territories to take care, but DeFi element will bring more reach to the inclusion. And InvoiceMate brings that channel as well. We invite also our partners to explore this side. They can do a lot more without getting involved into the compliance and other regulations if they go into the DeFi mode and serve their customers. We will be coming up with a Mate token. I know there is like a big taboo about tokens. There are a lot of scams around that. But if you have a good utility, then there is like a good, strong use case of a token, and it can bring a lot of value to the whole ecosystem. As I said, the product is also there. We are doing partnerships around. Silk Bank is going to be in Pakistan is going to be our first partner bank, and we are going to replicate the same model in other Islamic countries and also in non-Islamic countries, because there is like a good diaspora of Muslim traders and businessmen around the world who are not living in the Islamic countries. Strategic adoption, my last module or doc before I end. There are some challenges around implementing the blockchain. Mainly, it is about the like a lack of human resources, misconceptions and myths about people misread the blockchain with the Bitcoin side or the cryptocurrency side, and then there is a network effect as well. But if you see the strategic side to implement blockchain, it is basically an 80% of a strategic change rather than a technology. So people go into the technology side before the strategic side. If you have to see it opposite, it's 80% technology and strategy and 20% a technology. How you can take it into your organization, you have to build up a working group that can do some identification of opportunities or use cases. Do the POC first before you explore the utility and take it to the wide grade adoption or live grade production grade adoption. Lastly, blockchain is not a problem looking for a solution. In fact, it is a solution looking for problem solving in different sectors, including other than just the Islamic banking and finance. And it is a magical thing, but it needs Aladdins like you to rub the magic lamp of blockchain and bring the best out of it. Thank you very much for having me. Rahmat.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Salman Anjum, for such informative speech. And now we are pleased to invite our chairman as well as speaker for concluding remarks, Mr. Dato Abu Ubaidah Kemin. He is founder and president of Waqafa International SDN BHD Malaysia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah wa ala alihi ashabihi wa man wala. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Khudh min amwalihim sadaqatan tutahhiruhum wa tuzakkihim biha. This is the base of Waqaf economy. Okay, take these verses for your homework. Okay, study more about this verse that Allah says, take some wealth from yourself and give to the others. Okay. Second is masalul ladzina yunfikuna amwalahum fi sabilillah kamathali habbatin ambatat sab'a sanabil fi kulli sumbulatin mi'atu habba wallahu yudha'ifu liman yasha. Wallahu wasi'un alim. This second verses for your homework. Okay. Often in Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, verse 261. Okay. This so-called ayah that you can take as a reference for study in Waqaf economy, Waqaf banking system. Okay. So, okay, Waqaf in economics could be defined as diverting fund and other resources from current consumption, investing them into productive and prospective asset or business which generate revenues for future consumption by individuals or society at large. Okay, so what's the difference between Waqaf economic and socialist economic and capitalist economic? Okay, we don't want to talk about a socialist economics. It's gone already. It's over already. And now we are in the practice of capitalist economic. Okay, the system that make gap between rich and poor getting bigger and bigger. Make people homeless, unaffordable housing. Okay, people starving. Okay, because of the system. Okay, timely for us to migrate, to transform the economic into the new form of economic, which called Waqaf economic. Okay, actually, my session is lunchtime. Okay, it's running out of time. Inshallah, you would like to attend my discourse intellectual on the Waqaf economic and Waqaf banking system. Okay, maybe can arrange for free workshop with me later. Okay, so next. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So actually, Wakaf economic, okay, it's I mean by practicing in Quran in Islamic financing system based on wakaf, based on zakat, based on sadaqah. Okay, but I emphasize on the wakaf system because wakaf is universal. It's not only for Muslim, but even for the non-Muslim. Okay, the justice bring by the wakaf economic system. Okay, so how to go for next page? Okay. Okay, so wakaf in Islam, okay, wakaf economic and wakaf embedded business. So I propose a wakaf embedded business. So in all every business practice, we put one, we embedded the wakaf elements. Okay, so for that matter, okay, I will show you here. Okay, so based on the Islamic principle, giving and sharing, produce sustained abundance, share prosperity, love, peace, and compassion among peoples. Okay, the finance, people, capital injection. Mean by giving, by embedded the wakaf system in the economic. Okay, we are practicing the people capital injection against the riba-based economic, which are been practiced in capitalism system. Okay, the same also the taxation or taxonomic. Is it taxation-based economic? Okay, that's make the cost of living getting higher and higher, non-stop. Okay, even now people living in UK, they are suffer because of due to that taxation getting increase and increase. Why the government propose the tax or increase the tax? Because a government have to bear the cost of living that getting higher and higher. So when they impose tax, that make the cost of living more higher. So endless. Okay. So by practicing wakaf capital injection of people capital injections or social capital injections, okay, that solves the problem. Okay. Then that's why we practice business model, or we propose business model wakaf embedded business. So later I will share how my business in Philippines, in Indonesia, in Cambodia, all giving 10% for the wakaf. With practicing this system, we'll turn people from the lower hands, become the upper hand society. Okay, that's what been mentioned by our holy prophet, Al-Yadul Ulya Khairun Yadi Sufla. The upper hand is better than lower hand. Why the world population nowadays, the majority of them become the lower hand? Due to the capitalist system. Okay, so by practicing the wakaf system of economic, will turn people become back to their dignity. Okay, become the upper hand, contribute. They can contribute zakat, they contribute wakaf and sadaqah. Okay, so by practicing, by embedding wakaf element in mudarabah system, for example, okay, in Islamic finance, okay, aim to empower the wakaf economy. Okay. Then the benefit is empowering more people to be involved in the wakaf economy. For example, if we practice the wakaf Qadrul Hasan, is one of the product that we explore. Okay, by without practicing riba free 100%. They take $400, okay, to start empowering to sustain themselves to start a business. Okay, without interest. After 3 months, after a few months, they can pay back. Okay, $400. Okay, totally Qadrul Hasan. Okay, why Islam against the riba? Because riba is burden to the economy, burden to peoples. Okay, so they create more job opportunities. For example, my factory in Cambodia is a cashew nut factory. Okay, by injection the wakaf fund or the non-wakaf fund into investment, okay, we create jobs. Okay, we contribute to economic growth. Okay, so let people get income and to sustain themselves and their family. So in long run, they are no longer, dependable on government subsidy. So when people not, they can sustain themselves and their family for the education, for the health, for the shelter, for the food. Okay, so the government no need to increase the tax or introduce new tax. Why? There's no more burden. Okay, this is how the Waqf system empowering the people economic. Okay, so that's in brief. Okay, let's. Okay, so Waqf economic principles, genuinely free from riba, as I mentioned earlier, free from speculative business. So in Waqf economic is the real solution to the economic, the real solution to the people economic problem. Okay, not speculative, not manipulative. Okay, not making business over the laptop only, but the real solution, giving them fund to start earning, to start doing business. Okay, now to generate, for example, farming, for example, we use a Waqf farm, fund to empowering the Waqf embedded farming system. Okay, to create, economic activity. Okay, to create more food security. That's the maqasid Sharia of Waqf economic. Okay, to make people have enough food. Okay, just so when my friend mentioned to me, when people get stuff, okay, they get angry. So this is the maqasid of Sharia. By producing more food, okay, we can escape ourselves from the cattle business, from the capitalist business. They, the one who control the prices and the greediness of the capitalists, okay, to increase, maximize the profit, okay, make the cost of living getting higher and higher. So these three major things. One is the riba, make the compounding riba, the compounding interest, make the cost of living getting higher. Second is the tax system, compounding tax. For one product, you have to pay more than 10 taxes. Who will bear all the tax? The consumer, we. Okay, but you can by practicing Waqf economic, okay, Waqf banking system, so we can avoid ourselves from practicing the taxonomic system. Okay, tax is a burden to people. Tax is a burden to the economy. Same like interest. So during the pandemic, okay, more companies collapse. Those who depend on the interest. So in most, the country in the world, they start impose moratorium. Why? Why they take handbrake on interest? Because they know that interest is back to the people, back to the economy. So timely for us to back to come back to the real banking system, which are Waqf-based banking system. In detail, I will explain later. Okay. The same also timely for us to introduce to the world about Waqf economic or Waqf-based economic. Okay. So this is what we practice: Waqf embedded shares, Waqf embedded retails, Waqf embedded farming, and so many products that all the activities in economic that based on the Waqf system. Okay. So this was our vision, to see Waqf economic established throughout the world. Yes, 2 days ago I was in Istanbul. Okay, 2 weeks in Balkan country, in Croatia, in Albania, in Montenegro, Bosnia, Slovenia. Okay, just to share about Waqf economic. Okay, and now I'm here. Inshallah, by next 2 weeks I'll be in Makkah. Then back to my factory in Cambodia, then to Philippines, to my petrol station, then back to Thailand, my nursing schools, then back to Malaysia. Okay, this the journey just to share with the others what is Waqf economic, what is Waqf funding system. Okay, so our mission is to continuously increase public awareness. That's why you travel from country to country. Okay, the number of affiliated businesses, and to continuously empower business and enable through its activities of research, education, training, propagating, consultation and so on. Okay. Okay, this what is part of our product. We introduce Waqaf Gold. We minting gold. Okay, later I can share what is Waqaf collateral, gold collateral. Later, this is the product need to explain details. Then the Waqaf Kurban. The Kurban is a a livestock business that value is $1 trillion. It's trillion, but unfortunately, we don't understand what is Kurban. Okay, we eat meat every day. This is a Kurban. Okay, Kurban is not, you not only eat meat in the Kurban time. Okay, but by practicing the Waqaf Kurban, you are empowering the Waqaf farming in livestock wealth. Okay, so the Waqaf lodging and so on. These are all our business that we practice in several countries. Okay, so this is how we put 10%. Okay, I about to end the speech. This 10% from my business, I convert to Waqaf. That's called Waqaf capital injection. If every one of us practice this business, no need interest financing system. Okay, that means Allah create the Waqaf Sadaqah Zakat system to empower ourselves. Okay, by sharing and giving. Okay. Then this is how the system works. Okay, so how we make it the system sustainable. Okay, sustainable mean we put 10% from the Waqaf that we collect. We collect Waqaf not by asking people giving, no, from the business that we contribute. Okay, then this 10% we put as a reserve fund. The country have a strong reserve fund. They are so powerful in currency, okay, like Singapore. Okay, they enjoy the currency because they have a lot of reserve fund. So if we have the Waqaf reserve fund, okay, some of them we keep into gold. Okay, that's why Great Britain have a huge amount of gold. Okay, in several other countries, Russia and so on. Okay, that they're strong economically backed by gold. If you can practice Waqaf reserve gold, you see to empower our economy. We have very strong collateral, very strong bargaining power in economics. So the second one is very important that I want to highlight today is a Waqaf microcredit. Yesterday I was in the big market here. Okay, there's a credit signboard. Okay, definitely that's interest based because the same happened in Philippines, in Malaysia, in many places, whereby they give funding. Okay, by interest. Yeah, by to sustain themselves by charging interest. So this one, the Waqaf fund, is a public fund to empower the public. Okay, so this I give you $400. Okay, no need to get back to get the profit from the cost of fund. Okay, this 10% from the Waqaf that we collect, we giving back to empower the people economic. From there they can start for living. Okay, start small business. Okay, now so the others is we put into investment for 4 major sectors that relate to the Maqasid Sharia. One in food security, one in health, one in education, one in shelter. These 4 basic things in life. If you give sufficient enough to people, they are not quarreling each other. They're not fighting each other. So the Waqaf economic to back people living in peace and prosperity. So the rest, to enlarge the size of the capital, we introduce Waqaf Reinvestment Fund. Okay, this is what all our product. Okay, Waqaf Gold, Waqaf Kurban, Waqaf Wood. This is all the business in several countries. Waqaf Lodging, Waqaf Beef, Waqaf Cashew Nut, and more incoming. This is the latest company we set up, a subsidiary company to Waqaf International. Is Waqaf Technology. Okay, we make groceries platform startup whereby many shop we give they can use the system. Okay, last month the sale is 400,000 ringgit. Okay, for bought a few mini market and supermarket using our system. Okay, same like GrabFood and so on. So this is our farming. This one in Indonesia. Okay, we're giving fund. Okay, our fund, wakaf based profit sharing. And like, for example, you take 40% as a farmer, I take a 50% as investor, and 10% to empower the society as a wakaf. This is what we practice in our business model. And the other one, this one is in Indonesia also, our laundry. Okay, so once a week, the poor people can wash there for free. The opponents can get for free services. Okay, so this we invest about 80,000 ringgit. Okay, the other one is this is our fish pond in Indonesia also. Okay, fish pond. So here also we invest about 20,000 ringgit. Okay, by non-wakaf fund. But eventually we create wakaf 10%. Okay, this one another new farm in Malaysia also we invest 55,000 ringgit. These all the business activities, the economic activities that embedded in wakaf system. So I end up by my speech. Okay, you know, all the journalists this morning talk about the financial system based on the technologies that you know as an enabler, whether it's blockchain and so on, or the digital banking system. Okay, and you know, I'm quite sure that I really the effort that made by brothers from Tajikistan and you know Kazakhstan. Okay, all the journeys toward you know to get a full pledge of banking system. Okay, to introduce Windows for Islamic banking and so on. But I would like to suggest also, okay, please introduce Wakaf Windows Islamic banking. Okay, which are empowering back the society. Okay, so therefore for that, thank you very much for your listening time. Okay, again, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
We thank Mr. Dato for such an informative and brilliant speech. And honorable guests, if you have any questions, you may ask during the next sessions or at the end of the session. Hurmatli mehmonlar, agarda shu mavzuga oid savollaringiz yoki takliflaringiz bo'lsa, keyingi sessiyalarda yoki bo'lmasa sessiyani oxirida murojaat qilishingiz mumkin.
And now it is, we are honored to announce you to distribute our tokens of appreciation, and we invite our session chair, Mr. Dato Abu Ubaidah Yamin, to distribute our tokens of appreciation to our honorable speakers. We invite Mr. Dato to the front.
We invite Mr. Samir Taghir to get his appreciation, the head of the CIS Europe Region Islamic Cooperation for the Development of the Private Sector.
Mr. Milakilov Khurshid will be awarded with the token of appreciation, Sharia Board Member, Tajikistan.
Mr. Salman Anjum, please receive your appreciation.
And we invite Mr. Samir Taghiev to distribute the token of appreciation to the session chair, Mr. Dato Abu Ubaidah Yamin.
Honorable guests, at this stage, we finish our third session. And we are pleased to invite you for the lunch break, which will be for 45 minutes at the main hall.
Мы тоже одна. Слишком близко, да?
Assalamualaikum, Mr. Kabir. How are you? Kindly unmute yourself. Actually, right now it's a lunch break. The
Lunch
forum
break.
will be, yes,
Okay.
the forum will be start, I think 10 to 15 minutes.
In 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So,
Okay.
okay. Let me
Thank
get ready. Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Bye.
Honorable guests, please take your seats. Hurmatli mehmonlar, iltimos joyingizni egallashingizni so'rab qolamiz.
Hello. Okay.
Dear guests, please take your seats. Hurmatli mehmonlar, iltimos joyingizni egallashingizni so'rab qolamiz.
Mr. Kabir, kindly wait. The session will be start.
The session will start now.
No, just kindly wait a few seconds, please.
Okay.
What? Start? Oh, okay, that's. Oh, okay. Okay. Honorable guest. Honorable guests. Микрофон ishlamyapti, bosdim. Я включила, не работает. Honorable guests, тоже, видите, не работает. Honorable guests. Mikrofon ishlamayapti, hozir almashtirib berishsa. There is a problem with micro.
Нет, микрофон работает.
Honorable guests, we are starting our first session. And I would like to inform you that because of the coronavirus pandemic, our first session will be held online via Zoom platform. Let me introduce the topic of the first session, which is based on the global development and future potential of Islamic finance. Now, I would like to introduce you with speakers list, which will give some speeches in this session. Mr. Pervez Nasim, Chairman and CEO, Ansar Financial and Development Corporation, Canada. Professor Kabir Hassan, University of New Orleans, USA. Ms. Fatin Said Jumal Zajali, Acting Assistant Dean Academic Support and Student Affairs, College of Banking and Financial Studies, Oman. Dr. Karama Sonko, Chairman, Hino International, Gambia. And now, we would like to start our first session on the topic of financial inclusion and Islamic finance, which will be given by Professor Kabir Hassan from the University of Orleans, USA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, your screen is visible right now.
Okay. Very good morning from United States of America. I live in New Orleans. It's 5 a.m. in the morning, and I welcome all the guests at the conference in Tashkent. So the topic of my presentation is Islamic finance and financial inclusion. So the question is, how do you define Islamic and financial inclusion in general? And it is very hard to come up with an official and consensual definition of financial inclusion which can be adopted by all countries in the world. In most cases, it is used in referring to access and uses of financial services. The access and uses mainly relate to the ability of firms, households, and individuals to use financial products and services, particularly given the constraints of time and distance. So, is there any yardstick to measure financial inclusion? The answer is yes. It also depends on the definition chosen. For instance, to measure access to financial services, the proximity of access points, the variety of access channels, as well as socioeconomic barriers limiting use are considered. With respect to measuring effective use of financial products and services, consumption patterns and customer behavior, which are largely influenced by financial literacy, individual and SME customers' knowledge about financial concept, inflation and investment risk, as well as their awareness about the availability of financial products and services are also considered. So do you know that according to the World Bank statistics, there's about 1.7 billion adults globally are unbanked. And as a result, the poverty and financial inclusion, there is some connection, and it has been identified as one of the important yardstick to allow people to rise above poverty line and for economic and social development among modern economies. So if you take any country, any population, we can segment it in two ways. Those who are user of formal financial services, like those who bank account, and there are non-users of formal financial services. There could be two reasons. There are voluntary exclusion because they don't need financing, or for various cultural and religious reasons. For Muslims, taking riba and paying riba is forbidden. Or there could be other reasons like insufficient income, high risk, discrimination, contractual or informational framework, price and product features. So the part that voluntary exclusion, self-exclusion, the financial inclusion, and Islamic finance can really reach these two groups of people very easily. So if you look at in a bigger framework of Islam, the concept of financial inclusion, economic development and growth, along with social justice, are the foundational elements of an Islamic economic system. From Islam's point of view of property rights, property is not a means of exclusion, but inclusion, in which the rights of those less able in the income and wealth of the more able are redeemed. And we have risk sharing or hybrid financing instruments, for example, microfinance, small, medium enterprises, microinsurance. We also have distributive and redistributive institutions, for example, contribution as one of the 5 pillars of Islam, Sadaqah, the voluntary contribution, Qardul Hasan, no cost debt, Waqf, endowment. So the central bank of any country not only play a vital role in strategizing financial inclusion and formulating the required framework, because in the domestic markets, but it also plays an integral role in collecting the primary data required to understand the progress of country in creating a financial inclusion environment. And we can take the example of Malaysia. In Malaysian Central Bank, Bank Negara views financial inclusion as the provision of suitable, affordable, and quality financial services to all segments of society, contributes to balance as well as sustainable economic growth and development. And it has been entrusted with a statutory function under the Central Bank of Malaysia Act 2009, inter alia, to promote financial inclusion to achieve this objective. A holistic framework has been formulated by Bank Negara, tagged Malaysian Financial Sector Blueprint 2011 to 2020 to improve the overall well-being of communities on the aspects of convenient accessibility, high take-up, responsible uses, and high satisfaction of financial services. And there are 10 actions plans to achieve this mandate: introduce agent banking, leverage technology-based innovative channels, introduce flexible microfinancing, introduce micro savings product, introduce micro insurance takaful, strengthen development financial institutions capabilities, organize structured training programs in financial inclusion, introduce framework for measurement and financial inclusion index, collaborate with non-government organizations for capacity building and program, and finally improve financial literacy. So the Islamic finance again and financial inclusion, if you look at the pillars of financial inclusion, we have on the one side, as I said in the previous slide, risk-sharing, asset-linked financing. Risk-sharing or asset-linked financing products are the nature that ought to be in all Islamic financial products. Sometimes this is also called the profit loss sharing instruments. So here the risk-sharing asset-based financing can target small, medium enterprises, microfinance, micro takaful, and we have these redistribution institutions For example, Zakat, Sadaqah, Qardul Hasan, Waqf that I mentioned before. Now, again, if you look at this Islamic social finance, it targets different. So for example, Zakat, the studies have shown Zakat collected and distribution from domestic sources can eliminate extreme poverty, those who live under $1.25 per day in 20 out of 39 OIC countries. If you look at the Waqf, examples from countries with some largest Muslim population include Indonesia, that is potential Waqf assets of USD 60 billion, and India, where Waqf properties have an estimated market value of $24 billion. And also we have Sadaqah, we do give on a regular basis. So these are the Islamic social finance tool that can also promote financial inclusion and economic growth. Now, so there is a potential for Islamic finance to further achieve financial inclusion. This could be via introduction of new customized innovative products and improving the accessibility of these products via financial technology or use of technology. So we need to really come up with the introduction of a customized innovative products, and you have to use using fintech or tech firm. So the truth is that Islamic financial products used for commercial banking, Takaful, Islamic capital market will not work for the population that need special consideration. So we need to customize using innovation will be required to cater them. As such, the existing mindset of imposing existing Islamic finance products without customization needs to be disregarded. A new approach need to be taken in this regard. So as recent as September 2021, CIMB Islamic's Rider Entrepreneur Program extended opportunities to the ASNAF and B40 communities to improve their livelihood. So this is an example. Now, if we look at the Islamic finance and fintech industry, you have been hearing this word a lot. If you look at like 2015, it was about $2.2 trillion. Now the industry is going to about $3.5 trillion in 2024. But out of this Islamic finance space, about 70% belong to Islamic banking, about $1.76 trillion. Then you have a huge sukuk market, $470 billion. You have the Islamic funds management is about $108 billion, and the other financial products are about $140 billion. Now, funds originating from Muslim countries do not necessarily contribute to Islamic financial assets, and most of these assets go to the Western countries for their development, so-called Islamic wealth fund countries. So Islamic capital market comprising outstanding sukuk and wealth management funds have aggregate $671 billion, and Islamic wealth, national wealth fund, or we call this the sovereign fund, is about $3 trillion, which are being invested overseas, and those money could be invested in other OIC Islamic countries. Within the Islamic countries, number of unbanks very high, as I said before. Now, the amount of ownership in the OIC member countries, 41%, is significantly lower than high-income countries when you talk about the unbanked. So if we want to see this diagram here, 92% of the high-income countries are bankable. About 41% in OIC countries are unbankable. Out of this, bankable, and out of this bankable, 5% of the Islamic or OIC member countries do not engage into formal financial services because of religious reason. So the reason for not having an account being religious is about 5% higher in case of OIC countries, indicating a strong role for Islamic finance fintech in addressing the gap. Now, the Muslim population is very young, while they are very digitally savvy. The global Muslim population is growing and comprises more than half of the global population under 34-year-olds. A digitally savvy population represents the future customers of financial services, and this is a main change driver in the industry. This digitally literate population responds well to fintech and allows young entrepreneurs to create challenges that provide digital solution to meet the young population needs. Now, Islamic fintech expected to increase Islamic financial market shares through 6 financial services, which include trade finance, financing treasury, wealth management, and takaful, and also funding. Leveraging disruptive and innovation within these service groups is crucial in increasing market share dominated by non-Islamic financial institutions with extensive customer reach. Now, the unbanked population, as I said before, out of the world's 7.6 billion, the World Bank estimates that 1.7 billion unbanked retail customers and more than 200 million potential micro, small, and medium enterprises. The unbanked population is dominated by Muslim populated countries that comprise almost 50% of the world's unbanked population. The number that $1.7 billion I mentioned earlier, the potential revenue in tapping this unbanked retail and MSME market is estimated to be USD $200 billion. Now, the fintech, as I said before, and government innovation can play a very critical role in financial inclusion. Fintech and innovation and government policies are expected to facilitate access to the unbanked population. Each category of fintech should contribute differently in increasing financial inclusion growth, affecting mobile payments to rural areas, employing digital verification to facilitate customer identification, and utilizing crypto assets to reduce transaction cost. In parallel, local governments can develop credit protection programs, introduce requirements to ensure cybersecurity, and invest in digital modes of education. The government can also create incentives for financial institutions to target the unbanked and support the creation of a financial ecosystem with multiple access points. Now, the mobile payments have become instrumental in driving financial inclusion. An estimated 2/3 of the 1.7 billion unbanked own a mobile phone, either an ordinary phone or a smartphone, allowing them to participate in mobile payments. The most of the potential Islamic fintech countries are in the top 50 countries of global mobile phone penetration, presenting further opportunity for fintech to access the unbanked. Now, if you look at this figure, out of these OIC countries, Indonesia has the largest smartphone penetration, with Egypt being the 28%. Now, Kenya has proven that having access to mobile financial services leads to increased savings. M-Pesa is a mobile money transfer and financing service founded in 2007 in Kenya and some other countries in Africa. M-Pesa is accepted nearly everywhere and transaction can be made with any mobile phone. Users of mobile financial services are more likely to save than those who do not. Besides enhancing the likelihood of saving, the amount saved are also increased. The accessibility, convenience, affordability, and safety associated with mobile financial services is a major catalyst in the expansion and growth of mobile services. Now, Islamic fintech caters to both voluntary and involuntary unbanked population in OIC countries, as I mentioned before. The latter concept requires the transaction risk is borne by both the entrepreneurs and Islamic financial institutions, encouraging a partnership-based approach that develop robust businesses and eventually leads to an increase in the wealth of related individuals and SMEs. The Islamic principle charitable contribution through Islamic social finance like Zakat, Sadaqah, Waqf, Qardul Hasan, like the example in Pakistan, Akhwat, income to the unbanked and poor, allowing them to access financial services. And financial inclusion as a result of Sharia compliant financial services and the inherent Islamic social finance could allow various related SDGs to be achieved. Now, Islam fintech enabling Islamic finance to increase the financial inclusion and contributing to SDGs. Islamic finance needs to leverage fintech to improve credit scoring, reaching more secluded locations, cutting costs for both financier and borrower, channeling funds to the right segment, and improving compliance regulation. Blossom Finance issuing a small-size blockchain-based smart sukuk is an example of the fintech-based Islamic finance. Finally, so accessibility to finance is an issue that could be resolved by a fintech and techfin, and there is a difference between fintech and techfin. Fintech usually references an organization where financial services are delivered through a better experience using digital technologies to reduce cost, increase revenue, and remove friction. And TechFin usually references a technology that finds a better way to deliver financial products as part of a broader offering of services. Example of TechFin companies: Google, Amazon, Facebook, Alibaba, Tencent, Baidu in China, and Apple in the United States. So we can use crypto zakat, blockchain sukuk, charity crowdfunding. There has been a lot of studies done in this area. And finally, the way forward, the governments around the world have been putting efforts through their respective central banks to implement policies aimed at financial inclusion. In the same vein, global actions and collaborations have also been mounted to address financial exclusion. However, looking at the number of people still excluded globally, then much remains to be done to get those people within the fold of formal finance to attain development ideals and world desires. And this has made a case for the use of Islamic finance, we call a value-based alternative to conventional finance, to join in and augment purposefully the global actions and collaborations for global inclusion. And next week, there's a COP26, and Islamic finance can also help mitigate climate-related risk. That is my presentation. Thank you very much. I acknowledge the writings of various authors over the years from which I have benefited and whose ideas also incorporated in my presentation. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
We thank Dr. Kabir Hassan. And now we would like to pay your attention to the second speaker, Dr. Karamo and M. Sonko. He is a chairman, Hino International Gambia, and the topic will be about strategic and relevance management in Islamic finance.
Dear brothers and sisters, from the unknown capital of Islamic banking and finance, the unsung hero of Islamic finance and banking, the unknown leader of Islamic banking and finance, I say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah to all of you. And I guess most of you are already guessing that I may be calling you from Dubai or Jeddah, from Kuala Lumpur or Jakarta or Bahrain, Karachi, or some of the very well-known cities, celebrated cities in Islamic finance. No, I am traveling, currently very exhausted, and I am making this call and this short, hopefully, speech from Khartoum, Sudan, in East Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, it's amazing how the Sudan's achievements in Islamic finance are generally ignored or unknown. The reality is that in spite of the political and economic challenges, restricted access to international financial markets due to sanctions over the years until very recently, and the relatively less diverse Islamic finance instruments, the Sudanese financial system, comprising some 39 banks, 39 microfinance institutions, and about 15 insurance companies, is 100% Islamic. I'm very pleased, really pleased, although, as I said, it's a last-minute decision, exhausted, traveling in Sudan. Very, very pleased to make this presentation to you from the silence of the reality of Sudan's relative success in Islamic banking and finance to the great potential of your future, Uzbekistan's future in Islamic finance. Your history in a territory of great Muslim scholars such as Bukhari, Trimidi, etc., great Muslim scientists and leaders, illustrates your potential in Islamic finance. In order to fully tap that potential within your country and region, I wish to address two main topics today. One is strategic management, and the other one is what I call relevance management. With regard to strategic management, Today, as you all know, I believe, the modern market is extremely competitive. Personal and organizational factors, internal and external, affect the performance of the modern company. The modern company is faced with many challenges, alternatively problems arising from its internal dynamics, as well as, more importantly, the external environment. Therefore, the ability to compete in national and international markets or economics depends on the company's ability to deal with both internal and external variables. Traditionally, the ultimate objective of the modern or any company is profitability. Anything that threatens profitability becomes unwelcome to investors and managers. However, in today's world, the pursuit of profitability alone has become problematic for many reasons, and more so for the nascent Islamic finance sector across the world. The best way for international financial institutions to move away from ad hoc measures, management or guesswork to science is through strategic management practices. In management, science means strategy, and strategy means science. Because management itself, in as much as we may pretend, is not a science. Unless it can clearly identify your problems or challenges, there are solutions, actions required to deal with them, assign responsibilities for execution, and where necessary, specify your targets and deadlines. All of this systematically. Strategic management frameworks, techniques, or tools are designed to assist companies in this process. Personal analysis, which I have worked on for a number of years now, is used by companies, organizations in marketing and other activities to analyze and monitor the macro environmental, that's external environment, macro environmental factors that have impact on the company's activities. Therefore, strategic management is particularly suitable to international financial institutions that must be aware at all times of the immense challenges of the environment where they exist, with regard to their competitors, complementors, and all stakeholders. Personal analysis can enable international financial institutions, international Islamic financial institutions, and Islamic finance organizations to understand their environment and be more competitive by enabling them to identify and address their challenges in 5 categories. And which are these categories? First and foremost is political, where the P in PESUL stands for. To help the companies understand the political environment. E, to help them to understand the economic environment. S, the social environment. T, for the technological environment, which is extremely important in today's world. Then the legal environment to survive. We need the lawyers, we need to know the laws of our environment. And then the natural environment itself, which is E in PESUL, the final category in PESUL analysis. Many strategic management tools exist. However, sometimes in their attempts to be scientific, they become unnecessarily too complicated and impossible for the ordinary manager or supervisor to understand. Generally, they do not seem to also take into account the effects of personal problems on professional or organizational performance, and hence personal issues are ignored. None of these frameworks or tools integrates a company's challenges using a historic African problem-solving tool with universal appeal and cultural implications, demonstrates the essence of teamwork, offers a comprehensive portrait of the company and its external environment, and bridges the gap between the human or the personal and the animate challenges, all simultaneously. These are exactly what the African Pestle Analysis, which we call APA in short, does. By advancing the original Harvard University mnemonic developed in the 1960s in a manner that has never been done before, and adapting this mnemonic with flexibility to the needs of any company, institution, or individual anywhere in the world. In particular, Islamic finance institutions, which we are talking about today. This is a very long topic, and as I said, I'm rather exhausted, and I was also told I have 15 minutes only, so I'll move on to talk a little bit about the relevance management. That is, Islamic financial institutions becoming relevant and pursuing relevance. Relevance management refers to how to assess and spread the utility of Islamic finance institutions beyond their declared or perceived purposes in conventional businesses. Purpose is all about the value businesses create for their shareholders. Relevance management, on the other hand, goes beyond purposes to the utility of IFIs to their communities, in particular, and even beyond their communities. Islamic financial institutions must be more than what someone recently told me, a Muslim brother. He said Islamic finance is all about making money. No, I say, no, no, no. Islamic finance must be much more than just making money. No. Even for non-Muslims, Islamic finance must be about ethics too. Islamic finance must appear and act ethical to the many, many, many non-Muslims, in particular, seeking a better world through business, some of whom have already started to invest in or are seriously considering investing in Islamic financial assets. For Muslims, Islamic finance must first and foremost for us Muslims be about our religious obligations, because riba, although seemingly unknown to most Muslims, as I have found out and many of you know perhaps, is one of the major sins in Islam. Islamic finance offers us the channel to avoid this sin and to make money at the same time. It enables us to avoid this sin and be ethical at the same time, because the strongest ethics actually exist in faith or spirituality. Some of you might have heard the clarion calls around the world from ethical non-Muslims for businesses to move away from what they call shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism. You might have heard about the clarion calls to move away from IDC, I don't care businesses, to ESG, environmental, social, and governance. You might have also heard about socially responsible investment. You might have heard about impact investment. Financial inclusion, which my brother, my dear friend, Professor Kabir, so well illustrated to us today, so well in, as usual, his brilliant presentation. For those who have heard of this, you might say they are new. No, I say they are not new. Islam has endowed us of this about 1,400 years ago. Isn't it, brothers and sisters? Isn't it a sad paradox that, generally speaking, today, it is actually non-Muslims making these calls now, instead of Islamic financial institutions? Isn't it ironical, brothers and sisters, that is non-Muslims actually, non-Muslim companies that have emerged as leaders, and our Islamic financial institutions are laggards in these clarion calls? Islamic finance gives us, brothers and sisters, a fantastic opportunity to look at the Quran and Sunnah. And I heard somebody quoting Surah Al-Baqarah, ayah 261, as an excellent example of how Islamic financial institutions and Muslims actually can use their resources to actually multiply their benefits by being generous to others, by being hospitable to others. That ayah was quoted here earlier on today, I think by a professor from Malaysia, I forgot his name. It's no need to repeat. Anybody who's interested may look at the Quran, Surah Al-Baqarah, ayah 261. Islamic finance enables us to meet our religious obligations, at the same time make permissible profits to enjoy this life, which is allowed in Islam, and the hereafter by serving the Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala beyond our individual selves, to our communities and beyond. Stakeholder capitalism must be an obligation for Islamic financial institutions, and combined with the strategic management approach I have outlined today, briefly, very, very briefly, Islamic finance can in fact help us seek business as well as our religious obligations. A strategic approach, charitability, and many things that today non-Muslims are talking about, which Islam, as I said, has endowed us more than 1,400 years ago, can help Islamic financial institutions to become more appealing to their communities and beyond, and more competitive vis-a-vis conventional financial institutions. For this reason too, ESG, for example, which I just mentioned, can be particularly helpful by using its concept of materiality to design and focus on projects which benefit the environment and communities, fostering economic and political stability across the Muslim world, and even attracting ethical non-Muslims interested in investing in Islamic financial assets. Brothers and sisters, in short, with regard to relevance management, there's an extremely serious and urgent need for Islamic financial institutions to act. An extremely urgent and serious need for Islamic financial institutions to catch on concepts Islam has already endowed us with, and which non-Muslims are now championing. Through strategic and relevance management, Islamic financial institutions can move away from ad hoc measures to science, from purpose to relevance, from self to the community, from laggards to leaders, and from hasana in dunya and hasana in akhirah. With the right strategies at the institutional levels as well as the organizational levels, we can do it, you can do it. My dear Uzbek brothers and sisters, to conclude, I would like to remind you that 48 days ago, the Islamic Development Bank, the world's premier Islamic financial institution, held its annual general meeting in your beautiful city. Today, we are here because Al-Huda has organized the second CIS, Islamic Banking and Finance Forum. I urge you to take these events as reminders of your impressive history when your territory was a global leader in science, in medicine, in philosophy, in invention, which ushered in the golden age of Islam, which all of us as Muslims are so proud of. You must ask yourself the question, can we use our mammoth intellectual inheritance of our forefathers to turn Tashkent, this beautiful city of Tashkent, into the Commonwealth of Independent States, golden city of Islamic finance? I look forward to working with you someday, inshallah ta'ala, to working with you in addressing this question. MashaAllah, ma salam. Thank you very, very, very much May Allah SWT grant us success in Islamic finance for the benefit of Muslims and help us to spread it to non-Muslims for the benefit of our communities and our world. Ma salama.
We thank Dr. Karama Sanko for informative speech. And we would like to pay your attention on the topic about Islamic finance in Oman. And this topic will be delivered by Ms. Fatin Saeed Juma Al-Zajjali. She is Acting Assistant Dean, Academic Support and Student Affairs, College of Banking and Financial Studies in Oman.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Distinguished guests, eminent speakers, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very delighted to meet you today on a very heartwarming topic that everyone, I'm sure, would like to learn more about. Islamic finance, the developments happening, and how can we unite as Ummah to ensure that there is further integration on Islamic financial instruments there in OIC and developing countries. So today I have prepared with you a presentation. So I'll share my screen. I hope that you can see it. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, we can see.
Wonderful. So from Muscat, Assalamu alaikum once again. I speak to you from the Sultanate of Oman. I had the intention to visit you actually physically. However, due to my preoccupation, and hopefully once we have a very clearer route and a direct route from Muscat to Tashkent, I would be more than pleased to be a guest of our Uzbek brothers and sisters over there and come personally and visit you and meet you, and of course enjoy the beautiful city of Tashkent. So I'm going to speak about the Oman experience, and I know you will be asking yourself, what would a small country like Oman, what are the takeaways that we can take from a small country such as Oman to our own example here in Uzbekistan? So let me tell you, yes, we have a very small population. In fact, our population is around 5 million. Out of the 5 million, 2 million are non-Omanis. And of course, your population is much higher, actually 3 or 4 times. I checked in Google today, it's around 34 million. However, when it comes to numbers, I have to say that Oman have something to offer to the world and contribution to the Islamic financial sector. The market share of the Islamic banking and Islamic windows increased to 14.3% at the end of 2020, compared to the previous year of 2019 of 13.6%, with total assets of 5.1 billion. This is high considering that Oman is a late entrant of Islamic finance. We have introduced it only recently in 2013 compared to our other GCC countries. Now, in contrast, Islamic banking has been present in Indonesia and Turkey more than 2 decades, but the market share there is only below 8%. So the sector's growth potential in Oman is quite high. We have, of course, Muslim majority in Oman. Demographics, only 56% of the adult population had a bank account in 2016, with 14% of adults citing religious reasons for not having an account. So as Prof. Kabir Hassan mentioned, the financial inclusion and the unbanked sector, there is a huge potential as well to increase these numbers in the Sultanate. So as I have mentioned, there is a lot of opportunity to learn from our examples and share experiences together. So let me tell you about what's happening in the world at the moment when it comes to disruptions. In this slide, I'm going to mention, according to Brett King, some of the things that are happening in the moment that increase the adaptation of financial technology. Financial crises have hit in 2008, and this made us wonder what is wrong with the capitalist system and how come we can learn from the mistakes of the classical economics theories, and what exactly is the missing gap when it comes to full financial integration in the market. Of course, there is the debt issue, the over leveraging. People are born with debts, and we are dealing with debt after debt after debt without any solution to this major issue in the financial world. Deregulation came to ensure that there is sustenance and to ensure that there is an avenue of freedom for those who are not able to probably contribute in the financial sector. And of course, the fourth industrial revolution came up to increase penetration in technology, innovation, and of course, the artificial intelligence that came about and made a lot of changes in the financial market as such. And of course, in 2020, we had the COVID-19 that forced us to do further financial technology integration and penetration. And I'm so glad that I have noted that in this forum, a lot of speakers discussed about Islamic fintech and what are the possibilities in this realm. Although Oman is a small market, as I have mentioned, however, Oman is going on the digital economy. In fact, we are thinking that the digital economy would contribute to us by 2040, 10% of our GDP, if not even more. At the moment, we have a huge movement to ensure digitization in e-government, e-community, e-payments, e-zakat, e-waqf, and all of the other financial instruments that we can use to ensure further penetration into the market. So when it comes to the significance of digital disruptions, what's happening is it's becoming more faster. And I like that some of the speakers also mentioned that blockchain is making things very easy for us in terms of traceability and scalability, and ensuring that our business models in the Islamic finance world can actually be very real. We can see it in terms of the characteristics that are very unique to the Islamic finance world. Just to let you know about the Islamic finance in particular, there are three major differences to the conventional counterparts. First is the halal screening or Sharia compliant, which is interest-free, gharar-free, and of course, the avoidance of any non-halal element and non-Sharia compliant element. And the other difference is the risk-sharing unique characteristic that the Islamic finance have when it comes to its products and services, specifically the financing aspect. And the third difference is, of course, the asset-based component that allows you to know where the customer is actually consuming the money, where it goes, and it gives you an indication of knowing more your customer. So there is no gharar element whatsoever. Going back to the digital disruption, yes, things are very efficient nowadays with technology. You can make transactions simultaneously without any delay. It's shrinking the traditional roles. In fact, when I teach my students, they are quite worried at the moment, and they inform me, Dr. Fatin, what will happen in future? Is there any jobs? Because of the shrinking aspect of technology, it allows you to think that there will be a lot of jobs which we will miss. And this is something we need to be wary of for the future generations to come. Artificial intelligence is huge. It allows you to know data, analyze data, predict future trends. So all of this requires the economies to understand how they can utilize these, predictive analytics and the use and utilize of big data to ensure that your models are in fact in line with the strategies that you have built for your country or economy as such. Blockchain, as I said, it helps in scalability and traceability, very easy, peer-to-peer, a beautiful platform, and really enables us to see the Islamic financial instruments happening in real time and understanding how transparent it is for us to do the transactions in a very efficient and fast way. The Islamic wealth management in a snapshot, we have mentioned a lot from the beginning of the forum about the necessity of knowing your customer. As well, it's very important for you to understand the portfolio of your clients for anti-money laundering disclosures, for terrorism financing disclosures as well. Banking transactions are becoming seamless, transparent, and very efficient. So the banks need to adopt it. And there is a lot of banks at the moment. In the previous early sessions, they have mentioned about digital banks, open banks, neobanks coming soon. So we have all those banks, probably some of them you don't even see them. They are in the cloud. So all of these changes, we need to understand how we can benefit from the technology at hand. Client portfolio is very important to understand their needs, and this makes us personalize those services for those particular clients. Robo-advisory is very important, specifically when you have urgent and very important questions that you would like to ask before you go ahead with the transactions. Regulatory reporting is important. I have listened to many speakers today mentioning about governance, about government, about regulations, about reporting, ESGs, and this can be happening in the platforms of further integration with the Islamic fintech. Let me speak a bit about Oman. We also have a beautiful tech-savvy young population in Oman. In fact, our internet penetration rates when it comes to mobile is 131%. In fact, when I tell my students, do you have 1.5 phone? They actually tell me, yes, we have 1.5 phone. Could be one broken phone that is damaged somewhere that they are using in addition to their own phone. So 104% mobile broadband access per inhabitant, which is quite high. 75% of fixed broadband access per household. So this could be improved in future, specifically with the digital economy movement that we have here in Oman. Going forward, of course, the Central Bank of Oman is thinking about every aspect of the Islamic fintech and the fintech integration in our economy. We have the fintech regulatory sandbox, in which there is a lot of prototype trials of some of the applications and some of the services that we are supposed to roll out soon, ensuring, of course, that it is fit for purpose and it allows us to serve the market here in Oman. Although it is small and although our market is quite reserved, yes, we are the only GCC country at the moment, probably not only, without a digital bank. The first is in UAE. However, the changes are coming up, and this is with the blessings of the regulator, with the introduction of the regulatory sandbox, and of course, with the RTGS, the real-time gross settlement system, in which Oman could be the only GCC country in which we have a mobile integrated system altogether with payments, crowdfunding, and other, ecosystem, fintech ecosystem platforms available out there. So the launch, we do have a couple of, applications that are rolled out in the market, like Thawani and Ghawazi. Our intention is to empower our SME sector and startups and enable our youth in Oman to have a different alternative way of looking at the job market. So they can actually penetrate the private sector instead of the public sector. Oman is very oil dependent, and we thought that this is the time in which the youth need to find alternative ways and for us to diversify our economy as well. The market share of Islamic banking and Islamic windows increased. This is something that I have shared with you previously. This is according to Fitch ratings. When it comes to Islamic fintech, when we look at the ecosystem, I'm going to take this slide before returning to the other. When we look at the ecosystem, we will notice that there is a lot of concentration on payments, as opposed to other ecosystem available there, like crowdfunding or InsurTech. There is minimum penetration over there. Blockchain is coming up very, significantly with the artificial intelligence movement, which allows you to actually use and utilize the data effectively, even in fraud detection. So when it comes to this, we have to understand that the value proposition of Islamic finance is always with the risk-sharing characteristic that it always have and differentiates it from the conventional banking system. So e-Waqf, and I'm so glad that someone, Dato from Malaysia already covered this particular aspect, e-Zakat, e-charity, and investment, specifically with the Mudaraba and the Musharaka approach. So I'm really looking forward for real economic value we provide to our markets by having an implementation of the Islamic financial instruments, specifically the one that encourages risk sharing. At the moment, the banking sector is hesitant to go and offer these Islamic financial instruments at its branches. So this is the ecosystem at one snapshot from IFN, the 2021 look. As I said, the payment is more dominant in this. We do have crowdfunding a bit. As much as I like what I see when it comes to the ecosystem, I have to say that it is important to think from the customer perspective. And it's important as well to rate every single one of those companies to understand the value addition that they are bringing, the regulation and the reporting standards that they are bringing. And in fact, while I'm looking at this beautiful contribution of the Islamic fintech industry, I have to mention something very important: to whom we are volunteering our data and who are utilizing our names, our pictures, and all the things that our children are placing in those clouds and platforms. It is important as a developing OIC country for us to unify and understand that we can create our own infrastructural development systems and clouds as well to ensure that our data is protected. And I'm not speaking out of conspiracy theory, but it's more about protecting the data of the children and us as well when we are volunteering information in the applications, who are using it and how they are actually using it. So this is something that we can discuss further probably in other forums as well. Cybersecurity is very important. This one I have covered before. These are some of the challenges that we're having in the Islamic finance industry here in Oman. First, of course, is the limited short-term Sharia-compliant investment options. We have long-term, however, the investor have different appetites, and we need to ensure that this is available for them whenever they feel that they have excess money they would like to invest in a short duration. Relatively low capital base, and this is because of our low population, lack of ratings, as I had said in applications, low customer awareness of Islamic products. It is very important, although we have a higher market share than the Turkey or Indonesia. However, still we can actually increase the growth rate to more than 20% because of the majority Muslim population and the demand that we are having. Interbank funding and the regulatory ban on tawarruq is one of the challenges. Oman, we do not allow tawarruq, so it is actually something of a challenge for the short-term Sharia-compliant investment. However, we are moving forward very steadily with the decisions of the Central Bank of Oman. Other issues and challenges and how we combat them is the issuance of sukuk. Currently represent 20% of the total listed bond of sukuk issuance in Oman. Of course, we are thinking on further liquidity management solutions, remunerative deposit accounts, a lender of last resort. This is specifically very important for the Islamic banks. Expand the sukuk market issuance, increase Sharia compliant options for Islamic banks, and fintech regulatory sandbox, which I have covered in the previous slide. As much as I would like to, take your questions, I know that I have limited time. I thank you so much for the opportunity. And I, once again, would like to thank the center, the Huda Center, for inviting me to deliver this particular, session with you all. And I hope, inshallah, we'll meet in future physically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fatin. And now we would like to invite Mr. Pervez Nassim for concluding remarks from our session. Mr. Pervez Nassim is Chairman and CEO, Ansar Financial and Development Corporation in Canada.
Assalamu alaikum. It's my pleasure to be here with you from Canada. I just finished my Fajr prayer here. I'm very excited to see and meet all of you. Hopefully one day, inshallah, in person. The presentations we heard is excellent work done by various speakers. Islamic finance, alhamdulillah, it's moving, but we still need to help our young people to achieve what we want to achieve in a more ethical and Islamic way. Unfortunately, some people in the industry, they are trying to rush through certain things, which is not good for our industry. But alhamdulillah, I'm very encouraged to see so many young people joining in this field and making it much better than what it was some 40 years ago when I started taking interest in this field. So on behalf of the organization, I thank you all and appreciate all the speakers for their excellent presentation. And inshallah, we'll conclude this session. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Wal asr inna al-insana lafi khusr illa allazina amanu wa amilu salihati wa tawasaw bil haqqi wa tawasaw bis sabr. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pervez Nassim. And at this point, we are finishing our session 4, and we would like to move on the next session, which is session 5, and it will be focused on Islamic banking and finance in Uzbekistan and in Central Asia and their opportunities. First of all, I would like to invite to the stage some of the speakers. Mr. Samir Takshiev, Head for CIS and Europe Region, Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector. Mr. Husan Hasanov, Representative Islamic Development Bank, Uzbekistan. Mr. Jahangir Imam Nazarov, Head of Organization Director, Islamic Business and Finance in Uzbekistan. Ms. Raupova Parvona, Risk Management and Unit Head, Tawhid Bank, Tajikistan. Mr. Pervez Nassim, Chairman and CEO, Ansar Financial and Development Corporation, Canada. Honorable guests, the first topic will be about challenges and opportunities of Islamic banking and finance implementation in Uzbekistan, which will be given by Mr. Husan Hasanov, which is the representative of Islamic banking in Uzbekistan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Dear guests, dear participants, I just would like to present, first of all, my presentation divided by 3 parts. First part is devoted to the Islamic Development Bank Group, the brief information about the group of Islamic Development Bank, and then I will present the information about the cooperation of Islamic Development Bank Group in Uzbekistan. Then we will talk about the opportunities and challenges with the implementation of Islamic finance in the country. Let's talk about briefly about the ISDB. What is the ISDB? Islamic Development Bank was established in 1975 in Jeddah, Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and then it grew to the group of Islamic Development Bank. We will talk about the entities which consist of Islamic Development Bank Group. Here you may see some information about the Islamic Development Bank. Nowadays, it group has 1,173 staff, which is distributed across entities and regional hubs. We have 11 regional hubs, out of which 8 regional hubs existing and 3 regional hubs are being established, which is Dubai, Uganda, and Suriname. And nowadays we have regional hub in Kazakhstan, Morocco, Senegal, Egypt, Turkey, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Indonesia, and Center of Excellence in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. And we have 14 field representatives in different countries. Islamic Development Bank members located in the 4 continents. Next slide, you may see that the
20 minutes.
Bank, during the inception, it was 22 member countries when it was established in 1975. And after 46 years, in 2021, nowadays it's 57 member countries, and the capital during the inception was 2 billion Islamic dinar, which is equal to special drawing rights of International Monetary Fund. And that time, subscribed capital was 0.75 billion Islamic dinar and paid up capital 0.28. After 46 years, the authorized capital is 100 billion and subscribed capital is 55.5 billion Islamic dinars, and the paid up capital up to now is 5.8 billion. And Uzbekistan's share in the capital is 0.03 3%. On this slide, you may see the major shareholders of ISDB. The biggest shareholder is Saudi Arabia with 23.5% of shares. And then Libya, Iran, Nigeria, Qatar, Egypt, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, and Kuwait. These 9 shareholders' shares is 84%, and the other countries belong 16% of the shares. And on this slide, you may see the main entities of Islamic Development Bank Group. First is the Islamic Research and Training Institute, which is the education and training arm of the bank. Now this institution rebranded. Now it's called Islamic Development Bank Institute, ISDBI. The next institution is ISEC, Islamic Corporation for the Insurance of Investment and Export Credits, which is like MIGA of the World Bank, which provide the insurance for the exports and the investment in the member countries, and which support to boost the trade between OIC member countries. And all entities of ISDB Group are operating according to Sharia. I mean, they're providing Sharia compliant products. The next entity is Islamic Corporation for Development of Private Sector. We already had the presentation from my brother Samir on this corporation. It's like IFC of the World Bank, which support the private sector of the member countries. Next entities is International Islamic Trade Finance Corporation, which support private and public sector, which provide trade finance solutions. I mean, this is financing up to 1 year. Its mandate is to boost also the trade between OIC member countries. Here are some products of ISDB Group entities. On the slide, you may see that ISDB Group entities provide science and technology program, scholarship programs, special assistance, project financing, trade financing and promoting of intra-trade, fund asset management, capacity development and technical cooperation, Islamic economics and finance research and training, insurance of investment and export credits, development of the Islamic financial services industry. These are the main products of Islamic Development Bank Group. Now let's talk about the cooperation between the Islamic Development Bank and Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan joined ISDB in 2003 and joined ICD in 2004. Then in 2019, Uzbekistan joined ISEC and ITFC. And nowadays, the total portfolio of ISDB Group is $2.6 billion, out of which 1.8 billion belongs to ISDB and 444 million to ICD and 231 to ITFC and 151.4 million to ISEC. ISEC already insured 4 transactions in the country, and nowadays also working on the other new transactions. And on the slide, you may see the results of the financing of ISDB in Uzbekistan, where 150 classrooms built or upgraded in primary, secondary institutions, 26 institutions built, upgraded, or equipped, 1,800 students per year benefited from these facilities, 12 health facilities constructed, upgraded, or equipped, over 7,800 housing units built, and over 200 kilometers of drinking water supply network built, over nearly 1 million new households connected to electricity, over 400 kilometers of transmission distribution lines installed, upgraded, or rehabilitated. On next slide, you may see the modes of financing of ISDB. The biggest mode of financing is Istisna, which share is 51%, and then installment sale 33%. Then comes leasing 11%, and other line of finance, loan and equity financing is lower comparing to other modes of finance. On the next slide, you may see the sectoral approval of ISDB in Uzbekistan. The biggest sector, according to financing of ISDB, is the agriculture and rural development, 29%, then finance, 20%. Then the third one is health with 17%, transport 14%, then education and energy, water, sanitation, and urban services. On the next slide, you may see active cooperation with the local commercial banks and leasing companies of ISDB group entities. You may see that ICD provided a line of finance to 16 banks and 2 leasing companies. In Islamic window agreements were signed with 8 banks, and IDB line of financing was provided for 4 banks, and ITFC provided line of trade finance to 8 commercial banks of Uzbekistan. Some of them you may see on the slide. Also, let's talk about the current situation with Islamic finance in the country. You may see that there are 4 books available in Uzbek languages. 3 of them is translated from 2 of them from Russian, I mean from Baydavlet books, and the second one Bekins, and the first one was translated Malaysian professor Nurzafisa Wan Azmi, the professor of business school in Malaysia, Islami Moliyalar ve Bank Tizimi. And one book was written from the teachers of Tashkent Islamic University. And nowadays, as I already mentioned, there are possibility of for the entrepreneurs to get the financing from the commercial banks through ITFC or ICD line of finance. And also there are also direct financing from ICD also available. If the requirements is met, you may talk about the direct financing with brother Samir, and we have the Taiba leasing company for also for judicial persons to get the leasing. Also, it's in International Islamic Academy this year. They started to enroll students for the master on Islamic finance, and nowadays they have students of 4-level students in Islamic finance and economy, and next year they are trying to open also to receive students for bachelor in this sphere. And UNDP also conducted survey on Islamic finance. And here also our office in Uzbekistan also conducted a survey. You may see the results of the, here the respondents, you may see the information about the respondents. 89% was male and 11% was female. And more than, around 40% was between the age 25-34. This information is available on the slide. Let's talk about the questions. What have you ever heard about Islamic banking or finance? Positive response was mostly, around 70% responded positively. And have you been a client of Islamic bank? Just a small percent is yes, because in Uzbekistan there is no Islamic bank. And is it possible to open Islamic window or Islamic bank in Uzbekistan currently? Around more than 600 respondents attended this survey, and I will share this. I already shared this presentation with the organizers. You may take it from the organizers to get the results on this survey. Because we have limited time, I will stop on the challenges of Islamic banking and finance in Uzbekistan. You may see on the slide, there's ban on trading activities in accordance with the banking legislation, double VAT in cases of sale and purchase of assets by Islamic financial institutions, impossibility of registration of leasing transactions by banks and leasing companies with individuals, inadmissibility of fees and charges for late payment, and prohibition of banks' engagement in activities distinct from traditional IEB founders in other industries. Also, lack of concepts about the products of Islamic finance in the civil court, or lack of Islamic insurance, medium-sized takaful operators, problems in tax legislation, VAT income tax for issuance of sukuk, Islamic bond, additional tax charges for registration of property, and prohibition of the attraction of deposits from outside banking institutions, which also requires a license from the central bank, lack of mechanisms for buying and selling precious metals or metal, and the lack of knowledge and competence in Islamic finance among population, as well as lack of high school preparing specialists in Islamic banking and finance, gap in Sharia scholars in Islamic finance and members of Sharia boards, misinterpretation or misunderstanding of the Islamic banking and finance products among government officials. This is the main challenges available nowadays. And about the prospect of Islamic banking and finance, you may see on the slide, this additional capital flow from Islamic banks and financial institutions, as well as foreign investment companies, will be available if Islamic banking and finance will be introduced in the country. Islamic microfinance is one of the most popular tools employed as part of the poverty reduction strategy, empowering and increasing the productivity of poor, giving social benefits to them in sustainable and aiding economic development. Attraction of capital of population will be available as a deposit, alternative financing products, GDP growth, and empowerment of investment. This is some of them also on the next slide. Creation of new jobs, increase in risk distribution, increase in cash flow, center for Islamic finance in CIS. I mean, the Tashkent can be the center of Islamic finance in the CIS region, financial literacy of the population, reduction of the social burden of the state budget, new direction in science and education, poverty reduction, reduction of the hidden economy, all these possibilities and opportunities if the Islamic financing will be introduced in the country. This is the main, here also some of why Islamic finance and banking, you may read from the slide. This is the main topic which I would like to present today. Thank you for your attention.
We thank Mr. Hussein Hassanov for the interesting speech, and we would like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Jahangir Imam Nazarov, the Head of Organization and Director of Islamic Business and Finance Limited Liability Company, on topic Challenges and Opportunities of Islamic Banking and Finance Implementation in CIS countries.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. The guests of our country and participants of this event, good afternoon. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm CEO of the first local Islamic finance company, Islamic Business and Finance LLC. And in the beginning of 2019, we have, together with my companions, organized the Telegram channel Islam Moliasa, Islamic Finance, and the website, the Islam Moliasa, which provides the knowledge and on Islamic financial service about the Islamic finance to our people, I mean population, and experts on Islamic finance. Then in the beginning, in the middle of 2019, we have organized the company Islamic Business and Finance, which provides consulting services on Islamic finance in Uzbekistan. And moreover, we have providing the trainings on Islamic finance in the banks, in the commercial banks, and entrepreneurs of Uzbekistan. Last year, I was the author of the research on Islamic finance opportunities in Uzbekistan, which was organized by the United Nations Development Program in Uzbekistan. And today I'd like to show you some figures and results of this survey and research. Unfortunately, my presentation in Uzbek language, so I will continue in Uzbek. Thank you. Bugungi kunda xabarimiz bor, hammamizni O'zbekistonda islom moliya tizimini tatbiq qilish, islom moliya tizimini nafaqat banklarda, balki umuman moliya tizimi doirasida tatbiq qilish ishlari muayyan darajada boshlandi. Qaysidir darajada bir muayyan ishlar qilindi, lekin afsuski hali bir jiddiy o'zgarishlarga erishib bo'lgani yo'q. Bugungi kunda O'zbekistonda afsuski islom banklari emas, balki bironta ham islom darchalari ham faoliyat yuritayotgani yo'q. Vaholanki xususiy tarmoqni rivojlantirish islom korporatsiyasi 10 tacha bank bilan, tijorat banklari bilan O'zbekistonda islom darchalarini ochish bo'yicha shartnoma imzoladi, lekin hali islom darchalari ishga tushib ketishi uchun qonuniy asoslar ishlab chiqilmadi. Biz o'zimizni firmamiz tarafidan qo'limizdan kelgancha harakat qilyapmiz, lekin hozirgi kunga kelib qonunchilik yo'qligi sababli hali bironta islom darchasi ochilgani yo'q. Va nafaqat islom darchalari, balki umuman O'zbekistonda islom moliyasiga aloqador bir katta ishlar qilinmadi. Mana takaffulga harakat qilindi, ochildi. Lekin bir to'laqonli ishlar hali yo'q deyish mumkin. Vaholanki biz o'sha o'tkazgan so'rovnomamiz doirasida 7200 respondentdan intervyu olingan. Shunda aksariyat, mana hozir ko'rsataman, aksariyat respondentlar O'zbekistonda islom moliya tizimini kiritish kerak degan fikr bildirishgan. 7200 respondentdan bevosita hamma respublikani hamma viloyatlarida so'rovnoma olib borganmiz. Tadbirkorlar, aholi, asosan tadbirkorlar bo'ldi respublika bo'ylab. Undan tashqari onlayn tarzda aholidan olindi. 5000 ga yaqin aholi qatnashdi bunda. Va barcha banklarga so'rovnoma jo'natganmiz, chunki banklarning fikri bu yerda muhim. Islom moliyasini, islom bankchiligini O'zbekistonda tatbiq qilish agar boshlansa, albatta tijorat banklari bunda bevosita ishtirok etishadi. Shuning uchun bizlarning fikrini olishga harakat qildik va 30 ta bankdan 27 tasi javob berdi va 27 tasini barchasi O'zbekistonda islom bankchiligini kiritish kerak degan fikr bildirishdi. Nimaga? Chunki banklar yaxshi tushunishadi, bu ular uchun raqobat emas, balki yangi qo'shimcha imkoniyatligini. Juda ko'pchilik mijozlar banklarga kelib islom moliyasi bo'lsa olamiz moliyalashtirish, agar an'anaviy kredit bo'lsa olmaymiz deb diniy qarashlar tufayli murojaat qiladi va buni banklar bilishadi. Bank rahbariyati ko'rib turibdi arizalar, suhbatlar davomida. Shuning uchun bu juda ham muhim bir ko'rsatkich bo'ldiki, 27 ta bank javob bergan, 27 ta bank hammasi 100% to'liq qo'llab-quvvatladi. Va biz bu o'tkazgan so'rovnomamiz doirasida tayyorlangan o'sha tadqiqotimizni hamma kerakli tashkilotlarga yubordik. Lekin afsuski hozirgi kungacha yana natija bo'lgani yo'q. Mana ba'zi bir umumiy raqamlarni ko'rishimiz mumkin. O'zbekistonda kichik va o'rta biznesning mamlakat iqtisodiyoti ulushi taxminan 70% tashkil etadi. Asosiy islom moliyasini O'zbekistonda xohlayotgan nima deymiz, sloy, ya'ni O'zbekistonda shu narsani kirishini xohlayotgan qatlam bu tadbirkorlar qatlami. Chunki tadbirkorlar doimo moliya mablag'lariga muhtoj va ularga halollik, ya'ni o'sha islom o'zini diniy qarashlariga mos keladigan moliyani olish juda ham muhim hisoblashadi. Shuning uchun bu raqamlarni bekor keltirganim yo'q. 70% tadbirkor kichik o'rta biznes xohlab turgandan keyin shundan ancha munchasi islom moliyasini kiritilishini xohlagan. Mana ko'p raqamlarni hozir ko'rdinglar. Ishsizlarning sonini ham ko'rib turibsizlar. Ishsizlarning soni qachon kamayadi? Qachonki o'rta va kichik biznes yaxshi rivojlansa, ular o'ziga xodim olib, ishchi olishi bilan ish o'rinlari yaratiladi. Buni endi hammamiz tushunamiz. Endi bu narsani islom moliyasini kiritilmayotganligini ba'zi birlar shu 85% banklarda davlat ulushi borligi bilan ham izohlashadi. Endi albatta davlat ulushi bo'lgandan keyin 85%da bu haqiqiy xususiy banklar juda ham kamligini ko'rsatadi va hukumatimiz albatta bu narsani inobatga olgan holda bugungi kunda mana banklarni xususiylashtirish yo'nalishi xususiylashtirishga qarab qadam tashlashdi va ko'p qadamlar tashlandi va 2-3 bankdan boshqa hamma banklar xususiylashtirilishi kerak degan topshiriq bo'lgan va bu ustida ishlanmoqda, ya'ni davlat hukumat tarafidan. Yaqin kunlarda agar shu natija bo'lib qolsa, balki xususiy banklar bo'lishi bilan ham qanaqadir ish tezlashadi. Endi mana agar e'tibor bergan bo'lsanglar, nafaqat bizni o'zimiz o'tkazgan so'rovnoma doirasida, balki Osiyo taraqqiyot banki doirasida o'tkazilgan so'rovnomada ham xuddi shu fikrlar bildirilgan, ya'ni diniy qarashlari tufayli kredit olmaydigan qatlam bor va u qatlam kam emas, juda ham ko'p. Osiyo taraqqiyot bankinikida taxminan 30% odam shunaqa javob bergan. Endi bu qisqacha islom moliyasini ta'rifini ham berdik. Ko'pchilik masalan islom moliyasi nima deganda tushunmaydi. Vaholanki bu islom diniy talablari asosidagi, ya'ni islom diniy talablariga zid bo'lmagan moliya tizimi. Buni ko'pchilik masalan tadbirkorlarimiz anglab yetgandan keyin ular o'zini diniga muvofiq tarzda faoliyat olib borishni xohlashadi va bu albatta talabni keltirib chiqaradi. Islom moliyasi ekotizimi degan termin bor, hammamiz bilamiz. Ekotizimda albatta nafaqat bank bo'lishi mumkin yoki bir takafful, ya'ni sug'urta tizimi bo'lishi, balki investitsion, ya'ni sarmoya kompaniyalari bo'lishi kerak. U yerda institutlar tayyorlash, oliy ta'lim muassasalari mutaxassislarni tayyorlash kerak. Ya'ni islom moliya tizimini rivojlantirilishi bu bir nechta yo'nalishlarga turtki beradi. Ya'ni masalan oliy ta'limni kuchaytiradi. Bunda mutaxassislar, yangi mutaxassislar paydo bo'ladi. Ertaga bu mutaxassislar o'zini bir faoliyatini boshlash imkoniyati paydo bo'ladi yoki shu islom moliyasi kirib kelgandan keyin u yerda ish yuritish imkoniyatlari paydo bo'ladi. Ya'ni bir nechta sohaga baravar turtki beradigan holat. Mana o'quv yurtlari, reyting agentliklari, yuridik buxgalteriya va konsalting korxonalar, ya'ni islom moliya tizimi tatbiq bo'lgandan keyin audit tizimi ham bor, o'ziga yarasha islomda shariy audit deyiladi. U soha ishlashni boshlaydi. Mana e'tibor beramiz. Juda ham ko'p xalqaro tashkilotlar bor. U xalqaro tashkilotlar ham kirib kelsa, O'zbekiston mutaxassislari u tashkilotlarda ishlash imkoniyati ham kengayadi. Bundan tashqari islom ijtimoiy moliyasi rivojlanishiga turtki beradi bu. Bu bilamizki mana zakot juda ham katta O'zbekistonni imkoniyatlari bor deyiladi zakotda. Nafaqat O'zbekistonda, balki butun dunyoda zakotning imkoniyatlari milliardlab dollarda baholanadi. Masalan, bir juda katta raqamlar aytiladi. 500 milliard adashmasam, shunaqa katta raqamlar aytiladi. Ya'ni zakot tizimi ishga tushsa, juda ham bu dunyoda masalan kambag'al qolmasligi kerak degan fikrlar bildiriladi. Bundan tashqari mana bugungi kunda mana bilamiz O'zbekistonda vaqf jamg'armasi bor, lekin vaqf jamg'armasi hozircha ko'proq xayriya tashkiloti sifatida faoliyat yurityapti. Ertaga agar vaqf bo'yicha qonunlar qabul qilinsa, vaqf to'laqonli ishlashni boshlaydi. Ya'ni bunda juda ham ko'p infratuzilmaga davlatga bir yordam bo'ladi, infratuzilma yaratilishiga xususiy tarmoq pul ajratishi mumkin va boshqa hokazo va hokazo. Ta'lim sohasida masalan qancha talabalar o'zini moliyaviy imkoniyati tufayli iqtidorli yoshlarimiz o'qish imkoniyatlari chegaralangan. Mana butun dunyoda islom olamida vaqf orqali juda ham ko'p talabalar moliyalashtirilgan. Bugungi kunda mana Turkiyada ham juda ham ko'p talabalar vaqf orqali moliyalashtiriladi va bu O'zbekiston uchun ham juda katta imkoniyat. Qarzi hasan, ya'ni bu foizsiz, bu bir xayriya ko'rinishdagi qarz, lekin qarzi hasanning bir yaxshi tarafi, masalan, bir qiynalgan tadbirkorlarga muayyan darajada bir qarz berilsa, ular o'sha qarzni foizsiz qaytarishadi va u qarz yana keyingi bir qiynalganroq, oyoqqa turmoqchi bo'lgan, ish boshlayotgan tadbirkorlarga foizsiz qarz sifatida berilishi mumkin. Ancha yana o'tmay qoldi. Xo'p, endi O'zbekistonda islom bankchiligini kirib kelishiga nima to'siqlik qiladi degan savollar bor. Albatta bu qonunchilik. Bugungi kunda masalan islom banklari yoki islom moliya darchalari ochilishi uchun banklar va bank haqidagi qonunda yozib qo'yilgan, aniq qilib, masalan, kreditlar foiz asosida berilishi kerak. Ya'ni to'lovlik qarzlar berilishi kerak deb yozib qo'yilgan. Shuning o'zi masalan katta to'siqlardan bittasi. Bunaqa to'siqlar qonunchiligimizda yetarli va ular ustida ishlash kerak. Muayyan guruh ishlash kerak va bu guruh ishlashi uchun Islom taraqqiyot banki tarafidan $265,000 miqdorida grant ajratildi va huquqshunos mutaxassislar bu yo'nalishda xalqaro mutaxassislar bilan, xalqaro darajadagi mutaxassislar bilan ishlashi ko'zda tutilgan. Inshaalloh shu yaqin kunlarda ish boshlashsa kerak. Mana men hali aytganimdek, so'rovnoma doirasida mana ko'rishingiz mumkin qanaqa katta nima deydi, qatlam o'zini fikrini bildirgan. 38% biznes vakillari o'z diniy qarashlari tufayli kreditlardan foydalanmaslikni bildirgan va 56% jismoniy shaxslar. Pastda mana biznes vakillari va jismoniy shaxslar 61% biznes vakillari agar islom moliya tizimi O'zbekistonga kirib kelsa, biz albatta u bilan ishlaymiz degan. Islom banklari ochilsa O'zbekistonda biz birgalikda hamkorlik qilamiz degan javoblar bo'lgan va unda 75% jismoniy shaxslar tomonidan bildirilgan masalan. Bu juda ham katta raqamlar. Buni masalan oddiygina aytish mumkin. Ishonchli bo'lish uchun so'rovnoma 1,5 mingta respondentdan intervyu olish yetarli. Biznikida 7200 ta odam qatnashgan. Bu keragidan ancha darajada ortiq va buni nima deydi? O'zimiz haligi fikrlab ko'rsak, bu juda ham katta raqamlar. O'zbekistonda agar to'liq o'tkazilsa, bundan ham katta raqamlar chiqishi aniq. Mana endi islom moliya tizimi kirib kelsa, aholini bo'sh mablag'larni jalb qilish imkoniyatlari ham paydo bo'ladi va bu imkoniyatlar milliardlab dollarda baholanmoqda. Bu meni fikrim emas. O'sha paytda kapital bozorini rivojlantirish agentligini rahbari Otabek Nazirov bir shu aytgan edi. 10 milliard degandi, lekin biz uni bir 5 barobar kamaytirib yuborganimizda ham o'shanda ham bir necha milliard dollarni rasmiy bank moliya tizimiga jalb qilsa bo'ladi. O'sha ko'rpani tegayotgan, yastig'i tegayotgan pullarni aholidan jalb qilish imkoniyati bor. Bu albatta juda ko'p sohalarni rivojlantirishga yordam beradi. O'sha diniy qarashlar tufayli kredit olmayotgan, an'anaviy banklardan kredit olmayotgan tadbirkorlar o'zini ustida ishlab, yana ham biznesini kuchaytirib, ya'ni mablag' jalb qilgandan keyin halol mahsulot va xizmatlar rivojlantirishi mumkin. Bugungi kunda bu juda ham halol bozori dunyoda trillionlab dollar bilan baholanadi. Shuni agar internetga kirib tekshirsanglar ham bo'ladi. Bu juda katta raqamlar, bu juda katta bozor. Agar biz uni O'zbekiston bir 2-3% ga ega bo'lsak ham, dunyo bozorini ulushimizni oladigan bo'lsak ham halol bozordan, unda biz juda ham katta bir milliardlab dollarlar kirib kelishiga yo'l ochgan bo'lar edik. Moliya muassasalari o'rtasida raqobat kuchayadi. Albatta bugungi kunda masalan faqat an'anaviy bank bo'lib turgan bo'lsa, ertaga raqobat kuchaygandan keyin an'anaviy banklar ham o'zini ustida ishlashni boshlaydi, yangi mahsulotlarni tadbirkorlarga taklif qilishadi. Va xorijiy investitsiyalar jalb qilinishi ancha kengayadi. Bu xorijiy investitsiyalarni bilasizlar, butun dunyoda hamma mamlakatlar xorijiy investitsiyalarni jalb qilish juda ham muhimligi to'g'risida gapirishadi va O'zbekiston uchun bu juda ham muhim masala. Chunki xorijiy investitsiyalar kirib kelishi bu degani yangi texnologiyalar kirib kelishi degani, yangi texnika kirib kelishi degani. Ya'ni biz bilmagan, bizga hali bu ko'rmagan yangi texnologiyalar bor, ularni kirib kelishi degani investitsiya degani. Shuning uchun bu halol sektorning rivojlanishi yoki bo'lmasam islom moliyasining rivojlanishi shu sohalarning rivojlanishiga ham juda katta turtki beradi inshaalloh. Mana endi hali aytdik, kim qancha pul mablag'larini islom banklari ochilsa yo'naltirish to'g'risidagi raqamlar bular. Buni men masalan o'tkazganim yo'q, buni men muallifi bo'lganman, lekin islom Savdo sanoat palatasi va Birlashgan Millatlar Tashkiloti taraqqiyot dasturi bilan hamkorlikda o'tkazilgan va albatta ishonchli raqamlar. Xo'p, mana e'tibor bersanglar, 23% dan oshig'i 20 million so'mgacha bo'lgan mablag'ni bankka, yo'q, 20 million so'mdan ko'p bo'lgan mablag'ni yo'naltiramiz bankka degan raqamlarni aytishgan. Xo'p, endi O'zbekistonda islom bankchiligini rivojlantirish uchun nima qilish kerak? Bizning fikrimiz bo'yicha islom moliyasini rivojlantirish bo'yicha bir kengash tuzilish kerak. Mana bugungi kunda bir hozir assotsiatsiya tuzildi. Men assotsiatsiyaning rahbari bilan hozir chiqqanimizda gaplashdik. Hamma har xil tushunmasligi, hamma noto'g'ri, ba'zi birlar bitta imomga borib bir fatvoni olib kelib, ikkinchi imomga borib, ikkinchisi boshqacha o'zini nima deydi, holatini tushuntirib boshqacha fatvo olib kelmasligi uchun bir markazlashtirilgan bir shar'iy kengash tuzish kerak degan fikr aytdilar. Bu gapda ham jon bor albatta. Shunaqa shariat kengashlari O'zbekistonda tuzilish kerak. Kerak bo'lsa xorijdan mutaxassislar bor. Kerak bo'lsa o'sha Hanafiy mazhabida bo'lgan, mana bugungi kunda mashhur Muhammad Taqi Usmoniy hazratlari bor, masalan, ularning o'g'illari bor, ular bankda o'zlarining islom banklari bor, ular masalan jalb qilinishi mumkin. O'zbekistonga biz Buxoriyning avlodi bo'lganimiz uchun juda ham ko'p chet eldan bizga yordam berishga tayyor bo'lgan mutaxassislar bor. Islom taraqqiyot bankida ishlaydigan o'zbek yigitlarimiz juda ko'p. Va o'zimizda ham O'zbekistonda albatta chuqur bilimga ega bo'lgan ulamolarimiz juda ko'p. Ularning ishtirokida mana o'sha banklardan bo'ladimi, huquqshunoslardan, islom moliyasi bo'yicha mutaxassislardan jalb qilgan holda shariat kengashlari tuzish mumkin. Va ularning fikri bilan islom moliyasining yanada rivojlanishi kuchayadi. Mana bugungi kunda O'zbekistonda biz hali aytdik, islom moliyasi bo'yicha o'sha loyihamiz bor. Islom moliyasi Telegram kanalimiz, veb-saytimiz bor. Shunda bugungi kunda a'zolari 10 mingdan oshgan. Telegram kanalining o'ziniki. Veb-saytimizga kuniga necha minglab odam kiradi. Xalqimizga bu bilim berish uchun albatta tekinga bu qilingan nima deydi, ijtimoiy loyiha. Men juda ham xursand bo'laman shunga qanaqadir darajada bir hissa qo'shayotganimizdan. Lekin men juda ham ko'p savollarni kelib tushishidan e'tibor beramanki, hali albatta xalqimizni bu yo'nalishda saviyasi yuqori emas, bilimlari chuqur emas, chunki bu endi kirib kelayotgan soha. Buni tezroq, kuchliroq rivojlantirishimiz albatta zarur deb hisoblaymiz. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat. Vaqtlanmagan bo'lsam uzr. Thank you very much.
We thank Jahangir Imam Nazarov for a magnificent speech, and now we would like to invite our next guest, Ms. Raupova Parvona, on the topic of the development of Islamic products in Tawhid Bank, Murabaha, Mudaraba, Tawhid Pay. Ms. Raupova Parvona is a Risk Management Unit Head, OGCSC Tawhid Bank in Tajikistan.
Моя будет презентация? Мгм, спасибо. Спасибо. Assalamu alaikum. First of all, let us express our highest gratitude to Al Huda for the organizing the second CIS Islamic Finance Banking and Finance Forum and for their contribution to development of Islamic banking in CIS, specifically in our country, Tajikistan, and in our bank, Tawhid Bank. Today, we are presenting our products and innovations we have introduced since the transformation of our bank from conventional bank to Islamic bank with the support of ICD in field of transformation from beginning until the end of transformation and ITS for implementation of the unique Islamic banking IT solution in our country. And since September of 2009, we are proudly existing as the first and only fully fledged Islamic bank in Tajikistan. So, yeah. During startup phase, Tawhid Bank firstly introduced Murabaha. Murabaha consumer, Murabaha after financing, Murabaha business financing, and the last launched product of our bank is Murabaha house financing. We have concluded more than 2,000 contracts amounted worth, this is some money, $3 million, and the main share made by the Murabaha consumer and Murabaha after financing due to not applying the aggressive financing policy. We have here is the financing dynamics of during the year. It demonstrates the moderate dynamic of our financing due to some issues and imperfections in tax code, but despite in comparison with the last year, growth is more than 200%. Here I would like to tell a brief information about the launched cards, debit Islamic cards, T-Card, and the credit Islamic cards we have called subs. So subs is the credit, the 3,000 and 6,000 indicate the limits of our cards in the so many. It have launched for the to support social well-being, to fund education, to fund purchase of medical treatment, and to other social needs. Accordingly, developing active Islamic products, we were developing passive Islamic products like card or Qarzi Hasana and Mudaraba products. We have concluded more than 12,000 contracts, card contracts, and the 15 Mudaraba contracts. As I mentioned, we didn't have the aggressive financing policy due to some issues, and accordingly, we didn't have the aggressive attraction policy. And the second reason is the sufficiency of our own funds. So the last product we have launched recently is Tawhid Pay. The Tawhid Pay, the mobile payment system, was launched together with the mobile banking and internet banking in our bank. And in order to allow customers to carry out their transactions and payments according to the Sharia principles of Islamic banking, they can use our mobile wallet, Tawhid Pay. And Tawhid Pay, the only mobile wallet which was certified and has a certificate that it is the Sharia compliant, and we have received it a few months ago from Al Huda, and thank they very much. So we believe it's the last one. And we believe that each year there will be an increase of trust from our customers to our products, and it will contribute to development and achievement of all our set goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parvana. Now we would like to have a turn to Mr. Parviz Nasim, who is waiting us online from Zoom platform, Chairman and CEO of Ansar Financial and Development Corporation from Canada, on topic key concepts of Islamic financing and interest-free home ownership program.
Mr. Parvez, kindly unmute yourself. Mr. Parvez, can you please unmute yourself?
Sorry. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. It's my pleasure to be with you from beautiful Toronto, Canada. I just finished my Fajr prayer, so you're in a different time zone. Now, when we talk about Islamic banking and finance, why do we need that? Is it just because it is fashionable that everybody's doing it or talking about it, or is it we want to accomplish something, we want to help our ummah and seek the pleasure from our Creator Allah Subhanahu wa Taala? The misconception we have about Islamic banking and finance is that we just remove the word interest and substitute it with the profit, and we think that it becomes Islamic. Can you please slow down the presentation? I'm just having difficulty to catch up. Yeah, please. Thanks. This is the core principle that وَلِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ. I mean, we have to understand that why we need to do what we are doing. Next slide, please. This is very, very critical to understand that we really do not own anything in this world. We are just a trustee and will have to account for any and all breaches of this trust, abuse, misuse, and injustices. Next slide. This is also very important. When we come to this world, we come with nothing, not even with the diaper. And we leave this world with nothing material. Only our good deeds and bad deeds go with us in our graves. So if we focus on that, can you imagine that we'll not have anybody doing anything wrong to any human being, never mind just Muslims. Next slide, please. Next. Yes, this is also very important that we conduct ourselves in an Islamic manner with justice and honesty. Next, please. Now, this is also very important. The purpose of whatever we are doing, is it just to maximize the profit? No, maximizing the profit is not the most important aspect of business. Charity and social responsibility are part and parcel with the bottom line. So this is very important because many times we just focus on the bottom line to maximize the return, but that is not the most important thing. And I give an example that suppose if we are establishing a factory and there are 3 different options to put on a piece of land. Obviously, as a businessman, we say, well, whatever gives, whatever is a cheap piece of land, we should buy that and maximize the profit. But there may be some other reasons, for environmental reasons. For example, if the land is cheaper, but there are people or families living in that land, we want to dislodge them, kick them out of their homes. Obviously, we will not do that as a Muslim businessman. Next, please. Now, I will talk a little bit about the home financing model we adopted in Canada in 1982. This is the first Islamic home financing model in North America. Next, please. Next, please. The Sharia model we adopted in this co-op is the Musharaka Mutanaqis or decreasing partnership model. And we adopted this for its simplicity and practical nature for the long-term transactions. We had the option to start with the Murabaha, but we realized that Murabaha is good for short-term programs. Home financing, home purchase is maybe 10, 15 years program. It cannot be done on Murabaha basis because many people may move, may need a bigger house, a smaller house. So in Murabaha, you have fixed term contracts. So that's why it is not practical. And we saw what happened in Malaysia, that experience really had a lot of challenges and difficulties. So essentially what we have in our model is a partnership between a family and the community. And of course, co-op is represented by the community. Next slide, please. This is a partnership between Islamic financial institution and the prospective homeowner. Next, please. This co-op is managed by a board of 7 volunteers, and they are elected every 2 years. Next, please. That's the core of our objective, to facilitate our committed members the opportunity to buy a house for their families without indulging in riba and with as much security and flexibility as possible. That's key, security and flexibility within the taxation and legal framework of the country. And this is also very critical because in order to succeed, we had to comply with 3 different legislations. First, of course, was the Cooperative Act under which we incorporated ourselves because we needed a legal mechanism to operate within the country. Second, of course, was the taxation to make it tax efficient. And third, and most important, of course, is the Sharia law. Next, please. Next slide. Yes. So this is just an opportunity to committed Muslims all over the world to mobilize and pool their savings, so help each other. Because we keep our savings in individual accounts and it doesn't help and serve anybody. But if we pool it, then it can be used at least few individuals. And of course, the system is to maintain the security and investment and to share capital gain or loss and the rental income of the cooperative in the form of dividends with all members. Next slide. We have these type of memberships in the co-op. Of course, those who want to buy a house, the others who bought house and they realize they want to get out of the interest-based mortgages. So we help them to get them out. And simple investors, people just want to help the fellow members, fellow Muslims. So they just buy shares and invest in the co-op shares. And those who bought house through the co-op and institutional investors, we have a number of mosques, charities, and Islamic centers, and even some Muslim businesses, they invest money to help the community. And last category is the children and grandchildren. Now we see many parents and grandparents are running to the co-op office to make their grandchildren member of the co-op. And it is very simple. Anybody can become member by just buying 6 shares of $100 each in the co-op. So it's a $50 per month saving to encourage young children. Next slide, please. This is the commitment. Members pay $75 membership fee to join. They have to buy 6 shares a year, $100 each, and they invest first and buy shares. And in order to qualify to buy a house, they have to have their own investment of first 20% of first 100,000 cost, 25% of next up to 100,000 cost, and 30% of over 200,000 cost. So this means that we have a limit that co-op will contribute maximum to buy a house. And this helps us that this gives equality. As opposed to if somebody want to buy a $1 million house, we encourage them to buy a smaller house. So maybe we can accommodate more than one member at a time. And they can always upgrade, they can sell this house and buy a bigger house as they need it. So there's this flexibility. So this is how we encourage. So we have limited resources to buy houses. So we try to help as many members as possible. Next slide, please. When members buy a house, we pay a full 100% cash, and the legal title of the house is taken in the name of co-op, and they pay a proportionate rent. So if they have contributed 20% or 30%, so they pay 70% of the rental value of the house. And as they are required to increase their ownership by buying more shares. They can buy more shares every month, every 2 months, every 5 months. Whenever they have extra fund, they buy shares, and the rent for the following month reduces in the same ratio. So at the end, when they complete 100% ownership, we share the gain and loss. Co-op share 10% and member share 90%. If a member wants to sell their house before they complete 100% ownership, obviously they can do that. So if at that time their contribution is 50% or less, then co-op share 20% of the net gain or net loss, and member share 80%. But when they complete 100% ownership, or if they have contribution more than 90%, then co-op share only 10% and member share 90% of the gain or loss. And this is just a form we provide for our members to recalculate their monthly rent when they buy more shares. As they increase their ownership, their proportionate rent goes down in the same ratio. Next slide, please. Yeah, I explained this already. So of course, when we calculate the net gain or net loss, we adjust with any improvement and expansions and legal expenses member incurred. So in other words, what we say here is that members are in the driver's seat. They complete 100% ownership in 10 to 12 years, whereas in conventional mortgages, it takes 25 to 30 years. So it's up to the members how soon they want to complete 100% ownership. They can increase their ownership by buying more shares every month, every 2 months, every 3 months. So it is the flexibility that they have. And we are also providing another service that in case if member needs some money for some reason, some emergency or something, so they can sell their shares and their rent is adjusted upward accordingly, just to help them, because members say that If we need money, what do? Should we go to the bank or use credit card? Of course not. That doesn't serve the purpose. Next slide, please. So this is the second co-op we incorporated, Ansar Co-op, incorporated in 2003. As we expanded, and we are buying in many different provinces in Canada. So we had to separate this Ansar Cooperative to buy houses in other provinces of the country. Next slide, please. So this is combined present status. In 38 years, purchased around 900 houses, sold a little over 75 million worth of shares, gave dividend between $3.60 per share or 3.6% and 10%. For the year 2020, it is $3.60 or 3.6%. Membership has grown to over 5,000 in North America and a good number from overseas as investors. We do not buy houses outside of Canada, but we have a number of members who are in other countries as investors to support the program. Next slide, please.
Assalamualaikum. Sorry, Mr. Zubair, for interrupt you, but I just want to inform you that we have a very less time to conclude this forum. So can you please give the conclusion remarks like for 10-20 seconds?
Yes, I'm just concluding. This is another important project we have that we established this Takaful program for our members only. This is a pilot project, just an experiment to see if it will work for us. Inshallah, it will be working for last 8 years. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we have these other different financing projects, and we have a retirement saving plan, leasing, land development. So these are other projects we are doing through a taxable corporation other than the co-op. Next slide, please. This is our web address. So if you need any more information, ansarhousing.com, or you can email at that acsc@ansarhousing.com. And just one more slide I would like to add. Next slide, please. One more is the Ansar Financial Development Corporation. This is the first Sharia compliant public company in North America, which is listed on the stock exchange. Ansar Financial and Development Corporation, and the share code is AFD. It's listed on Canadian Stock Exchange. Inshallah, I will conclude with this now. I thank you for your understanding and interest. If you have any question, please feel free or email us later. Assalamu alaikum.
Honorable guests, we thank all of you for the participation in this magnificent event. And now we would like to invite Sami Takhif for the token of appreciation for our guests. Mr. Hussam Hassanov, please receive your token of appreciation. Mr. Jahangir Imam Nazarov, please receive your token of appreciation. Ms. Raupova Parvana, please receive your token of appreciation. Honorable guests, we invite you to take the photo together.
Thank you very much for all the participants. Now we are almost at the end of our our one-day forum and two-day workshop on Islamic banking and finance. And it is my privilege to welcome His Excellency Mr. Badruddin Abidu, the Deputy Minister for Investment and Foreign Trade. I am warmly welcome to you in this program. And for your understanding, we started in the morning, and this CIS forum is on the physical basis and on the virtual basis. Right now we are live in YouTube, Facebook, and Zoom, and many international speakers and the participants participated in this forum. And the purpose of this forum was for the development of Islamic banking and finance in Central Asian countries. So now we have some token of appreciation for the personalities who are working toward development of Islamic banking and finance in this country. So I would like to hand over the stage to you if you want to share some words, and then we will start our ceremony for the award distribution. Please.
Thank you very much. Indeed, it was very useful forum, and we thank the organizers of this great event, namely Al Huda Center and also the ICD for organizing this very important event. All participants has the opportunity to have more knowledge and more information about the experiences of the CIS countries on Islamic banking and also financing. I hope that we'll continue this practice in the future to get the more information, also to have the opportunity to introduce such systems in our country. Thank you very much for inviting.
Now, let us to start our awarding ceremony. The best Ijara product. The award for the best Ijara product goes to Mr. Bahadur Kadyrov, General Director of Taiba Leasing of Uzbekistan. Taiba Leasing began its activity in the market of Uzbekistan in 2011 with the presentation of the company by the Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector in the 3rd Tashkent International Leasing Forum. Today, the company is the only leasing company in Uzbekistan operating in accordance with the principles of Sharia. More than 250 projects are funded for a total amount equivalent to 33 million USD. Islamic FinTech Award. The award for the Islamic FinTech Award goes to Ms. Nargiz Dustmatova, Managing Director, Uzbekistan, CIS countries, Financial Technology of Finextra Limited of Uzbekistan. Finextra provides ready-to-deploy softwares, Fusion Risk Management, Fusion Trade Innovation, Fusion Treasury Essential, Treasury System, and Datagram Data Warehouses Services. Best Islamic Bank of CIS. The award for the Best Islamic Bank of CIS goes to Ms. Raupova Parvona, Tawhid Bank of Tajikistan. OGSC Tawhid Bank is the first Islamic bank in Tajikistan to provide banking services in accordance with the principles of Islamic banking, using financial resources and attracting deposits in accordance with Murabaha, Qarzi Hasana, Muzarab, etc. Best Innovative Product. The award for the Best Innovative Product goes to Mr. Ali Cihan Kester, CEO of Turkey and EMEA region of Chase Holding AG of Germany. In 2011, a group of developers thought about making a financial service that can bring the Islamic and contemporary world together. They wanted to offer a decentralized financial solution, and their answer was within the technology behind cryptocurrencies. Chase means licit and lawful, describes a cryptocurrency that aims to provide financial freedom to everyone. Kais Coin adheres to Islamic values and ethics through building an innovative blockchain-based financial solution that is compliant with Islamic economic principles. Emerging personality of Islamic banking and finance. The award for the emerging personality of Islamic banking and finance goes to Akhrarjan Sadullayev of Uzbekistan. Akhrarjan Sadullayev is senior auditor at KTB Bank Uzbekistan and strategic partner at Al Huda CIBE. Best supporter for the development of Islamic banking and finance. The award for the best supporter for the development of Islamic banking and finance goes to Uzbekistan Banking Association. The association established a number of companies offering totally new services to commercial banks, and branches of the association were opened in regions of the country, which offer services to regional branches of commercial banks. All activities of the association are directed at ensuring fair competition among banks and fortifying the trust of people of Uzbekistan towards banks, strengthening the position of commercial banks in the financial market of Uzbekistan, increasing their financial stability and level of capitalization that will further stimulate progressive development of the economy of the country as a whole. Best supporter for the development of Ijara product. The award for the best supporter for the development of Ijara product goes to Leasing Association of Uzbekistan. At the initiative of Uzbek Leasing International AO, company and many other lessors, leasing companies and commercial banks, the Uzbekistan Lessors Association was established and officially registered by the Ministry of Justice of the Republic of Uzbekistan on April 2005. The main goal of creating the association is the expansion and active development of the leasing services market in Uzbekistan. Currently, the association performs a huge range of tasks that contributes to the development of the activities of the leasing market participants, namely through the relevant state institutions. It assists in improving the regulatory framework governing leasing services in Uzbekistan in accordance with its international standards, provides conditions for a new and profitable cooperation by holding international conferences and forums, seminar trainings aimed to improving knowledge in the field of leasing, engaged in promotion and advertising in order to position members of the association in foreign publications such as World Leasing Yearbook, Central Asia Finance, etc. Best Takaful Company in CIS. The award for the best Takaful Company in CIS goes to Apex Takaful of Uzbekistan. Apex Takaful is providing diversified products under Takaful. Best Contributor to the Islamic Finance Industry. The award for the best contributor to the Islamic finance industry goes to Mr. Samir Takhiev of Islamic Corporation for the development of the private sector of Jeddah. The Islamic Corporation for the Development of the Private Sector is a multilateral development financial institution and is part of the Islamic Development Bank Group. ICD was established in November 1999 to support the economic development of its member countries through the provision of finance for private sector projects, promoting competition